Section 1 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. The Travelling Carriage. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening of the 2nd of November, 1826, that a travelling carriage stopped on its way to London to change horses at the principal hotel in the little town of Staines. The inmates of the vehicle were two ladies, an elderly domestic in livery, and a female attendant occupied the box. The night was clear, fine, and frosty. The moon shone brightly, and the carriage lamps threw a strong glare to a considerable distance in front of the vehicle. The active ostlers speedily unharnessed the four weary steeds, and substituted as many fresh ones in their place. The two postboys leapt into their saddles. The landlord cried, "All right," and the carriage rolled rapidly away from the inn, the horses' shoes striking fire against the stones. "If there be anything particularly calculated to raise the spirits," said one lady to the other, a few minutes after the chariot had left the peaceful town behind, "it is travelling upon such a beauteous night as this." "I am delighted to observe that you are in good spirits this evening, my dear Lady Hatfield," was the reply. "After passing 4 long months at Sir Ralph Walsingham's country seat, London will present fresh attractions for your ladyship." "My dear Miss Mordaunt," returned Lady Hatfield in a serious tone, "you are aware that I am indifferent to those formal parties and ceremonial assemblies which are reckoned amongst the pleasures of the fashionable world, and I can assure you that had not my uncle purported to return to London in a few days, my own inclinations would have urged me to prolong my stay at Walsingham Manor." "For my part," said Miss Mordaunt, "I am quite delighted with the idea of hastening back to the great metropolis. A summer in the country is only tolerable, because each day brings one nearer to the enjoyments of a winter in town. But really, my dear Lady Hatfield, you are not reasonable. Rich, young, and beautiful as you are, your own mistress, and with the handsomest man in England dying to lay his coronet at your feet—" "I shall never marry, Julia," hastily interrupted Lady Hatfield. "Pray let us change the conversation. A few minutes ago I was in excellent spirits, and now—" She paused, and a deep sigh escaped her bosom. "Did I not say you were quite unreasonable?" exclaimed her companion. "Here I am, 5 years older than yourself, for I do not mind telling you, my dear friend, that I shall never see 30 again. And yet I have not renounced the idea of changing my condition. I know that I am neither so good-looking nor so wealthy as you. Still I have my little ambition. Sir Christopher Blunt would deem himself honoured were I to smile graciously upon him. But my brother, the lieutenant, who by the by expects his captaincy in a few days, thanks to the interest of your kind uncle Sir Ralph, declares that if I ever marry a mere knight, he will never speak to me again." Lady Hatfield had fallen into a profound reverie, and paid not the slightest regard to the confidential outpourings of her garrulous companion. Miss Mordaunt, who laboured under the pleasing impression that Lady Hatfield's silence was occasioned by the deep interest which she took in the present topic, continued to rattle away with her tongue as fast as the carriage did with its wheels. "I am sure it was a very great act of kindness in you to ask me to spend the winter with you in London, for as papa is compelled to reside in Ireland, in consequence of the unsettled state of his tenantry, I should have been under the necessity of returning to the Emerald Isle after my 4 months' visit with you to Walsingham Manor, had you not taken that compassion on me. But let us speak of yourself, dear Lady Hatfield. Without a soul in the world to control your actions, with the means of procuring every enjoyment, and with Lord Ellingham going mad on your account—" "Julia," said Lady Hatfield with a start, "again I beseech you to drop this subject. and as you will be my companion for some months to come, let me now, once for all, enjoin you to abstain from such topics. As you cannot read the secrets of my heart, pray bear in mind the fact that many a light word uttered thoughtlessly and with no malicious intent may touch a chord that will thrill," she added calmly but bitterly, "to the inmost recesses of my soul." "Oh, my dear Lady Hatfield!" exclaimed Miss Mordaunt, who, in spite of her loquacity, was a very good-natured person, "I am rejoiced that you have given me this warning. And how foolish of me not to have observed, what indeed I now remember, that the topic of love never was agreeable to you. To be sure, it was during the sermon upon the felicity of the wedded state that you fainted and were taken into the vestry." Lady Hatfield writhed in mental agony, and bitterly at that moment did she repent the invitation which she had given her thoughtless companion to pass the winter with her in London. The carriage had now reached the little town of Bedfont, which it traversed without stopping, and continued its rapid way towards Hounslow. But all of a sudden the course of the chariot was checked, as if by an unexpected impediment in the way, and the horses began to plunge frightfully. At the same time the lady's maid on the box uttered a dreadful scream. Lady Hatfield drew down the window nearest to her. The chaise that moment came to a full stop, and a stern but evidently disguised voice exclaimed, "Keep your horses quiet, you damned fools, and don't mind me. If you stir till I give you leave, I'll blow out the brains of both of you." "Robbers!" shrieked Miss Mordaunt in a despairing tone. "Oh, what will become of us?" Lady Hatfield looked from the window, and at the same instant a man, mounted on horseback, with a black mask over his countenance and a pistol in each hand, was by the side of the vehicle. "Villain!" cried the livery servant on the box, "but you shall swing for this." "Perhaps I may," said the highwayman coolly, though still speaking in a feigned tone, as is the custom with individuals of his profession upon such occasions as the one we are describing. "And if you attempt to move, old fellow, from where you are, an ounce of lead shall tumble you down from your perch. Beg pardon, ma'am," continued the robber, turning towards Lady Hatfield, who had shrunk back into the corner of the carriage the moment the desperado appeared at the window. "Sorry to inconvenience you, but your purse." Lady Hatfield handed the highwayman her reticule. "Good," said he, perceiving by its weight and a certain jingling sound which it sent forth, that it contained gold. "But you have a companion, ma'am. Her purse." Miss Mordaunt complied with this demand, and implored the good gentleman not to murder her. The highwayman gave no reply, but vouchsafed a most satisfactory proof of his intended forbearance in that respect, by putting spurs to his steed and darting off like an arrow in the direction of Hounslow. "Cowardly villains that you are!" ejaculated the livery servant, hurling this reproach against the post-boys. "And what are you, old fool?" cried the postillion who rode the wheel-horse. "But he'll be nabbed yet." "Drive on, drive on!" exclaimed Lady Hatfield from the window. "We are all frightened, and not hurt." "Indeed, my dear," said Miss Mordaunt, as the carriage started off rapidly once more, "I am seriously hurt, grievously wounded." "You, Julia!" cried her ladyship in unfeigned surprise. "Yes, in pocket," was the answer, implying deep vexation. "All the remainder of my quarter's allowance." "Oh, compose yourself on that head," interrupted Lady Hatfield. "You shall not be compelled to acquaint Mr. Mordaunt with your loss." This assurance, conveying a promise of pecuniary assistance, materially tended to tranquillize the mind of Miss Mordaunt; but the event which had just occurred, apart from the mere robbery of her reticule, awoke the most painful reflections in the mind of Lady Hatfield. "By the by," said Miss Mordaunt, after a short pause, for she never remained long silent, "this audacious outrage reminds me of something your uncle Sir Ralph Walsingham was telling me one day when you interrupted him in the middle. I think he informed me that about 6 or 7 years ago, when you were only 18 or 19, You were staying at your dear lamented father's country house, where you were quite alone, for of course one does not call the servants anybody, when the mansion was broken into by robbers during the night." "Julia!" exclaimed Lady Hatfield, her whole frame fearfully convulsed by the powerful though useless efforts which she made to subdue her agitation. "Never, I implore you, again allude to that dreadful event." "Well, I never will," said Miss Mordaunt. "And yet, if one must not speak of love, nor yet of marriage, nor yet of midnight burglaries—" "Nay, I was wrong to cut you short thus abruptly," remarked Lady Hatfield, now endeavouring to rob her prayer of the importance with which her solemn earnestness of manner had invested it. "Only do choose some more enlivening topic after the fright which we have just experienced." "The first thing to-morrow morning," said Miss Mordaunt, who had not noticed the full extent of the impression which her allusion to the burglaries of some years back had made upon her companion, for Julia was too flippant, superficial, and volatile to pay much attention to the emotions of others. "The first thing to-morrow morning we must give information to the Bow Street runners concerning this highway robbery. Secondly, we must write to the landlord at Staines to tell him what a couple of cowardly fellows he has got in the shape of these postillions. And thirdly, you must discharge old Mason, who is evidently incapable of protecting his mistress, much less her friends." "Discharge old Mason!" exclaimed Lady Hatfield. "Impossible! How could he have protected us? He is unarmed, whereas the highwaymen flourish 2 large pistols, doubtless loaded. But here we are, safe at Hounslow." The carriage drew up at the door of the hotel in this town, and the postillions immediately narrated the particulars of the robbery to the landlord and his attendant tribe of hangers-on. "Well, this is fortunate," cried the landlord when the tale was told. "Quite a godsend, as one may say." "As how, please, sir?" exclaimed the elder postboy, astonished at the remark. "Why, it happens that Dykes, the famous Bow Street officer, is in the hotel at this very instant," said the landlord. "John," he added, turning to a waiter who stood near, "beg Mr. Dykes to step this way." "And what's Dykes doing down here?" asked the postboy, when the waiter had disappeared to execute the commission he had received. "He's been investigating a incendiary fire," replied an ostler, for the landlord, disdaining to hold any farther converse with a postillion, had stepped up to the window to inquire whether the ladies chose to alight. Having received a negative answer, accompanied with an intimation that the sooner the carriage was allowed to proceed, the more agreeable it would be to Lady Hatfield and Miss Mordaunt, the landlord returned towards the spot where the postillions, the hangers-on of the hotel, and other loungers were grouped together. Mr. Dykes almost immediately afterwards made his appearance, in the form of a tall, stout, heavy, but powerfully built man, shabby genteel in his attire, and carrying a strong ash-stick in his hand. The particulars of the highway robbery were described to him in a very few moments. "How was the fellow dressed?" asked the officer. "A black coat," said the first postboy. "No, it wasn't," cried the second. "Then what was it?" demanded Mr. Dykes. "I don't know, but I'm sure it wasn't a black 'un," was the highly satisfactory answer. "Describe the horse," said Dykes impatiently. "Brown, switch-tail, standing about 14 hands." "Nonsense!" ejaculated the second postillion, interrupting his companion, who had volunteered the explanation. "It was a light bay. The moon fell full upon it. So did the carriage lights." "Come, I see we are only losing time," cried the officer. "Which way did he go?" "He galloped off in this direction," was the reply, which remained uncontradicted. "Then he'll be in London to-night, whichever road he took," said Mr. Dykes. "If your ladies will give me a cast as far as town, I'll be after the villain. Perhaps he turned off to the left towards Hatton, and so over by Hanwell, and then Shepherd's Bush, or else he made straight for Richmond, and so over into Surrey. But one way or another, he's sure to be in London by midnight, and 10 to 1 if I don't pounce on him." My business is done down here, and I may just as well toddle back to-night as to-morrow morning." The substance of these remarks was communicated to Lady Hatfield, who could not well do otherwise than accord a seat on the box to Mr. Dykes, Charlotte the lady's maid removing to the interior of the carriage. These arrangements having been effected, the vehicle pursued its way, and shortly after 11 o'clock it drew up at the door of a mansion on Piccadilly Hill. Mr. Dykes, having asked the ladies a few questions, promised to communicate the result of his efforts to capture the highwaymen, and then took his departure. Lady Hatfield and Miss Mordaunt shortly retired to their respective bedchambers, the latter to dream of the delights of London, the former to moisten her pillow with tears, for the recent adventure had awakened in her mind feelings of the most agonizing description. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit littleoxfordst.org. Recording by garybclayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 2. Tom Rain and Old Death. It was about 8:30 on the following morning when the two individuals entered a public house in White Hart Street, Drury Lane. One was a man of about 30 years of age, with florid complexion, light hair, and red whiskers, yet possessing a countenance which, viewed as a whole, was very far from disagreeable. His eyes were of a deep blue, and indicated not only good humour, but a certain generosity of disposition, which was not impaired by an association with many less amiable qualities, such as a wild recklessness of character, an undaunted bravery, a love of perilous adventure, and a sad deficiency of principle on particular points, the nature of which will hereafter transpire. He was evidently proud of a very fine set of teeth, the brilliancy of which compensated for the somewhat coarse thickness of his lips, and the delicate whiteness of his hands showed that he did not earn his livelihood by any arduous labour. In person he was about the middle height, by no means inclined to corpulency, and yet possessing a well-knit frame with a muscular power indicative of great physical strength. His dress partook of the half-sporting, half-rakish character, consisting of a high chimney-pot kind of hat with very narrow brims, a checked blue silk neckerchief, fine linen, a buff waistcoat, cut-away Newmarket style of green coat, drab breeches and top boots. The proper name of this splashed gentleman was Thomas Rainford, but his friends having taken the liberty of docking each word of a syllable, he was invariably known as Tom Rain. The other individual was an old man of at least 60, with white hair, but eyes of a fire glaring from beneath a pair of thick, shaggy grey brows. He was upwards of 6 feet in height, and but little bowed by the weight of years which he bore. Having lost all his teeth, his mouth had fallen in so as to form a complete angle, the depth of which was rendered the more remarkable by the extreme prominence of his hooked nose and his projecting chin. He was as thin as it was possible to be without having the bones actually protruding through his skin, which hung about them like a tanned leather casing. He was dressed in a long grey surtout coat, reaching below his knees, a pair of shabby black trousers, very short, and black cloth gaiters, fitting loosely over that description of shoes generally denominated high-lows. On his head he wore a greasy cap with a large front. His linen was by no means of the cleanest, and his appearance altogether was excessively unprepossessing, if not absolutely revolting. What his real name was, very few of even his most intimate acquaintances were aware, for his dreadful emaciation of form had procured for him the frightful pseudonym of Old Death. Tom Rain and his hideous companion entered the public house in White Hart Street, nodded familiarly to the landlord as they passed by the bar, and ascended the stairs to a private room on the first floor. Having seated themselves at the table, Tom Rain began the conversation. "Well, have you considered my proposal?" he asked. "I have," replied the old man in a deep, sepulchral tone. "But I am cautious, very cautious, my good friend." "So you told me when I saw you 3 days ago for the first time," observed Rain impatiently. "But Tulloch, the landlord of this place, is a pal of yours, and he knows me well too. Hasn't he satisfied you about me?" "Well, well, I can't say that he hasn't," answered Old Death. "Still, a cautious man like me never says yes in a hurry. Tulloch knew you 8 or 9 years ago down in the country, and there's no doubt that you was a right sort of blade." "And so I am now," cried Tom Rain, striking the table angrily with his clenched fist. "Softly, softly, my good friend," said Old Death. "We should agree better afterwards if we have a good understanding at first. I was going to observe that for some years Tulloch loses sight of you. He comes up to town, takes this public, and doesn't even remember that there's such a fellow in existence as yourself until you make your appearance here a few days back. When he received me with open arms and introduced me to you," added Tom Rain. "But go on, what's next?" "Ah, what next?" replied Old Death, with a horrible chuckle that issued from his throat as if it came from the depths of a tomb. "Why, you, frankly and candidly, told me your intentions and views. I admit, but you can't do without me. You can't do without me, my dear boy, and you know it." Again the hideous old man chuckled in his cavern-like tones. "I never denied what you say," answered Tom Rain. "On the contrary, I'm well aware that no one in my line can think of doing business about London and making London his headquarters without your assistance." "To be sure not," said the old man, evidently pleased with this compliment. "I've had the monopoly of it all for this 30 years, and never once got into trouble. But then I do my business with caution. Such caution! I've dealings with all that are worth having dealings with, and not one of them knows even where I live. "Only let me find a sure and ready money market for my goods," exclaimed Tom Rain, "and I'll do more business with you than all the chaps you speak of put together." "Well, I suppose we must come to terms," said Old Death after a short pause. "Tulloch assures me that you were straightforward when he knew you in the country, and though time changes men's minds as well as their faces, I'll take it for granted that you're all right. You remember the conditions?" "Not a word you uttered 3 days ago has escaped my memory," answered Rain. "Good. When shall you commence business?" "I opened my shop last night," replied Tom with a hearty laugh. "Nonsense," replied the old man, fixing a glance of delight upon his new friends. "You don't mean to say that. In a word, is this yours?" As he spoke, Old Death drew from his pocket the morning's newspaper, pointed to a particular advertisement, and held the journal towards his companion. Tom Rain's countenance was overclouded for a moment, but almost immediately afterwards it expanded into an expression of mingled surprise and satisfaction, and snapping his fingers joyfully, he exclaimed, "Is it possible? Could it have been her? Oh, this business is speedily settled." And rising from his seat, he rang the bell violently. A potboy answered his summons. "Pen, ink, and paper, and a messenger to carry a letter," said Tom Rain with extraordinary rapidity of utterance. The boy disappeared, and Old Death, recovering partially from the astonishment into which his companion's ejaculations and manner on reading the advertisement had thrown him, exclaimed, "What the devil are you after now?" "You shall see in a moment," was the reply. "But I don't promise you any explanation of what you will see," he added with another hearty laugh. The boy returned, bringing writing materials, and intimating that he was willing to be the bearer of the letter. Tom Rain told him to wait. Then, having hastily written a few lines upon a sheet of paper, he tossed the note over to Old Death, who read as follows: Remember the night of the 27th of October, 1819, and stop the inquiries institute in respect of the little business referred to by the advertisement in this morning's Times." "This is past all comprehension," explained the old man, still keeping his eyes fixed upon the paper. "The note has not even a signature." "It does not require one," coolly observed Tom Rain, as he snatched the letter from his companion and proceeded to fold it up. "And do you hope to crush the business by means of that scrap of writing?" asked Old Death, evidently perplexed what to think. "I don't merely hope, I am certain of accomplishing my object," was the reply. "Now, mind you ain't deceiving yourself, Tom," said Old Death. "The man who has taken up the affair is persevering as a beaver and crafty as a fox. You may see that he is in earnest by the expedition he must have made to get the advertisement into this morning's paper. I should have hardly thought it possible to be done. However, done it is, and though it gives no description of the person, yet it offers a good reward for his apprehension. No one knows what trivial circumstance may afford a trace, and—" "Enough of this, old friend," cried Tom, and handing the letter, now duly folded, wafered, and directed, to the boy, he said, "Take this to the address written upon it, see if there's any answer, and I shall wait here till you come back. Look alive, and you'll earn a crown for the job." The boy hastened away to execute the commission which he had received. "And so that was your business, Master Tom," observed Old Death, as soon as the messenger had disappeared. "Well, you've made a good beginning. It promises bright things." "What, do you fancy that I haven't had plenty of experience down in the country?" cried Rainford. "Ah, I could tell you a tale or two. But no matter now." "And the little business, Tom," inquired the old man, "did it turn out worth the trouble? The advertisement says—" "Harkee, Master Death," exclaimed Rainford firmly, "that business does not regard you. Our compact dates from this morning." "Ah, very good," interrupted Old Death in a surly tone. "Be it as you say, but remember, if you do get into any trouble on account of this, you mustn't expect me to help you out of it." "Neither do I," answered Tom. "However, I am a generous chap in my way, and I don't mind yielding to you in this instance, for you must suppose that I can see your drift plain enough. The advertisement says a purse containing a bank-note for £50 and 11 sovereigns, and a reticule containing a purse in which there were 3 £10 notes and 16 sovereigns. This is accurate enough. The reticule I flung away, the 2 purses I kept, and here they are." Thus speaking, Tom Rainford threw upon the table the objects last mentioned. Old Death's eyes glared with a kind of savage joy as they caught a glimpse of the yellow metal and the flimsy paper through the network of the purses. Pretty things," he muttered between his toothless gums. "I think you'll do well, Tom." "And I am sure I shall. But turn the money out on the table. You care more about the handling of it than I do." Old Death grinned horribly, a ghastly smile, and lost no time in obeying the hint conveyed. 27 golden boys, and £80 in bank notes," said the hideous man. "The gold is yours, that's part of our conditions. Half the value of the bank notes is mine for the risk and trouble in cashing them, and that's also part and parcel of our conditions. So I give you 40 sovereigns, 40 golden sovereigns. Tom, we shall be square." "Just so," carelessly observed Rain. Old Death produced a greasy leather bag from a pocket in the breast of his grey coat, and counted thence the 40 sovereigns on which he had laid such emphasis. Tom Rain thrust the coin into his breeches pocket without reckoning it, while his companion first secured the bank notes in the greasy bag, and then threw the 2 purses into the fire. "You're a good fellow, Tom, a generous-hearted fellow, and I'm much pleased with you," said the old man. "I shall leave you now, as I have some little trifling matters to attend to in another part of the town. When you want me, you know where to leave a message." "All right," ejaculated Tom Rainford, who did not appear over-anxious to detain his new friend. They accordingly separated, Old Death taking his departure, and the other remaining behind to await the return of the messenger. It is necessary to state that when Old Death quitted the public house, he was joined a few paces up the street by a sharp-looking, ill-clad youth of about 15, whose pale countenance, bright eyes, and restless glances denoted mental activity struggling against bad health. Approaching the old man, the youth walked by his side without uttering a syllable. "Jacob," said Death after a brief pause, and sinking his voice to a whisper, "you saw that swell-looking chap who went into Tulloch's with me just now? Well, I told you to be here this morning at a particular hour on purpose that you might see him. He will be useful to me, very useful, but I must know more of him, and he is not the man to be pumped. Do you wait here and watch him. Dog him about. Find out where he goes, where he lives, whether he has a mistress or a wife, or neither." "Or both," added Jacob with a low chuckle. "Yes, anything that concerns him, in fine," continued Old Death. "I am going to Toby Bunce's on the Dials, where I shall be for the next 3 or 4 hours if I'm wanted." "Very good, I understand," said Jacob, and retracing his steps, he hid himself in a court which commanded a view of Tulloch's public house. Let us now return to Tom Rain, who was waiting for the reappearance of his messenger. It was shortly before 10 when the pot-boy once more stood in his presence. "Well?" said Rainford interrogatively. "I see the lady herself," was the reply, "and I gived her the note. I thought it was something particular, so I told the flunkey I'd only deliver it into her hands." "And how did she receive it?" asked Tom. "I was shown into a parlour and told to wait. In a few moments the door opened, and in come a lady, such a splendid creature. I never seed such a fine woman in my life before. Our bar gal's nothing to her. So I gived her the note. She looked at the writing on the outside, but didn't seem to know it. And then she opened the letter, and, my eye, didn't she give a start! I thought she'd have fell slap on her face. For a minute or so she couldn't recover herself. At last she says, 'Tell the writer of this note that it shall be attended to,' and she put £half-a-crown into my hands. That's all." "I knew it would be so," cried Tom Rain in a triumphant tone. "Here's the 5 shillings I promised you, my boy, and I don't think you've made a bad morning's work of it." The lad grinned a smile of satisfaction and withdrew. Rainford soon after descended to the bar, conversed for a few minutes with his friend Tulloch, the landlord, and then took his departure, duly watched by Jacob. He had reached the corner of Drury Lane when he felt himself somewhat rudely tapped on the shoulder. Turning hastily round, he was confronted by a tall, stout man, who, without any ceremonial preface, exclaimed, "You're wanted, my good fellow." "I know I am," replied Tom coolly, as he measured the stranger from head to foot with a calm but searching glance. "And I'm now on my way to the place where my presence is required." "Just so," said the stout man, "because you are going to favour me with your company, that I may introduce you to a party who wishes to become better acquainted with you." "Who's the friend you speak of?" asked Tom in an easy, off-hand kind of manner. "Sir Walter Ferguson," was the reply. "So come along." With these words the stout man took Rainford's arm and led him away to the police court in Bow Street. Jacob, who was an unsuspected witness of the whole proceeding, immediately took the shortest way to 7 Dials. End of section 2. Recording by GrayClayton.
Section 3 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Bow Street. The moment Mr. Dykes had lodged his prisoner in one of the cells attached to the court, he hurried off to Piccadilly Hill, and knocked loudly at the door of Lady Hatfield's residence. Upon explaining the nature of his business to the domestic who answered the summons, he was admitted into an apartment where Lady Hatfield and Miss Mordaunt almost immediately joined him. Lady Hatfield was the orphan daughter of the Earl and Countess of Mauleverer. She was an only child. The proud title of Mauleverer had become extinct with the demise of her father, but the family property had devolved to her. She was in her 25th year, and surpassingly beautiful. The style of her loveliness was fascinating and intellectual, rendered the more interesting, too, by the tinge of melancholy which characterized her countenance. Her eyes were large and of a deep blue. The soul sate enthroned on her pale and lofty forehead. Her smile, though always plaintively mournful, denoted amiability and kindness. In stature she was of the middle height, and though in the least degree inclining to embonpoint, yet the fulness of her form marred not its lightness nor its grace. The bust was rounded in voluptuous luxuriance, and the hips were expanded, but the waist was naturally small, the limbs tapered gradually downwards, and her step was so elastic, while her gait was easy though dignified, that even the most critical judge of female attractions could not have found it in his heart to cavil at her symmetry. Miss Mordaunt was a lady who had seen 35 summers, although she would have gone into hysterics had any one suggested that such was really the fact. She was short, thin, and not particularly good-looking, for her hair was of so decided a red that it would have been a mockery instead of a compliment to term it auburn. Her eyes were grey, and her nose suspiciously inclining to the species called pug. But her complexion was good, her teeth well preserved and white, and her hand very beautifully formed. Thus, when she looked in her glass, which was as often as she passed near it, she mentally summed up the good and the bad points of her personal appearance, invariably striking a balance in favour of the first, and thence arriving at the very logical conclusion that she should yet succeed in escaping from a condition of single blessedness. It was a little after 11 o'clock when Lady Hatfield and Miss Mordaunt were informed that Mr. Dykes requested an immediate interview with them. Some event of that morning's occurrence had already produced a strange, an almost alarming effect upon Georgiana, such was Lady Hatfield's Christian name, and in order to regain her spirits, to recover indeed from a sudden shock which she had received, her ladyship had proposed an early airing in the carriage. To this Julia, who had some shopping to do, readily assented. They had accordingly just completed their toilette for this purpose, and were now waiting in the drawing-room for the arrival of the chariot, when the announcement of Mr. Dykes's name called such an ejaculation of anguish from Lady Hatfield's lips that Miss Mordaunt was seriously alarmed. But Georgiana, the expression of whose countenance indicated for an instant the agony of a heart wounded to its very core, subdued her emotions by a violent effort, and then, in answer to her friend's solicitous inquiries, attributed the temporary agitation she had experienced to a sudden pain passing through her head. It was, nevertheless, with feelings of mingled terror and repugnance that Georgiana accompanied Julia to the room where the Bow Street officer awaited them. Her very eyelids quivered with suspense when she found herself in the presence of the celebrated thief-taker. "Well, ladies," exclaimed Mr. Dykes, rising from a chair and making an awkward bow as they entered, "I've good news for you. The highwayman is—" repeated Georgiana with nervous impatience. "Is in custody, my lady, and now all I want—" "Who is in custody?" demanded Georgiana, hope for a moment wildly animating her. "The man that robbed you last night, my lady," answered the officer, "or else I'm beg pardon, very much mistaken." "But how do you know he is the same?" exclaimed Lady Hatfield. "Perhaps you may have erred. Your suspicions may have misled you." "Ah, my lady," interrupted Dykes, totally mistaking the cause of Georgiana's warmth,
You surely ain't going to plead in favour of a chap that stopped you on the King's highway, and did then and there steal from your person and from the person of your friend?" "Describe the individual whom you have arrested," said Lady Hatfield abruptly. "To a nicety I will," answered the officer, who was now completely in his element. "About 30 years of age, good complexion, light curly hair, red whiskers, dark blue eyes, splendid teeth, thick lips. But here's your carriage come round to the door, my lady, and nothing could possibly be more convenient. Please not to waste time, as I think we can get him committed to-day." The moment Dykes had begun his description, Lady Georgiana's eyes expressed the agonizing nature of the suspense which she had endured. But as he continued, and his portraiture became the more definite, an ashy paleness overspread her countenance. This agitation on her part was not, however, perceived by either the Bow Street officer or Miss Mordaunt, for the former had a habit of fixing his eyes on the knob of his ash stick when he was engrossed in a professional topic, and the latter was drinking in with greedy ears the description of the supposed highwayman, whom she was quite astonished to hear represented as so very discrepant from her idea of what a midnight desperado must be. The arrival of the carriage was, under the circumstances, quite a relief to Georgiana, and, without uttering another objection, she allowed Mr. Dykes to have his own way in the matter. That experienced officer rang the bell as coolly as if the house was his own, and desired that the manservant and lady's maid, who were in attendance on their mistress the preceding night, would prepare to accompany him to Bow Street. Mason and Charlotte speedily obeyed this request, and the chariot, instead of taking the ladies up Bond Street, conveyed them, the two servants, and Mr. Dykes to the police office. On their arrival, Mr. Dykes conducted his witnesses into a private room, and, after an absence of about 5 minutes, returned with the intelligence that the night charges were just disposed of, and that the prisoner was about to be placed in the dock. A shudder passed through Georgiana's frame, but with a desperate effort to compose herself, she followed Mr. Dykes into the court, Miss Mordaunt and the two servants remaining in the private room until they should be summoned individually to give their testimony. As Georgiana was a lady of rank and fortune, she was not treated as a humble witness would have been, but was accommodated with a chair, Mr. Dykes assuring her, in a confidential whisper, that she need not stand up to give her evidence. The body of the court was crowded with a motley assembly of spectators, the news that a highwayman was about to be examined having spread like wildfire through the neighbourhood. Scarcely was Georgiana seated when a sensation on the part of the crowd enabled her to judge that the accused was being brought in, and as Tom Rain leapt nimbly into the dock, she cast a rapid glance towards him, a glance in which terror was combined with indescribable disgust and aversion. The accused affected not to notice her, but lounged in a very easy and familiar fashion over the front of the dock, surveying first Sir Walter Ferguson and then the clerk, with a complacency which would have almost induced an uninitiated stranger to imagine that they were the prisoners and he was the magistrate. Mr. Dykes, being called upon by Sir Walter to explain the nature of the charges against the prisoner, declared that, in consequence of information which he had received, the invariable phraseology of old police officers, he had arrested the accused on suspicion of having stopped Lady Hatfield's carriage on the preceding evening, and robbed her ladyship and her ladyship's friend of certain moneys specified in an advertisement which he had caused to be inserted in that morning's paper. Mr. Dykes further stated that, having searched the prisoner, he had found upon him a considerable sum in gold, but none of the bank-notes stolen. Lady Hatfield was then sworn, and she corroborated the officer's statement relative to the robbery. "Has your ladyship any reason to suppose that the prisoner in the dock is the person by whom your carriage was stopped?" inquired the magistrate. "I feel well convinced, sir," was the reply, delivered, however, in a tremulous tone, "that the prisoner at the bar is not the man by whom I was robbed." A smile of triumph curled the lips of Tom Rain, but Mr. Dykes surveyed Georgiana with stupid astonishment. "Not the man, my lady!" he ejaculated at length. "Why, last night your ladyship could give no description of what the robber was or what he was not." "Dykes, hold your tongue!" cried the magistrate. "Her ladyship is upon her oath." "Your worship," said Georgiana, in a firmer voice than before, "I was so bewildered last evening, so overcome with terror—" "Naturally so, Lady Hatfield," observed the magistrate, with a very courteous smile, which seemed to say that he would rather believe the bare word of a member of the aristocracy, especially a lady, than the oaths of all his officers and runners out together. "In fact," continued Sir Walter, blandly, "you were too much flurried, to use a common expression, to reply calmly and deliberately to any questions which Dykes may have put to you last evening." "Such was indeed the case, your worship," answered Georgiana. "This morning, however, I have been enabled to collect my ideas, and to recall to mind the smallest details of the robbery. The highwayman had a black mask upon his face, but by a sudden movement of his horse, as he stood by the carriage window, the mask slipped aside, and I caught a glimpse of his countenance by the moonlight." "And that countenance," said the magistrate, "was quite different from the prisoner's," replied Lady Hatfield firmly. "Your ladyship did not make that statement when I gave you the description of the prisoner just now," said Dykes, evidently bewildered by the nature of Georgiana's testimony. "Because you hurried me away, together with my friend and two of my servants, in a manner so precipitate that I had no time to utter a word," returned Lady Hatfield. "Moreover, as you had taken the prisoner into custody, I believed it to be necessary that his case should be brought beneath the cognizance of his worship." Georgiana spoke in a tone apparently so decided and calm that the officer knew not how to reply, although in his heart he suspected her sincerity. The magistrate consulted the clerk, and after the interchange of a few whispers, Sir Walter said, "I see no reason for detaining the prisoner. There is evidently some mistake on your part, Dykes." "Your worship," exclaimed the officer, "I know not what to think. Can the prisoner give a good account of himself? He rides into London from Richmond at 6 o'clock this morning, puts his horse up at an inn in the Borough, goes to a coffee-house in another street to have his breakfast, and leaves a pair of pistols for the waiter to take care of for him, then walks over to a suspicious public not 100 miles from this court, meets there a man that me and my partners have long had our eyes on, and when he is searched, has a large sum in gold about his person." "Do you hear what the officer says, prisoner?" inquired the magistrate. "I do, your worship," answered Tom Rain coolly, "and I can explain it all. I come up to London on business which requires a sum of money found upon me. I put up my horse where I think fit, and I go elsewhere to get my breakfast, because I can have it cheaper than at the inn. I was armed with pistols because I had to travel a lonely road in the dark, and I left them at the coffee-house because I did not choose to drag them about with me all day long." Mr. Dykes was about to reply, when two decently dressed men, who had entered the court a few minutes previously, stepped forward. "Please your worship," said the first, "I have known Mr. Rainford the last 4 years, and a more respectable man does not exist. He came up to London to buy a couple of horses of me, and he was to pay ready money. My name's Watkins, your worship, and I've kept livery and bait stables in Great Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, for the last 17 years. "And I, your worship," said the other person in his turn, "can answer for Mr. Rainford. If you doubt my respectability, your worship, send one of your officers round to Compton Street, and see if the name of Bertinshaw isn't painted up in precious large letters over the best jewellery shop." "And pawnbrokers," interrupted Mr. Dykes significantly. "Well, and pawnbrokers too," added Bertinshaw. "I'm not ashamed of the calling." "Then you are both prepared to guarantee the prisoner's appearance at any future time?" said the magistrate. "Certainly, your worship," was the joint reply. "To answer any charges that may be brought against him?" continued Sir Walter. The response was again in the affirmative on the part of Watkins and Bertinshaw. The magistrate stated the amount of the recognizances which were to be entered into, and Tom Rain was desired to stand down from the dock. This intimation he obeyed with the same air of calm indifference which had characterised him throughout the proceedings, and which had only been for a moment disturbed by the profound astonishment he had experienced when two men, whom he had never before seen nor even heard of in his life, stepped forward to give him so excellent a character and become his bail. But a moment's reflection convinced him that Old Death was the unseen friend who worked the machinery of this manoeuvre. While the clerk was filling up the bail bond, Lady Georgiana retired from the office, her bosom a prey to feeling of a strangely conflicting nature, joy at having passed through an ordeal which she had dreaded, grief at having stained her soul with a fell crime of deliberate perjury, and agony at the sad reminiscences which the presence of Rainford had recalled so forcibly to her mind. Miss Mordaunt and the two servants were astonished to hear the unexpected turn which the proceedings had taken, but their attention was almost immediately absorbed in the condition of Lady Hatfield, who scarcely had time to communicate to them the result of her examination in the court, when a sudden faintness came over her. She had exhausted all her energies in the endeavour to maintain an air of calmness, and to reply in a tone of sincerity, when in the presence of the magistrate, and now a reaction took place. Her courage gave way, the weight of fearful reminiscences overpowered her, the glow of excitement which had mantled her cheeks changed to a death-like pallor, and she fainted in the arms of her friend. Fortunately, Miss Mordaunt had a bottle of volatile salts with her, and by these means Georgiana was speedily recovered. She was then led to her carriage, but she did not appear to breathe freely until the vehicle was some distance from the police court. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 4. Chapter 4. Esther de Medina. Let us now return to the interior of the police office. The clerk was drawing up the bail bond. The two securities were conversing in whispers with Tom Rain, whom they had affected to greet when he descended from the dock as an old acquaintance, and Mr. Dykes was leaning gloomily against the partition which separated the magistrate's desk from the body of the court, when the entrance of two persons produced a new sensation amongst the crowd. One was an officer of the court, the other was a lady, closely veiled and enveloped in a cloak of rich material. Her form was tall, and even though her entire frame was now convulsed with intense anguish as she passed amidst the gaping throng to the chair which Lady Hatfield had occupied 2 or 3 minutes previously, yet that excess of grief and terror did not bow her down, nor impair the graceful dignity of her gait. The officer motioned her to seat herself, an intimation which she evidently accepted with gratitude. "What is it, Bingham?" inquired the magistrate of the officer. "Please your worship," was the reply, "it's a serious charge, and the prosecutor will be here in a moment." "Very well," said the magistrate, "I will take it directly." "Who is she?" whispered Dykes, accosting his brother officer. "Her name is Esther de Medina, she tells me," returned Bingham. The question and answer were overheard by Tom Rainford, who was standing close by the officers, and the announcement of the lady's name produced a strange and almost electrical effect upon him. The devil-me-care recklessness of his manner suddenly disappeared, and a sentiment of profound commiseration and deep interest in respect to Esther de Medina seemed to occupy his mind. He was about to question Mr. Bingham relative to the charge which he had against her, when the clerk called upon him and his securities to sign the bond. This ceremony was speedily performed, and Rain's money was returned to him by Mr. Dykes, who, however, looked at him in a manner which seemed to say, "I know I'm not mistaken in you, although you have contrived to get off, but I'll have you another time." Tom cared nothing for the sinister looks of the Bow Street officer, neither did he pay much attention to the gold which he now poured back into his pocket, for all his thoughts appeared to be absorbed in the presence of the veiled lady. "Come along with us," whispered Bertinshaw, "and we'll celebrate your escape over a bottle of wine at my place." "No, not now," replied Tom hastily. "I mean to stay and hear this case. It interests me." "Will you join us presently?" asked his new friend, who had just now pretended to be a very old one. "Yes, yes," answered Tom, "in an hour or so." Bertinshaw and Watkins took their departure. "Now, Bingham," cried the clerk, "what is it?" At that moment a gentleman of handsome appearance and middle age entered the court. "Here's the prosecutor who will explain the matter," said the officer. The prisoner, suddenly remembering the respect due to the bench, raised her veil, and at the same time she glanced in an eager, inquiring manner towards the individual who now appeared against her. But we must pause to describe her. She was not more than 18 years of age, and surpassingly lovely. Her complexion was a clear, transparent olive, beneath which the delicate tinge of carnation was not entirely chased away from her cheeks by the terror and grief that now oppressed her. Her face was of the aquiline cast, her forehead broad, high, and intelligent, her nose curved but not too prominent in shape, her mouth small, with thin vermilion lips, revealing teeth of pearly whiteness, her chin sweetly rounded, and her eyes large, black, and brilliant. And never did more splendid orbs of light mirror the whole power of the soul, or flash brighter glances from beneath richly fringed lids. And then her brows were so delicately pencilled and so finely arched, that they gave an air of dignity to that lovely, that fascinating countenance. Her hair, too, was of the deepest black, a black so intense that the raven's wing might not have compared with it. Silken and glossy, the luxuriant mass was parted above the forehead, and flowing in two shining bands, one on each side of the face, for which they appeared to form an ebony frame, was gathered behind the ears. In stature she was tall, sylph-like, and graceful. Her shoulders had that fine slope which the Italian masters so much admired, and with which they were delighted to endow the heroines of their pictures. Her waist was admirably proportioned, and not rendered too thin by the unnatural art of tight lacing. Her hand was of exceeding beauty. Her feet and ankles were in perfect keeping with the exquisite symmetry of her form, and her gestures were full of dignity and grace. She was a Jewess, and if the most glorious beauty were honoured with a diadem, then should Esther de Medina have become Queen of the scattered race. The moment she raised her veil, all who could catch a glimpse of her countenance were struck with astonishment at the dazzling loveliness thus revealed, and even the magistrate felt anxious to learn what misadventure could have placed so peerless a being within the grasp of justice. Her crime could scarcely be robbery, for she was well dressed and had the appearance of belonging to even a wealthy family. Besides, her face, her eyes seemed to denote a conscious purity of soul, in spite of the painful emotions which her present situation has excited within her bosom. But the person who was most interested, most astonished by the sudden revelation of that exquisite countenance, was Tom Rain. It was not with lustful desire that he surveyed her. It was not with any unholy passion. On the contrary, it was with a sentiment of deep devotion and profound sympathy. He also manifested extreme curiosity to learn upon what possible charge Esther de Medina could have been brought thither. On her part, she was evidently altogether unacquainted with the person of Tom Rain, but as she cast a rapid and timid glance around, her eyes lingered not upon him. The middle-aged, handsome-looking man who had just entered the office was now desired to state the grounds upon which Esther de Medina was in custody. The witness deposed that his name was Edward Gordon, and that he was a diamond merchant, residing in Arundel Street, Strand. On the 31st of October, at about 5 o'clock in the evening, a female called upon him and requested him to purchase of her a diamond ring, which she produced. He examined it by the light of the lamp burning in the apartment where he received her, and finding that it was really a jewel of some value, he offered her a price which he considered fair. That sum was 30 guineas. She endeavoured to obtain more, but he did not consider himself justified in acceding to her wish. Finally, she accepted his proposal, received the amount, left the ring, and departed. He went out immediately after, carefully locking the door of the room. Having an engagement to dine with a friend, he returned home late and did not enter that particular room until the following morning, when he discovered that a set of diamonds which he remembered to have been lying in an open case upon the table at the time the female called on the preceding evening was missing. He searched vainly in all parts of the room, and at length came to the fixed conclusion that the female in question had stolen the diamonds. He gave immediate information to Bingham, the officer, together with an accurate description of the suspected person, for she was upwards of 20 minutes with him on the evening of the 31st, and he had therefore seen enough of her to know her again. Moreover, added the prosecutor, 2 clear days only have elapsed since the interview which took place between us, and I appeal to your worship whether the countenance of the prisoner, when once seen, can be readily forgotten, for painful as it is to accuse so young and interesting a person of such a crime, my duty to society compels me to take this step, and I have no hesitation in declaring that the prisoner is the female who sold me the ring. A profound sigh escaped from the bosom of Esther, but she uttered not a word. Bingham, the officer, then proved that he called about half an hour previously upon Mr. Gordon to inform him that he had vainly endeavoured to discover a clue to the supposed thief. Mr. Gordon was on the point of going out upon particular business, and the officer, in order not to detain him, walked a part of the way in his company, so that they might converse upon the subject of the robbery as they went along. They were passing through Lincoln's Inn Fields when they met the prisoner at the bar. Mr. Gordon instantly recognised her, and the officer took her into custody. She manifested much indignation and said there must be some mistake, but when the nature of the charge was stated to her, she turned deadly pale and burst into tears. Rainford had listened to these statements with the deepest, the most intense interest, and his countenance underwent various changes, especially while Mr. Gordon was giving his evidence. At one moment Tom exhibited surprise, then indignation, and lastly the most unfeigned sorrow. But suddenly an idea seemed to strike him. For a minute did he reflect profoundly, and then joy animated his features. Hastily quitting the court, he hurried to the coffee-house opposite, called for writing materials, and penned the following letter. November the 3rd, 1826. My Lord, Esther de Medina is at Bow Street, accused of a crime which is alleged to have been committed at about 5 o'clock on the evening of the 31st of October. It is for you to prove her innocence. Delay not then an instant. An unknown friend to Esther. Throwing a shilling upon the table, Tom Rain hurried away, took a hackney coach to the nearest station, and desired to be driven to the mansion of Lord Ellingham, Pall Mall, West. A half-guinea which he slipped into the coachman's hand as he entered the vehicle produced the desired effect, for the horses were urged into a pace the rapidity of which seemed to astonish themselves as a proof of what they could do if they chose, and in a very short time Rainford leapt out at the door of his lordship's abode. The nobleman was fortunately at home, and Tom Rain delivered the letter to the servant who answered his summons. Then, having desired the coachman to wait, as he might have a fare back to Bow Street, Rainford hurried away at his utmost speed, retracing his steps to the police office. In the meantime, the clerk had taken down the depositions of Mr. Edward Gordon and Bingham, while the most extraordinary sensation prevailed in the court. The youth, the loveliness, the modest yet dignified appearance of Esther de Medina enlisted all sympathies in her favour, and many a rude heart then present felt a pang at the idea of believing her to be guilty. She had stood up when the prosecutor was called against her, but when he reached that point in his evidence which mentioned the loss of his diamonds, she clasped her hands convulsively together, and, trembling with agitation, sank into the chair from which she had risen. When the depositions were taken down, the magistrate said, "Prisoner, you have heard the very serious charge against you. Have you anything to say in your defence?" And then she spoke for the first time since she had entered the court, and though her words were delivered with impassioned emphasis, the melodious tones of her voice sounded like a silver bell upon the ears of all present. "Sir, I am innocent! I am innocent!" she exclaimed. "Oh, God knows that I am innocent!" The glance she darted from beneath her darkly fringed lids spoke even more eloquently than her words, and every feature of her fine countenance seemed to bear testimony to the truth of her declaration. "Would you not do well to send for your friends?" asked the magistrate in a kind tone. These words seemed to touch her most acutely. They summed up, as it were, all the painful features of her most distressing position. "Oh, my father! My dear, dear father!" she exclaimed, her countenance expressing so much bitter anguish that there was scarcely an unmoistened eye in the court. "Your worship, I do not wish to prosecute the case. I am sorry I have gone so far," said the diamond merchant, wiping away the tears from his cheek, for he was really a good-natured man. "It is not in my power to stay the proceedings," replied Sir Walter Ferguson. "The evidence is unfortunately strong against the prisoner. She would do well to send for her friends. Let the case stand over for half an hour." Esther was accordingly conducted into the magistrate's private room, where she was visited by the female searcher, who endeavoured to persuade her, with as much gentleness as she could command, to mention the residence of her parents. "Alas! my mother has long been dead," was the mournful reply, "and my poor father—oh! it would break his heart were he to know." She checked herself and fell into a profound reverie, despair expressed in her countenance. During the remainder of the half hour which intervened ere she was led back to the office, she replied only in vague and unsatisfactory, but not self-inculpating monosyllables to the questions addressed to her. At length the female searcher gave her an indirect intimation that her punishment on trial would be more lenient if she admitted her guilt and expressed her contrition. "What!" she exclaimed with a recovering sob, "do you really deem me culpable of this most heinous charge? My God, have the Christians no mercy, no compassion? Oh, I shouldn't speak thus to you, but I know that our race is looked upon with suspicion. We are prejudged because we are Jews. And yet," she added in a different and prouder tone, "there are as noble sentiments, as generous feelings, as estimable qualities amongst the members of the scattered tribe, as in the hearts of those Christians who have persecuted our nation for centuries and centuries." The woman to whom these words were addressed was astonished at the enthusiastic manner in which the beautiful Jewess spoke, for there was something at that moment sublimely interesting, eloquently commanding about Esther de Medina, as the rich colour glowed more deeply upon her cheeks, the blue veins dilated on her proud forehead, and the whole power of her soul seemed thrown into her magnificent eyes. It was at this moment that the usher of the court entered to conduct the Jewess back to the office. Once more she stood in the presence of the magistrate, now no longer subdued and crushed with terror, but nerved, as it were, by conscious innocence to meet the accusation brought against her. Tom Rain had returned to the court, and by mingling with the crowd of spectators, anxiously watched the countenance of Esther de Medina. "Prisoner," said the magistrate, "have you anything now to offer in your defence? Or have you sent to communicate with your friends relative to the position in which you are now placed?" "Sir," answered Esther, her soft and musical tones falling like a delicious harmony upon the ears, "I have but one word to utter in my defence, and if I did not speak it when I first stood before you, it was simply because this terrible accusation, bursting so abruptly upon the head of an innocent person, stupefied me, deprived me of the power of collecting my ideas. Neither was it until within a moment of my return into the court that the fact which I am about to state flashed to my memory. Sir, I was not in London from 2 o'clock on the afternoon until 10:30 at night on the 31st of October. A very gentle smile played upon her vermilion lips as she uttered these words. And it was during the interval which you named that the prosecutor was visited by the female whom he believes to have robbed him of his diamonds? Observed the magistrate. I deny having visited the prosecutor at all, answered Esther, in a firm but respectful tone. I never sold him a ring. I never sold an article of jewellery to a living being. Placed by the honest industry of my father above want, she continued proudly, I labour not under the necessity of parting with my jewellery to obtain money. At this moment, a fine, tall, handsome young man of about 26 years of age entered the court. He was dressed in an elegant but unassuming manner. His bearing was lofty without being proud, and his fine blue eyes indicated a frank and generous disposition. Slightly inclining in acknowledgment of the respect with which the crowd made way for him to pass, he advanced towards the magistrate, who instantly recognised him as an acquaintance. At the same moment, Esther started with surprise and murmured the name of Lord Ellingham. To the astonishment of all present, Tom Rain perhaps excepted, the nobleman shook Esther kindly by the hand, saying, "In the name of heaven, Mr. Medina, what unfortunate, or rather ridiculous mistake has brought you hither?" Sir Walter Ferguson immediately directed the clerk to read over the depositions. "What!" exclaimed Lord Ellingham, who had scarcely been able to restrain his indignation during the recital of the previous proceedings. "The daughter of a respectable and wealthy gentleman to be placed in such a position as this! But in a moment I will make her innocence apparent. At the very time when this robbery was alleged to have taken place—at the hour when the female for whom this young lady has evidently been mistaken, called upon the prosecutor, Mr. Medina was not within 6 miles of Arundel Street." These words produced in the court a sensation which was the more lively because they seemed to corroborate the prisoner's own defence, a defence which Lord Ellingham had not heard. Mr. Gordon, the prosecutor, looked astounded, and yet not altogether grieved at the prospect of the prisoner's discharge. "Mr. Medina," continued Lord Ellingham, "has only recently arrived in London, having retired from an extensive commercial business which he long carried on at Liverpool. He has become my tenant for a house and small estate situated at a distance of about 7 miles from the metropolis. And on the 31st of October, I accompanied him and his daughter, the lady now present, on a visit to the property thus leased. We left London in my own carriage at about 2 o'clock on the day named, and it was between 10 and 11 at night when we returned. During that interval of several hours, Mr. Medina never quitted her father and myself." A murmur of satisfaction arose on the part of the spectators, but it was almost immediately interrupted by the entrance of an elderly and venerable-looking man, whose countenance, of that cast which ever characterises the sons of the scattered tribe, had once been strikingly handsome. Though not deficient in an expression of generosity, it nevertheless exhibited great firmness of disposition, and his keen black eyes denoted a resolute, unbending, and determined soul. He was upwards of 55 years of age, and was plainly though neatly dressed. Advancing into the body of the court, he cast a rapid glance around. "My father!" exclaimed Esther, and springing forward, she threw herself into her parent's arms. He held her tenderly for a few moments, then gently disengaging himself from her embrace, he murmured in her ear, "Oh, Esther, Esther, I can understand it all. You have brought this upon yourself." But these words were heard only by Lord Ellingham, who advanced to shake hands with the Jew. That reproach appeared for the moment to be singular and altogether misplaced, as it was impossible that Esther could have perpetrated the crime imputed to her. But the nobleman had not leisure to reflect upon it, for Mr. de Medina now perceived him and accepted the outstretched hand. "I was accidentally passing by the court," said the Jew, "and hearing my own name mentioned by some loungers outside, paused to listen. Their conversation induced me to make inquiries, and I learnt all the particulars of this charge." "And some unknown friend of Mr. Medina sent me a hasty note, conveying the unpleasant intelligence," answered Lord Ellingham. "But I believe that I have fully convinced his worship of your daughter's innocence." These last words were uttered in a louder tone than the former part of the observation, and were evidently addressed to the magistrate. "For my part," said Mr. Gordon, "I am perfectly satisfied that there is a grievous misunderstanding in this matter. Miss de Medina is evidently unconnected with it. And yet," he added, as his eyes dwelt upon her countenance, "never was resemblance so striking. However, I am well pleased to think that Miss de Medina is not the person by whom I was plundered, and I most sincerely implore her pardon for the inconvenience—nay, the ignominy to which she has been subjected." Esther turned an appealing glance towards her father, as if to remind him of some duty which he ought to perform, or to convey some silent prayer which he could well understand. But he affected not to notice that rapid but profoundly significant glance. The magistrate then declared that the young lady was discharged without the slightest stain upon her character. Hastily drawing down her thick black veil, Esther de Medina bowed deferentially to the bench and passed out of the office, leaning on her father's arm, and accompanied by the Earl of Ellingham. Tom Rain followed her with his eyes until the door closed behind her. For a few moments he remained wrapped up in a deep reverie. Then, heaving a profound sigh, he also took his departure. End of section 4. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 5 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 5. Chapter 5. The Appeal of Love. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening on the day of which so many strange incidents occurred at Bow Street, that Lady Hatfield was reclining in a melancholy mood upon the sofa in the drawing-room of her splendid mansion. She was dressed in black satin, which set off the beauty of her complexion to the greatest advantage. One of her fair hands drooped over the back of the sofa, the other listlessly held a book, to the perusal of which she had vainly endeavoured to settle herself. There was a mysterious air of mournfulness about her that contrasted strangely with the elegance of the apartment, the cheerful blaze of the fire, the brilliant lustre of the lamps, and the general appearance of wealth and luxury by which she was surrounded. That sorrowful expression, too, was the more unaccountable, inasmuch as the social position of Georgiana Hatfield seemed to be enviable in the extreme. Beautiful in person, possessing rank and wealth, and free to follow her own inclinations, she might have shone the star of fashion, the centre of that human galaxy whose sphere is the West End of London. Oh, bright, gloriously bright are the planets which move in that heaven of their own. And yet how useless is their brilliancy! The planets of God's own sky are made to bestow their light upon the orbs which without them would revolve in darkness. But the planets of the sphere of aristocracy and fashion throw not a single ray upon the millions of inferior stars which are compelled to circle around them. To Lady Hatfield the pleasures and dissipation of the West End were unwelcome, and she seldom entered into society save when a refusal would prove an offence. Up to the age of 17 or 18 she had been remarkable for a happy, joyous, and gay disposition, but a sudden change came over her at that period of her life, and since then her habits had grown retired, her disposition mournful. But let us return to her as she lay reclining on the sofa in the drawing-room. The robbery of the preceding night and the events of the morning had evidently produced a powerful impression upon her mind. At times an expression of acute anguish distorted her fair countenance for a moment, and once or twice she compressed her lips forcibly, as if to restrain a burst of mental agony. The timepiece upon the mantel had just proclaimed the hour of 8, when a domestic entered the room and announced the Earl of Ellingham. Georgiana started up, assumed a placid expression of countenance, and advanced to receive the young nobleman, who, as he took her hand, respectfully pressed it to his lips. "Your ladyship will, I hope, pardon me for intruding at this hour," he said as he conducted her back to the sofa, and then took a chair at a short distance. "But I was not aware of your return to town until an hour ago, when I perused in the evening paper an account of the outrage of last night and the investigation at Bow Street this morning. How annoying it must have been to you, my dear Lady Hatfield, to have gone through the ordeal of a visit to a police court." "There is something gloomy and dispiriting in the aspect of these tribunals, which the crimes of the human race have rendered necessary," observed Georgiana. "The countenances of those persons whom I beheld at the police office this morning had all a certain sinister expression which I cannot define, but which seemed to proclaim that they never contemplated aught save the dark side of society." "The same idea struck me this day," said Lord Ellingham, "for I also paid a visit to Bow Street, and scarcely an hour, I should conceive, after you must have left the office. But enough of this subject. The words Bow Street, police, and tribunal grate painfully upon the ear even of the innocent, that is, if they possess hearts capable of sorrowing for the woes and crimes of their fellow creatures. Lady Hatfield," continued the Earl, drawing his chair a little closer, "it was to converse upon another topic, yes, another and more tender topic, that I have hastened to your presence this evening." Georgiana was about to reply, but the words died upon her quivering lips, and an oppressive feeling kept her silent. "Yes, my dear Lady Hatfield," continued the Earl, drawing his chair still more nigh, "I can no longer exist in this state of suspense. During the whole of last winter I was often in your society, and you were kind enough to permit my visits, and it was impossible to be much with you and not learn to love you. You departed suddenly for the country last July, but I dared not follow, for you had not even informed me of your intended retirement from London at so early a period. Pardon me if I say I felt hurt, yes, hurt, Lady Hatfield, because I loved you, and yet never, during that interval of 4 months, has your image been absent from my mind, and now I am again attracted towards you by a spell stronger than my powers of resistance. Oh, you must long ago have read my heart, Georgiana. Say then, do you love me in return?" There was something so sincere, so earnest, and yet so manly in the fluent language of the Earl of Ellingham. His fine countenance was lighted up with so animated an expression of hope and love, and his eyes bore such complete testimony to the candour of his speech, that Georgiana must have been ungenerous indeed had she heard that appeal with coldness. Nor was it so, and the Earl read in the depths of her melting blue orbs a sentiment reciprocal with his own. "My lord, Arthur," she murmured, "you ask me if I can love you, if I do love you, and oh, you know not the pang which that question excites in my heart. Yes," she added hastily, seeing that the Earl was astonished at her words, "I do love you, Arthur, for you are all that is good, generous, and handsome. But, my God, how can I force my lips to utter the sad avowal?
"Speak, Georgiana, speak, I conjure you," exclaimed Lord Ellingham. "You alarm me. Oh, keep me not in suspense. You say that you love me." "I never loved until I knew you. I shall never love another," answered Georgiana, fixing her deep, silently expressive and intellectual eyes upon the countenance of the Earl. "1,000 thanks for that declaration. My heart's sole joy," he cried in an impassioned tone, and falling on his knees by the side of the sofa, he threw his arms around her. He clasped her to his breast. His lips pressed hers for the first time. But that joy lasted only for a moment. With rebounding heart, and with almost a scream of anguish, Georgiana drew herself back and abruptly repulsed her ardent lover. And then, covering her face with her hands, she burst into a flood of tears. "My God! What signifies this strange conduct?" ejaculated the Earl, as, with wounded pride, he retreated a few paces from the weeping lady. Forgive me, Arthur," she wildly cried, turning her streaming eyes towards him in a beseeching manner. "I am unhappy, very unhappy, and you should pity me." "Pity you!" exclaimed the Earl, again approaching the sofa and taking her hand, which she did not attempt to withdraw. "How can you be an object of pity? Beautiful, beloved by one whose life shall be devoted to ensure this felicity of yours." "Oh, your generous affection, Arthur, gives me more pain than all the rest," cried Georgiana in a rapid, half-hysterical tone. "As a weak woman I have dared to love you. As an imprudent one I have confessed that love. But now," she added in a slower and firmer tone, while her vermilion lips quivered with a bitter smile, "now, as a strong woman, as a woman restored to a sense of duty, do I make the avowal, and my heart is ready to break as I thus speak." "Good heavens! Relieve me from this cruel, this agonizing suspense!" passionately exclaimed the Earl. I will," returned Lady Hatfield. "Arthur, dearly, fondly, devotedly as I love you, proud as I should be to call you my husband, happy as I should feel to link my fate with yours, alas! it cannot be. Never, never," she added with a frantic vehemence that caused every chord to thrill in the heart of her admirer. "Georgiana, is this possible?" he asked in a faint tone, while a deadly pallor overspread his countenance. "Would that it were not," she murmured, clasping her hands together in a visible anguish of soul. "And yet it is incomprehensible," cried the Earl, starting back, and even manifesting somewhat of impatience. "You are not a foolish girl who takes delight in trifling with the sincere attachment of an honest man who adores her? You are not a heartless coquette looking upon her admirer as a slave whom she is justified to torture? No, you yourself possess a generous soul. You have no sympathy with the frivolous portion of your sex. You are as strong-minded, as sincere as you are beautiful. Tell me then, Georgiana, what signifies this strange contradiction? You love me, you would be happy and proud to become mine, and yet, my God! And yet you the next moment annihilate every hope in my breast. Alas! How unpardonable must my conduct seem! How inexplicable my behaviour!" exclaimed Lady Hatfield in a tone of despair. "I am not indeed a heartless coquette, nor a weak frivolous girl. In the sincerity of my heart do I speak, Arthur, and if you be generous, you will forgive me, but I can never be thine." "Then you love another," cried the Earl impatiently. "Have I not solemnly assured you that I never loved till I knew you, and shall never love again?" she asked, with a convulsive sob, as if her heart were breaking. "But perhaps you were betrothed to another in your youth. Peradventure that other has some sacred pledge, some irrevocable bond." No. "I am my own mistress. None can control me," interrupted Georgiana, her nervous state of excitement growing each moment more painful. "And your uncle, your friends, your advisers," said the Earl. "Is it possible that they have become acquainted with my attachment towards you, and that they have some motive to counsel you against my suit?" "On the contrary. But, my God, do not question me thus, almost shrieked the unhappy lady. I shall go mad. I shall go mad. Oh, there's some dreadful mystery in all this, cried the Earl, and I too shall go mad, if it be not explained. Merciful heavens, a terrible suspicion flashes across my mind, and yet, no, it cannot be, for you declare that you never loved another. Still, what motive save that can render you thus resolute not to become mine? Georgiana, he said, sinking his voice to a low tone and speaking with a solemn seriousness which had something even awful in its effect. Georgiana, I conjure you to answer me. Me, who am your devoted lover and your sincerest friend, as you would reply to your God. Say, if in your giddy and inexperienced girlhood, ignorant through extreme innocence of the snare spread for you, and in a moment of weakness, you— Just heavens, that you should suppose me criminal, guilty, shrieked Georgiana, covering her face with her hands. Pardon, cried the Earl, again falling on his knees at the feet of her whom he adored, and forcibly possessing himself of one of her hands, he conveyed it to his lips. Pardon me for the outrageous idea that I dared to express. Forgive the insulting suspicion which for a moment occupied my mind. Alas, that I should have provoked that look of indignation which you ere now cast upon me, when I withdrew your hand from before your eyes. But, now you smile, and I am forgiven. Georgiana did smile, but in a manner so plaintively melancholy, that although it implied forgiveness for the injurious suspicion, it still conveyed no hope. There was a long and mournful pause. The Earl of Ellingham burned to penetrate the deep mystery in which the conduct of Lady Hatfield was shrouded, and yet he knew not what other hypothesis to suggest. He had no rival in her affections. Her friends offered no objection to his suit. She was under no pledge to bestow her hand upon any particular individual, and the evanescent suspicion that she might have once been frail and was too honourable to bring a polluted person to the marriage bed had been banished beyond the possibility of return. What, then, could influence her conduct? He knew not how to elicit the truth, and yet his happiness was too deeply interested to permit him to depart in uncertainty and suspense. Georgiana, he said at length, and speaking in a tone which showed how profoundly his feelings were excitedly, I appeal to your sense of justice, whether you have acted candidly and generously in respect to me. Throughout the whole of last winter you permitted my visits. I will not say encouraged them, because you have too much delicacy to have done that, but you were never denied to me, and you gave me not to understand that my calls were unwelcome, when they began to exceed the usual limits of mere friendly visits. At length my attentions became marked towards you, and you must have read my feelings in my manner and my language, my attentions. Alas, why did you permit me to encourage the blossoming of hopes which are now so cruelly blighted by the unaccountable decision that you have uttered today? Oh, do not reproach me, Arthur, exclaimed Georgiana, and yet I know that I have acted imprudently. But it was so sweet to be loved by you that I had not courage to destroy the charming vision. At length I took a decided step, or at least what seemed to me to be so. I departed suddenly to my uncle's country seat, without previously intimating my resolution to you. And remember, no avowal of affection on your part had then met my ears, and it was impossible that I could have acquainted you with my proposed departure, even if I had wished to do so, because I did not see you on the day when I determined to quit London. And had I written to you then, would you not have thought that my note conveyed a hint for you to follow me? Fool! Idiot that I was not to have declared my passion months and months ago, ejaculated the Earl. But say, Georgiana, had I solicited your hand last summer, ere you left London, would those reasons which influence you now— Yes, they were in existence then, was the hasty reply. And am I to remain in ignorance of the motives which compel you to refuse my suit? Asked Lord Ellingham bitterly. Is there no chance of their influence ceasing? Oh, give me but a glimpse of hope, and so powerful is my attachment, so devoted my love. Merciful heavens! Exclaimed Georgiana wildly. Am I then to lose such a man as this? And again she clasped her hands convulsively together. Oh, you love me, you do love me, my angel, cried the Earl, and yet you refuse me. What stern fate, what terrible destiny can possibly separate us? This mystery is appalling. And a mystery it must remain, said Georgiana, suddenly assuming that quiet and passive manner which indicated despair. Then farewell, Lady Hatfield, exclaimed the Earl, and be not surprised if I must attribute the disappointment, the anguish, the deep humiliation which I now experience, to some inexplicable caprice of the female mind. But, madam, he added, drawing himself up haughtily and speaking in a tone of offended pride, the Earl of Ellingham, whose wealth and rank may enable him to vie with the mightiest peers of England, will not be made the sport of the whims and wavering fancies of even the beautiful Lady Hatfield. Thus speaking, the nobleman bowed coldly and advanced towards the door. "Oh, this is cruel! This is cruel!" cried Georgiana, throwing herself hysterically back upon the sofa. "No, madam, it is you who are cruel to reject the honourable suit of one like me without deigning to vouchsafe an explanation," said the Earl, persisting in his severity of tone and manner against the promptings of his generous nature, but with the hope of eliciting a satisfactory reply. "Then go, my lord, depart, leave me," cried Georgiana, "for I never can be yours." The Earl lingered for a moment. Convulsive sobs broke from the lips of the unhappy Lady Hatfield, but not a word to invite him to remain. His pride would not permit him to offer farther entreaty, and, suffering cruelly at heart, he rushed from the room. In less than a minute Georgiana heard the street door close, and then, burying her face in the cushion of the sofa, she gave way unrestrainedly to all the violence of her grief. End of section 5. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 6 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 6. Chapter 6. Dr. Lascelles. The interview between Lady Hatfield and the Earl of Ellingham was as long as it was painful, and 10 o'clock struck by the 1,000 churches of London as the nobleman quitted the mansion. There was such a fierce struggle in his breast between wounded pride and fervent affection that his sorrow for the blighted hope of the latter was rendered less acute by being united with the indignation inspired by the former. In spite of his generous nature, he couldn't help thinking that he had been trifled with to some extent, for it naturally seemed preposterous that Georgiana should refuse him without a candid explanation of the motives, and when every earthly circumstance appeared favourable to their union. Then again he pondered upon the wildness of her grief, the delirious anguish which she had shown at several stages of their interview, her solemn avowal of love for him alone, and her voluntary assurance that she should be happy and proud to call him her husband. He moreover reflected upon the steadiness of her character, her aversion to the frivolities of the fashionable world, her apparent candour of disposition, and her total want of anything approaching to coquetry, and he endeavoured to persuade himself that he had acted harshly by leaving her in anger. Yet what alternative had I, he asked himself, and would not any other man have in the same way cut short an interview of so mysterious and unsatisfactory, so perplexing and humiliating a nature? Alas! The Earl of Ellingham found himself the very next minute dwelling with an aching and compassionate heart upon the agonized state in which he had left the being whom he so tenderly loved. He thought of her fascinating beauty, her bewitching manners, her well-cultivated mind, her amiable disposition, and then he said within himself, "Oh, if I have indeed lost her, I have lost an angel." He had reached the immediate vicinity of Hatchett's hotel when he turned back with the resolution of seeking another interview with Georgiana. But scarcely had he retraced 10 steps of the way ere he stopped short, and asked himself what advantage could be gained by such a proceeding. The decision is given, he reasoned. She can never, never be mine. Wherefore should I renew her grief and my humiliation, evoke fresh tears from her eyes, and add sharpness to the sting of my disappointment? No, it may not be. Some terrible mystery shrouds her conduct from my penetration. But shall I, who am defeated in love, give way to a base sentiment of curiosity? It would be unmanly, ignoble, cowardly to attempt to extort her secret from her. For a profound secret she doubtlessly cherishes, a secret which has this evening influenced her conduct. And perhaps, he thought, following the natural channel of his meditations, that secret is of a nature which a modest woman could not reveal to one of the opposite sex. The idea suddenly flashing across his brain suggested a proceeding which, after a few moments of profound reflection, he determined to adopt. Passing rapidly up Dover Street, Lord Ellingham entered Grafton Street, where he knocked at a door on which was a brass plate engraved with the name of Dr. Lascelles. The physician was at home, and the nobleman was immediately ushered into a parlour, where he was shortly joined by the individual whom he sought. Dr. Lascelles was a short, thin, sallow-faced man of about 50. He had small, restless, sparkling eyes, a prim mouth, and an intelligent, though by no means prepossessing, countenance. He was devoted to the art which he practised, and was reputed the most scientific man of the whole faculty. His anatomical researches had been prosecuted with an energy and a perseverance which afforded occupation to half the resurrection men in London, and more than once to the doctor's own personal danger in respect to the law. It was whispered in well-informed circles that he never hesitated to encounter any peril in order to possess himself of the corpse of a person who died of an unusual malady. His devotion to anatomy had materially blunted his feelings and deadened the kinder sympathies of his nature. But his immense talents, added to a reputation acquired by several wonderful cures, rendered him the most fashionable physician of the day. Such was the medical gentleman whom Lord Ellingham called to consult. "Excuse this late visit, Doctor," said the Earl, "but I knew that I might take the liberty of intruding upon you. The words early and late are not in my vocabulary so far as they regard myself," was the reply. "My hours are at the disposal of my patrons, among whom I have the honour to include your lordship." "Then, without farther apology, I shall proceed to state the object of my visit," said the nobleman. "Give me your hand. You look dejected. You're very pale. Your pulse—" "It's not concerning myself altogether that I have to speak," interrupted the Earl, withdrawing the hand which the doctor had seized. "I wish to consult you upon a subject intimately affecting my happiness." The physician looked surprised, and drew his chair closer to that in which the Earl was seated. "To tell you the truth," continued Arthur, "I am deeply enamoured of a lady whose social position, beauty, fortune, and intellect render her in every way worthy to become my wife." "Well, why don't you propose to her?" demanded the physician drily. "I have, and am rejected," was the answer, accompanied by a profound sigh. "The devil!" said the physician. "But what can I do for you in the matter? Surely your lordship does not believe in philters and love-draughts." "Ridiculous!" cried the Earl impatiently. "If you'll grant me a few moments, I will explain myself." Dr. Lascelles folded his arms, threw himself back in the chair, and prepared to listen to his young friend's narrative. "The lady to whom I am attached," continued the Earl, "is, as I ere now informed you, in every way worthy of an alliance with me, and she is moreover deeply attached to me. She has never loved another, and declares that she never can. No apparent circumstances interfere with our union, and she's done me the honour to assure me that she should be alike proud and happy to own me as her husband. She is entirely her own mistress, and even if she were not, her friends would present no barrier to our marriage. Yet she refuses me, and for some mysterious cause which she will not explain. I've just left her in a state of anguish such as I never before witnessed, such as I hope never to behold again. Perhaps she's been guilty of some weakness which she's afraid you would discover, suggested Dr. Lascelles. Oh, no, no, exclaimed Arthur enthusiastically. In an unguarded moment, carried away by a hasty suspicion of the kind, I hinted at that possibility, and I soon repented of my rashness. The lady's countenance flushed with a glow of honest indignation, and, instantly veiling her blushes with her hand, she burst into tears. I could pledge my existence, doctor, that she is purity itself. But wherefore do you consult me in the matter? Asked Lascelles. You must admit, doctor, answered Ellingham, that my position is a singular one in reference to the lady to whom I speak. What am I to conjecture? Suspense is terrible, and yet not for worlds would I again attempt to extort her secret from her. The motive may be a physical one, said the doctor. That was the idea which ere now struck me, and which has brought me hither to consult you, exclaimed the Earl. She may be the prey to some insidious disease which impairs not her exterior aspect at the present, continued Dr. Lascelles. Say, for instance, a cancer in the breast. Or again, her motive may be a moral one, insomuch as she may be aware, from some secret warnings, that she is in danger of suffering an aberration of reason. And if the lady were a patient of your own, doctor, asked the Earl, should you be enabled to judge whether she were menaced by that dreadful mental malady to which you have alluded? Decidedly so, replied the physician. The Earl rose from his seat and walked 2 or 3 times up and down the apartment. Dr. Lascelles followed him with his eyes as he surveyed the strong, well-knit, but slender and graceful form of the young nobleman. The votary of science could not help thinking what a splendid skeleton he would make. At length the Earl stopped abruptly opposite the doctor, and said in an impressive tone, "You will never reveal the particulars of this interview?" "It's scarcely probable," returned Lascelles with a smile. "But you promise me, you pledge your word, never to breathe a syllable which may betray the motive of my present visit, or the topic of our conversation?" persisted the Earl. "Never," exclaimed the physician. "Then listen," said the Earl, sinking his voice almost to a whisper. "The lady of whom I have spoken is—" "Lady Hatfield," observed Lascelles. "What? You've guessed?" "Simply because everyone said last winter that you were dying for her," interrupted the doctor coolly, "and therefore I presume you have availed yourself of her ladyship's return to town to place your coronet at her feet." "Yes, I do allude to Georgiana, whose professional attendant you are," cried the Earl. "And believe me when I solemnly declare that no sentiment of impertinent curiosity—" "Never mind the motive," said the doctor. "Let's keep to the facts. I have known Lady Hatfield for upward of 5 years, and I can positively assure your lordship that there is not the slightest cause, physical or moral, with which I am acquainted, that can influence her conduct towards you." "Then what can this mystery be?" exclaimed Arthur, more perplexed than ever. "My God! Must I again fall back on the hypothesis of a woman's idle caprice, the theory of her unaccountable whims? Is she the victim of an idiosyncrasy which she cannot control, and must I be made its sport?" "Throughout the sphere of my extensive practice," observed Dr. Lascelles, "I know not a woman less likely to be swayed by idle caprice or unaccountable whims than Lady Hatfield. Her mind is strong, her intellect bright, and uncharacterized by the slightest eccentricity. I have, however, frequently observed that her ladyship is the prey to a secret melancholy, that she has her dark moments, as one may denominate them. But at those times the vigour of her soul is not subdued to a degree that would produce so strange a result as a decision affecting her own happiness. "You say she loves you. I have not a doubt of the sincerity of her attachment," cried the Earl emphatically. "And yet she will not marry you," said the doctor. "I cannot comprehend it." "Nor I," observed Arthur with exceeding bitterness of tone. "My happiness is at stake. What can I do?" Had she explained the motive of her refusal, and were that motive a strong one? Did it reveal some cause which would render our union infelicitous? I might have borne up against this cruel, cruel disappointment. My love for her would then have been converted, by admiration of her generous candour, into a permanent friendship, and we might henceforth have met as brother and sister. But how can I ever visit her again? How can I meet her? Beautiful and amiable as she is, I adore her, and yet I dare not in future trust myself in her presence. No, I must crush this love in my heart, stifle it, subdue it altogether. Oh, fool that I am to talk thus, as if it were practicable to forget her, as if it were possible to cease to worship her. Ere now, as I walked through the streets, I endeavoured to blunt the keenness of my affection by placing it in contact with the amount of wrong which I deemed myself to have experienced at her hands. But, unjustly perhaps as she has treated me, humiliated as I felt and still feel myself to be, chagrined, disappointed, rejected without explanation, oh, and all these injuries are absorbed in the immensity of the love which I bear her. And in a state of extraordinary excitement, Arthur paced the room with agitated steps. The doctor sat musing upon his chair. He had ever been too much devoted to scientific pursuits to afford leisure to the delights of love. And though he was married, he had entered the connubial state only through motives of self-interest. Well aware that ladies prefer a medical attendant whose propriety of conduct is, or at least appears to be, guaranteed by marriage, he had one day cast his mental eyes around the circle of his acquaintance, and his glances were at length fixed upon a wealthy widow who was one of his patients. Jumping into his cab, he called upon her, and, in order not to waste time, proposed while he felt her pulse. She simpered an assent, and as she could not name the day, he did it for her while he wrote out a prescription. Then he pocketed her guinea all the same, not through meanness, but from the regularity of professional habit. And had she offered him a fee as an acknowledgment for his loss of time on the morning they were issued from the church, he would also have taken it. This union was sterile. But the doctor found that he had obtained an excellent wife, who kept his house in good order, did the honours of his table to admiration, and never interrupted him when he was engaged in his study. We have only introduced this little episode in the life of Dr. Lascelles just to convince our readers that he was not at all the man to comprehend the vehemence of Dr. Ellingham's love. Thus, while the nobleman was pacing the apartment in the manner described above, and declaiming in reference to his passion, the physician was meditating profoundly upon the conduct of Lady Hatfield in refusing so excellent a match. His mind, habituated to connect everything as much as possible to the special sphere of science wherein he moved, soon lost itself in a field of conjecture as to whether there might not be some physical cause, carefully concealed even from himself, which would elucidate the mystery. The result of his meditations was not at all satisfactory to himself, but he resolved that he would not allow the matter to remain just where it was. This determination he did not, however, communicate to Lord Ellingham, who took his leave more bewildered than ever as to the motive which could have possibly induced Lady Hatfield to assure him of her love, and yet refuse him her hand. End of section 6. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 7 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by garybclayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 7. Chapter 7. The Beautiful Patient. 10 minutes had scarcely elapsed since Lord Ellingham took his departure from the doctor's abode, and the learned gentleman himself was still pondering on the strange communication which had been made to him, when a loud and hasty knock at the front door echoed through the house. A servant answered the summons, and in a few moments ushered Tom Rain into the presence of Dr. Lascelles. "Sir," said the visitor, who was painfully excited, "a female, a young woman in whom I am deeply interested, has taken poison. Come with me this instant, I implore you." Dr. Lascelles snatched up his hat and followed Rainford without pausing to ask a single question. A hackney coach was waiting at the door. The two individuals leapt in, and the vehicle drove rapidly away. The doctor now thought it expedient to make a few inquiries relative to the case which was about to engage his attention. "What poison has the young woman taken?" he asked. "Arsenic," was the reply, "for I found the paper which had contained it." "And how long ago?" "10 minutes before I knocked at your door." "Has there been any vomiting?" "I did not delay a single moment in hastening to fetch you after the unhappy creature took the poison, and therefore I am unable to answer that question." The physician remained silent, and in a few minutes the coach stopped at a house in South Milton Street. The door was opened by a servant girl, and Rainford led the physician to a bedroom on the second floor, whither the servant girl followed them. By the light of a candle placed upon a chest of drawers, Dr. Lascelles beheld a young female of great beauty, and with no other garment on than her nightdress, writhing in excruciating agonies upon the bed. From the reply given by the servant girl to a question put by the doctor, it appeared that the young lady had been seized with violent vomiting the moment after Tom Rain had left to procure medical aid, and Lascelles accordingly proceeded to adopt the usual treatment which is pursued in such cases. Footnote 1. The first great object which we must keep in view is to promote the speedy evacuation of the stomach. If the poison itself has not produced vomiting, from 10 to 20 grains of sulphate of zinc must be given if it can be readily procured. This generally acts as a powerful emetic. If this, however, cannot be obtained, a mustard emetic should be administered, and the vomiting promoted by drinking large quantities of barley water, linseed tea, milk, or tepid water. The two first, being of a mucilaginous nature, are to be preferred. Tickling the back of the throat with a feather will often cause the stomach to reject its contents. It frequently happens that this treatment alone is sufficient for relief in accidents of this nature. After the stomach has been cleansed by the emetic and so on, as described above, lime water or chalk diffused in water, if it can be procured, may be given in large quantities. Hahnemann has recommended soap to be dissolved in water in the proportion of 1 pound to 4 pints, and a teacupful to be given every 5 or 6 minutes. This undoubtedly is the best treatment if lime water is not at hand. Powdered charcoal may also be administered with advantage if the other remedies are not immediately attainable. The above remedies may be used with some degree of confidence, although their good effects are not sufficiently certain to establish them as antidotes. From Ready Remedies in Cases of Poisoning, etc., by James Johnson, M.R.C.S. End of footnote 1. In the course of half an hour, the patient was pronounced to be out of danger, and Tom Rain, who had in the meantime manifested the utmost anxiety and uneasiness, now exhibited a proportionate liveliness of joy. "Shall I recover, sir? Oh, tell me, shall I recover?" asked the young woman in a strange, thrilling, piteous tone, as she fixed her large dark eyes upon the countenance of the physician. "You are in a fair way to survive this wicked attempt on your life," answered Lascelles, in a compassionately reproachful rather than a severe tone. "But you must be kept quiet.
and all sources of mental irritation must be removed or forgotten as much as possible," he added, glancing towards Rainford. "Oh, sir, do not imagine for a moment that he will upbraid or ill-treat me," exclaimed the young woman, darting a fond look towards Tom Rain. Then, drawing a long and heavy respiration, she said in a different and more subdued tone, "In justice to him, Doctor, I must assure you that no harshness on his part urged me to this shocking deed. But—" "Yes, my dearest girl," interrupted Rain, rushing to the bed, and taking one of her hands, which he pressed fondly to his lips. "I did upbraid you. I did speak severely to you." "No, no, not more than I deserved," cried the young woman, "for I was very wrong. Oh, I was very wrong. But say, Tom, can you forgive me?" "He does forgive you. He has forgiven you," exclaimed the physician. "And now abandon that subject, which is naturally a painful one. Tomorrow morning I shall call and see you early." Dr. Lascelles took up his hat to depart, and Rainford followed him into the passage, where he said in a low but earnest tone, "One word, sir, in private. Please to step into this room." And he conducted the physician into a front apartment, the door of which he carefully closed. "In the first place, sir," began Rainford, when they were thus alone together, "allow me to thank you for your prompt and effectual aid in this most painful affair," and he slipped 5 guineas into the doctor's hand. "Second, let me implore of you to grant the favour which I am about to ask." "Speak, sir," said Lascelles, "and if your request be not inconsistent with my honour as a physician and a gentleman—" "Far from it," exclaimed Rainford. "It is this. Promise me, on your solemn word of honour, as a physician and as a gentleman, that, when once your professional visits here have ceased, you will forget that you ever beheld that young woman who is lying in the next room. Promise me, I say, in the most binding manner, that, should you ever henceforth meet her, alone or in company, you will not even appear to recognise her, much less attempt to speak to her, unless you be formally introduced to her, when you will consider your acquaintance with her to begin only from the moment of such introduction. Promise me all this, sir, I implore you, for you know not what vitally important interests may be compromised by your conduct in this manner." "I have not the slightest objection to tranquillize your mind by giving the pledge which you demand," returned Dr. Lascelles, without a moment's hesitation. "1,000 thanks, sir," cried Rainford joyfully. "You fully understand the precise nature of the reserve and silence which I require. Never to allude in any way to the incident of this night, nor to appear to recognise elsewhere nor henceforth the young lady whom I have just seen," said the doctor. "You may rely upon me. The secret shall never transpire from my lips." "Again I express my gratitude," cried Rainford with undisguised satisfaction. Dr. Lascelles then took his leave, and, as he retraced his way to Grafton Street, he never once ceased to think of the strange promise which he had been required to give in respect to the beautiful creature who had made so resolute an attempt upon her own existence. On the following morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, the physician's cab stopped at the door of the house in South Milton Street, but, to his surprise, he learnt from the landlady that Mr. and Mrs. Jameson, by which names Rainford and the young woman had been known at their lodgings, had taken their departure at 7 o'clock before it was even light. "Had they resided long with you?" inquired the doctor. "Only a week, sir," was the answer. "The lady kept herself very quiet, and seldom went out. When she did, she always had a thick black veil over her face. And you may think it strange, sir, but it's true for all that, which is, sir, that I never once caught a glimpse of her countenance all the time she was in this house. But the servant gal says she was very beautiful indeed. You must, however, be able to judge whether that report is true or not, sir." "I know little, and I think less of those matters, my good woman," said the doctor hastily, and returning to his cab, he drove off to visit another patient. End of Section 7. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 8 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by garybclayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 8. Chapter 8, 7 Dials. There is not in all London a more extraordinary locality than that which bears the denomination of 7 Dials. Situate in the midst of one of the lowest and worst neighbourhoods throughout the metropolis, and forming a focus where 7 streets, converging towards that point, meet like as many streams flowing into a common reservoir. The open spot of ground called 7 Dials is a lounge for all the idle vagabonds and ill-looking persons, men and women, who occupy the cellars and garrets in the vicinity. From the centre of the open space alluded to, the eyes may plunge their glances down into the circumjacent thoroughfares, narrow, dark, filthy, and formed by dwellings of an appearance so miserable or so repulsive that they equally pain the heart and shock the sight. If the wanderer amidst the mazes of this vast city were desired to point out the chosen abode of poverty and crime, taking as his guide the physical aspect of all the worst neighbourhoods, he would probably indicate 7 Dials and its branching streets. The shops are all of the lowest and dirtiest description. Nauseous odours impregnate the atmosphere. In winter the streets are knee-deep in mud, save when hardened by the frost, and in summer they are strewed with the putrefying remnants of vegetables, offal, and filth of every description. Half-naked children paddle about in the mire, or wallow on the heaps of decomposing substances just alluded to, greedily devouring the parings of turnips and carrots, sucking the marrow out of the rotting bones, and rejoicing when they happen to find a mouldy crust, a morsel of putrid meat, or the maggot-eaten head of a fish. Neglected beings, too, are they, knowing nothing save blows, curses, and hunger at home, and learning naught save every corrupt habit and ruinous vice abroad. How can we be surprised if such an infancy becomes imbued with those evil principles which jails and treadmills only tend afterwards to confirm, and which give ample promise of occupation for turnkeys, penal settlements, and the hangman? The established church is maintained at an annual expense of several millions sterling. The clergy belonging to that church claim the right of educating and instructing the people, and yet in no country in the civilized world is there such an appalling amount of juvenile depravity as in England. For ourselves, we declare, we repeat that our government, our legislature, our clergy, and our great landowners are all guilty of the blackest turpitude in permitting hundreds of thousands, aye, millions of children to be neglected in so horrible a manner. If a child be seized with a malignant, infectious, and dangerous disease, what will be said of the father who looked on indifferently, who omitted to call in medical advice, and who beheld with equal calmness the furious malady spreading amongst the rest of his offspring? Should we not denounce, should we not execrate such a man as a monster deserving of any penalty which our statutes could inflict? Yes, 1,000 times yes. By a parity of reasoning, then, do we hold up to abhorrence those men who seize upon the reins of power merely to gratify their own selfish ambition. Also those men who accept seats in the legislative assemblies and fritter away the time of a great nation in their own party squabbles. Those men, too, who put on black gowns, preach sermons as a duty rendered in return for the enjoyment of enormous revenues, and then declaim against the wickedness of those millions whom they do not attempt to reform. And lastly, those men who wring the sweat from the poor man's brow to distill pearls for themselves, but who care not for the welfare of that poor man's offspring. Hundreds of thousands of pounds are annually subscribed to further the objects of foreign missions, the scene of whose labours is in far-off lands scarcely known to us by name, and amongst a race with whom our sympathies cannot exist. But beneath our very eyes, crossing our paths, constantly displaying their loathsome rags to our view, are small children innumerable, whose only training is for the prison, the hulks, and the gallows. Talk not to us of Christianizing barbarians in the remote islands of the South Seas, when the children of so many of our own fellow countrymen and countrywomen are but barbarous Christians at home. Let the reader who imagines that we exaggerate the amount of the evil we denounce, let him take his stand any evening in the midst of 7 Dials, and well consider the scenes around him. It is said that there are 7 cardinal sins. At the point where we would wish our sceptical reader to post himself, he may command a view of 7 streets, each one presenting to his contemplation some new phase in the common sphere of hideous poverty and terrible demoralization. Mark the population of that neighbourhood, consisting of 7 streets, with all their connecting lanes and alleys, with their dark, filthy courts, and their murderous-looking nooks and passages. Of what does this population consist? Men brutalized by drink, or rendered desperate by poverty, and in either state ready to commit a crime. Women of squalid, wasted, and miserable appearance, who, being beaten by their husbands and fathers, revenge themselves upon their children or their little brothers and sisters. Poor shopkeepers who endeavour to make up for the penury of their petty dealings by cheating their famished customers. Wretched boys and girls whose growth is stunted by suffering, whose forms are attenuated through want, and whose minds are poisoned by the scenes of vice, dissipation, and immorality which open upon them at their very birth. What hope, what promise for the future do such beings as these hold out? In consternation and sorrow, mingled with the most awful misgivings, do we survey the picture which we are now compelled to draw. And our feelings are thus painful because we know this picture to be correct. And yet we call our country Merry England. Merciful heavens, what a mockery is this name! Can England be merry while the most hideous poverty is the lot of half her population? While her workhouses are crowded with miserable beings who must for ever resign all hope or idea of again enjoying the comforts of home, while the streets are filled with loathsome wretches, clad in filthy rags, which barely cover them, shivering with the cold, or fainting beneath the intolerable heat, and spurned from the doors not only of the rich, but also of the very officers appointed to relieve distress, while the poor mother, maddened with the idea of her own destitution and houseless condition, presses her famishing child to her breast, which yields no milk, and then rushes in desperation to consign the innocent being to the waters of the nearest stream, while the wretched father stifles his children that he may hush for ever in their throats the cry of bread, bread, that vain and useless cry to which he cannot respond, while innocent babes and prattling infants bear upon their countenances and exhibit in their attenuated frames all the traces of the dread and agonizing pangs of a constant gnawing, craving, never satisfied hunger, and while hundreds annually die around us of starvation and absolute want. Merry England indeed! What, is England joyous when the shop of the pawnbroker thrives royally upon the immense interest wrung from the very vitals of the poor, when the jails, the hospitals, and the workhouses are more numerous than the churches, when the hulks are swarming with convicts pent up in frightful floating dungeons amidst a fetid atmosphere, when the streets throng with unfortunate girls who ask to be redeemed from an appalling traffic, but see no avenue of escape from their loathsome calling, when the voice of starvation, the voice of crime, the voice of discontent, and the voice of barbarian ignorance echo up to heaven and form such a chorus as could scarcely be expected to meet the ears beyond the precincts of hell. And when 7/10 of the entire population are wretched, oppressed, enslaved, trampled upon, miserable, degraded, demoralized. Merry England! But let us continue the thread of our narrative. Two of the thoroughfares which converge to Seven Dials bear each the name of Earl Street. Passing from High Street, St. Giles, towards St. Martin's Lane, we must request the reader to turn with us to the right into that Earl Street which lies between the Dials and one extremity of Monmouth Street. Halfway up Earl Street stood a house of even a darker and more gloomy appearance than its companions. Its doorway was lower than the level of the street, and was reached by descending 3 steps. The windows were small, and as many of the panes were broken, the holes were mended with pieces of dirty paper, or stopped up with old rags. Altogether there was something so poverty-stricken, and yet so sinister about the appearance of that tottering, dingy, repulsive-looking dwelling, that no one possessing an article of jewellery about his person, or having gold in his pocket, would have chosen to venture amongst its inmates. And who were those inmates? The neighbours scarcely knew. Certain it was, however, that over the rickety door of the house were painted the words "Tobias Bunce, Tailor." But few were the jobs which Mr. Bunce ever obtained from the inhabitants in the vicinity, for his manners were too reserved, too repulsive to gain favour with the class of persons who might have patronised him. And yet there appeared to be no signs of absolute poverty in that dwelling. Mrs. Bunce was one of the adjacent butcher's best customers. A public house in the Dials was known to be regularly visited by her for the beer at dinner and supper times, and the pints of gin were occasionally purchased by the same mysterious customer at the same establishment. She was as averse to gossiping as her husband, and her neighbours declared that they could not make her out at all. She always paid ready money for everything she had, and therefore the tradespeople were the staunch defenders of the Bunces whenever a word of suspicion was uttered against them. Who then were these Bunces? Let us step inside their dwelling and see if we can ascertain. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, a few days after the incidents related in the preceding chapters, that Toby Bunce, his wife, Old Death, and the lad Jacob sat down to tea in the ground floor back room of the house which we have been describing. Toby Bunce was a short, thin, pale-faced, sneaking-looking man of about 40. He was dressed in a suit of very shabby black, and his linen was not remarkable for cleanliness. His coarse brown hair was suffered to grow to a considerable length, and as he seldom treated it to an acquaintance with the comb, it hung in matted curls over his shoulders. His nails were equally neglected, and resembled claws terminating with blackened points. His better half, as Mrs. Bunce indeed was, not only figuratively but also literally, was a tall, thin, scraggy, lantern-faced woman, with a sharp green eye, a vixenous pug nose, and a querulous voice. For although she was excessively reserved when she went out to do her marketing, she made up for that silence abroad by an extra amount of garrulity at home. Her age exceeded by a year or two that of her husband, and as she was totally devoid of that sentiments which is so generally ascribed to the sex, we mean vanity, she did not scruple to acknowledge the above fact. Indeed, she often advanced it as an argument to prove that she must know better than he, and as a reason for her assertion and maintenance of petticoat government. But if vanity were not her failing, avarice was her ruling vice, and to gratify her love for gold she never hesitated at a crime. In this latter respect Mr. Bunce was no better than his spouse, save that his anxiety to obtain money was not always equalled by his readiness to face the danger occasionally involved in procuring it. Any act of turpitude that might be accomplished safely and quietly would find no moral opponent in the person of Toby Bunce. But when some little daring or display of firmness was required, he was forced to supply himself with an artificial energy through the medium of the gin bottle. The room to which we have introduced our readers was furnished with bare necessities and nothing more. A rickety, greasy deal table, 4 or 5 of the commonest description of rush-bottomed chairs, a long form to accommodate extra company, and an old portable cupboard fitting into one of the angles of the apartment, and a shelf to serve as a larder. These were the principal articles of the domestic economy. The table was spread with a varied assortment of crockery, none of the cups matching with the saucers, and no 2 cups or no 2 saucers alike. Toby Bunce, having succeeded in inducing the kettle to boil by means of sundry bits of wood sparingly applied, his wife Betsy made the tea, while Jacob cut the bread and butter. "I wonder whether Tom will keep his appointment," said Old Death as he sipped his tea. "It's a full hour's past the time I told him to be here." "And we've been waiting for him till the fire got so low that it took a power of wood to make it burn up again," observed Toby Bunce. "Suppose it did?" cried his wife. "You know very well that we don't care about any expense when our best friend, Mr. Bones, is with us," she added, glancing towards Old Death. For the Bunces were among the very few of that individual's acquaintances who knew his real name. "And yet I should think he would not fail," continued Old Death in a musing strain. "His conduct seemed straightforward and right enough on the very first day we agreed to terms, and he even gave me my regulars in a matter that I'd nothing to do with. But it was well for him that he did so, or else he'd have been laid up in lavender for want of bail." "Burtonshaw and Watkins did it pretty tidy," said Jacob, who was making prodigious inroads into the bread and butter. "Keep your observations to yourself," growled Old Death in a surly tone. "Remember, I haven't forgotten your negligence in losing sight of Tom Rain the other day when he left the police office." "It wasn't my fault," returned the lad, his dark eyes flashing angrily. "I kept lurking about the court after I'd been up here to tell you that Dykes had nabbed Mr. Rainford. I saw him go over to the coffee houses soon after he was discharged. I followed him when he went in a coach to Pall Mall. I dogged him back again to Bow Street, and then when the Jewess's case was over, you saw him come out again, and you lost sight of him," interrupted Old Death angrily. "But never mind," he added, softening a little. "I will set you to watch him another day when you've nothing better to do, and we'll find out all that I want to know about him." "When did you see him last?" inquired Toby Bunce. "This morning at Tullock's, and—" Old Death was interrupted by a knock at the street door, to which summons Jacob hastened to respond. In a few moments he returned, accompanied by Tom Rain, who sauntered into the room with a complacent air and a chimney-pot hat stuck on the right side of his head. "So you are come at last, Tom," said Old Bones, alias Old Death, his toothless jaws grinning a ghastly satisfaction. "Well, better late than never. But let me introduce you to my very particular friends, Mr. and Mrs. Bunce, and as they are good friends of mine, they will be good friends to you. This crib of theirs is convenient in more ways than one," added the old man significantly. "And you will find it so if you ever want to lay up for a time until the storm which must menace one sometimes blows over." "The hint may not prove useless at a pinch," said Tom carelessly, as he seated himself on the form. "But there's someone present whose name you've not yet mentioned, old chap," and he glanced towards the sickly lad, who was occupied with the edible portion of the repast. "Oh, that's my Mercury, my messenger, my confidant, or anything else you like to call him," said Bones. "His name is Jacob Smith, for want of a better, and he's a perfect treasure in his way. He can scent an officer 2 streets off, and would prove the best scout that ever a general commanding an army could possibly employ. Now you know his qualifications, and if you ever want to make use of them, he is at your service." "Well, my lad," exclaimed Tom Rain, "your master gives a good character of you, and mind you continue to deserve it," he added in an ironical smile. "But what is to be done now, old fellow?" This question was addressed to Bones, who accordingly prepared himself to answer it. "There's something to be done tomorrow night, my dear boy," began the old villain, his dark eyes gleaming from beneath their shaggy, overhanging brows. "And there's money, much money, to be got. But the thing is a difficult one, and requires great tact as well as courage." "You must suppose beforehand that I am the person to manage it properly," said Rain, "or I should think you would not have applied to me." "Very true, Tom," returned Old Death with a sepulchral chuckle. "Very true. The fact is, you're a dashing, genteel-looking, and well-spoken fellow when you choose, and you can insinuate yourself into the good graces of the best-born gentlemen in the land. I am sure you can do this. Don't you think you can, Tom?" "I should rather fancy I can," replied Rainford, by no means displeased with the compliment just paid him. "But go on, explain yourself, and we shall then see what can be done." "Listen attentively," said Old Death. "Between Streatham and Norwood there stands a pretty but lonely house, occupied by a gentleman named Torrens. He is a widower and has 2 daughters. The eldest of these girls is to be married the day after tomorrow to a certain Mr. Frank Curtis, the nephew of the wealthy Sir Christopher Blunt. It appears that Mr. Torrens has fallen into some difficulty through over-speculation in building houses at Norwood, and Sir Christopher has consented to advance him £5,000 on condition that this match takes place. For the girl, it seems, is totally opposed to it. She has another lover whom she loves, and she hates Mr. Frank Curtis. But the father insists on sacrificing his daughter, to whom Curtis is greatly attached, and Curtis possessing influence enough over his uncle Sir Christopher to persuade him to advance the money." "All this is clear enough," said Rain, "and nothing would give me greater pleasure than to balk Sir Christopher, Frank Curtis, and the selfish old father. But I do not see how the business can in any way benefit us." "I will tell you, my dear boy," replied Old Death, with another chuckle expressive of deep satisfaction. "Tomorrow evening Sir Christopher, the nephew, and Sir Christopher's lawyer will set out for Torrens Cottage, as the place is called. They will settle all the preliminary business with the father tomorrow night, so that the marriage may take place the first thing on the ensuing morning." "Well," said Tom, inquiringly, seeing that Old Death paused. "And £2,000 out of the 5 will be conveyed from London to Torrens Cottage tomorrow night," continued Bones. "Unless," he added significantly, "something happens to stop the money on its way." "But who will have the money upon him, Sir Christopher, the nephew, or the lawyer?" demanded Tom. "Ah, that's the point to ascertain," cried Old Death. "You must exercise your tact in solving this doubt, and your courage will afterwards effect the rest. Did I not say that this business required alike tact and courage?" "You did indeed," answered Rain, "and I can scarcely see how the deuce the thing is to be managed. Still, £2,000 would prove very welcome. But how came you to learn all this?" "The knight's servant, my dear boy, is in my pay," returned Old Death, with a triumphant grin. "Ah, I have many gentlemen's and noblemen's domestics devoted to my interest in the same manner, and by their means I learn a great deal. But to return to our present business. £2,000 are to be paid down as an earnest of the bargain tomorrow night, and those £2,000 will be much better appropriated to our uses." "I perfectly agree with you, old fellow," said Rain. "Could not the knight's servant inform you who is likely to take charge of the money?" "Impossible!" cried Bones. "But he will most probably accompany the party, and
"How will they go?" demanded Rain, a thought striking him. "On horseback," answered Old Death. "Sir Christopher and his nephew have a great opinion of themselves as riders, and the lawyer, Mr. Howard, is a sporting character. It is therefore sure that they will all go on horseback." "Then leave the rest to me," cried Tom Rain, snapping his fingers. "What time do they set out?" "At 6 o'clock," was the answer. "Good again," observed Tom. "It's as dark then as at midnight this time of the year. Say no more upon the subject. The thing is just the same as if it was done. Provided your information is correct, and no change takes place in the plan as at present laid down by these gentlemen. One word, however. Describe Sir Christopher's servant to me." "A short, thin, dapper-made fellow, dark curly hair, face marked with the smallpox," replied Old Death. "Drab livery, turned up with red. His name is John Jeffreys." "Enough," said Tom. "I shall call at Tullock's to-morrow between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, and if you have anything fresh to communicate, you can either leave a note or meet me there. If I neither see nor hear from you at that time and place, I shall consider that all remains as you have now represented. You have nothing more to say at present?" "Nothing," replied Bones, after a moment's reflection. "Won't you take a drop of brandy and water, Mr. Rainford? Just a leetle drop," inquired Toby Bunce, with a deferential glance towards his better half. "A leetle drop, stupid! You good big drop, you mean," cried the shrew. "Isn't Mr. Rainford a friend of Mr. Bones? And ain't all Mr. Bones's friends our friends? I'm sure if Mr. Rainford would drink a pint of brandy," she added, emphatically defining the quantity she felt disposed to place at the service of the new acquaintance, "he is quite welcome." "No, thank'ee," said Rainford. "I must be off. The business of tomorrow night requires consideration," and he was interrupted by a knock at the street door, and Toby Bunce hastened to answer the summons. End of Section 8. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 9 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 9. Chapter 9. A Death Scene. Locke's Fields. The room door was left open, and the inmates could therefore hear everything that took place in the passage. Tom Bunce opened the street door cautiously and said, "Who's there?" "In the name of heaven, grant me a night's lodging!" exclaimed the appealing voice of a female. "If not for myself, at least for this poor dear child." "Toby, shut the door!" screamed the querulous tones of Mrs. Bunce from the back room. "We don't want beggars and poor children here." "Stay," said Tom Rain. "Never be hard-hearted." And, hastening to the door, he saw by the light of a shop window opposite the form of a miserable-looking female crouching upon the steps and with one arm around the neck of a little boy who was crying bitterly. "Come in, my good woman," said Rainford. "I will pay any expenses that your presence may entail on the people of the house. Come in, I say." But the poor creature fell back insensible. "Toby, take care of the child," cried Tom Rain in an authoritative tone, "while I lift the woman off the steps." And, suiting the action to the word, he raised the senseless being in his arms and conveyed her into the passage, Toby following with the little boy, who seemed to be about 5 or 6 years old. "Surely you're mad, Tom," exclaimed Old Death, advancing from the back room, "to bring strangers into this house." "I should be a brute to see a dying woman turned away from the door of this or any other house," said Rainford firmly. "Stand back. Let me have my way. My purse shall satisfy the Bunces for any trouble this business may give them." "Well, well, be it as you will," growled Old Death. And then, in a hasty whisper to Betsy Bunce, he added, "You'd better let him do as he likes. He's a queer fellow, but very useful, and must not be offended."
Thus advised, and cheered moreover by Rain's liberal promise of payment, Mrs. Bunce suddenly exhibited a vast amount of sympathy on behalf of the poor creature, and, having fetched a candle from the back room, she lighted Rainford, who carried the still senseless woman in his arms, upstairs to a chamber where there was a sordid kind of bed. Rainford placed his burden on the miserable pallet, and Betsy Bunce applied such restoratives as the circumscribed economy of her household furnished. In the meantime, Toby had brought the little boy into the chamber, and the child, hastening towards the bed, exclaimed, "Mamma, dear mamma, speak to me! Why don't you speak to me?" The woman opened her eyes languidly, but the moment they encountered the face of the child, they were lighted up with joy, and snatching the little boy to her breast, she murmured in a faint tone, "I thought I'd lost you, Charles. I dreamt that we were separated. Oh, my head! It seems to split." And she pressed her open palm to her forehead with all the appearance of intense suffering. We must pause a moment to observe that this woman seemed to be about 35 years of age, that she was dressed in widow's weeds of the coarsest materials, and that her entire aspect denoted dreadful privations and great sufferings, mental as well as physical. The boy was also attired in mourning garments, and though his little cheeks were wan and his form emaciated, still he was a very interesting child. "My good woman," said Tom Rain, approaching the bed, "banish all misgivings relative to the present, for you shall be taken care of." Then, turning towards Mrs. Bunce, he directed her to procure food, and to send Jacob for a surgeon. "No, no, it's useless," cried the poor woman, alluding to the latter order. "I feel that I am dying. My last hour is come." The child threw his arms around her neck and wept piteously. "Oh, my God!" cried the wretched stranger. "Who will now take care of you, my poor dear, dear little Charles? I, who have been to you as a mother——" "Yes, you are my mamma—my own mamma!" exclaimed the child, his heart ready to burst, although he scarcely understood the real nature of the misgivings which oppressed him. "Sir," said the woman, after a few moments of profound silence, during which the sobbings of the boy and the uneasy palpitations of her own breast were alone heard in the chamber. "Sir," she said, addressing herself abruptly to Rainford, "you spoke to me kindly—you look kindly upon me; and, if I may judge by your countenance, you possess a kind heart." "Speak, poor woman!" cried Rainford, softening almost to tears. "If there's anything I can do for you, confide in me, and I swear——" "The gratitude of a dying being is all that I can offer you in return for what I am about to ask," interrupted the woman, in a faint yet hurried tone, for she seemed to feel that she had not long to live. "Draw near, sir, there, and now listen attentively. Dreadful privation, exposure to the cold, sleeping in the fields, painful wanderings have reduced me to this state, and I shall die contentedly, nay, even happy, if I thought——" "I understand you," cried Rain. "You are anxious for the welfare of this boy. Compose your mind. Banish those painful reflections. I swear to protect him." There was something so earnest and sincere in the manner, the voice, and the countenance of Rainford, who was a creature of the most generous impulses, that the dying woman believed him, and her heart bounded with fervent gratitude. Then, making a sign for Rainford to draw nearer to her still, she collected all her remaining force to utter a few last words. But physical exhaustion almost completely choked her utterance. "This boy," she murmured in a faint and dying voice, "is not mine. Do not weep, Charles, love. I am not your mamma, although I love you as if you were my own child. But the moment you were born, in secret and mystery, the nurse brought you to me, all having been so arranged, and from that moment But, my God, I am dying. Oh, give me strength to declare that your mother is——" "Speak, speak!" cried Tom Rain. "Breathe but the name of his mother. I shall catch it, and I declare most solemnly, oh God, she is dead. And it was so. Vain were her last efforts to give utterance to the name which trembled upon her tongue. The death rattle stifled the words in her throat. Her eyes glazed, her countenance settled in inanimation, and she was no more. Little Charles would not believe that she was really dead. To him she only appeared to sleep. And this infantine delusion Tom Rain gradually dissipated, making him aware of his sad bereavement in so delicate a manner that a stranger would have believed him to be a father himself, as well as an individual of the most upright and noble principles. But if Rainford's morality was in some points of the most indifferent nature, he nevertheless possessed kind feelings and a generous heart, and the tears trickled down his cheeks as he exerted himself to console the little stranger. Children seem to be endowed with an intuitive power of discrimination between those who would treat them well and those whose dispositions are severe and harsh, and Charles speedily acquired confidence in the good intentions of Rainford. At length, when Tom fancied that he had obtained some degree of influence over the boy's mind, he led him away from the chamber where the poor woman had breathed her last. Old Death had remained in the room below, and Jacob had been sent to fetch a surgeon, who now arrived, but departed again immediately upon learning that his services could no longer be rendered available. Toby and Mrs. Bunce had quitted the chamber of death the moment Rain ejaculated, "Oh God, she is dead," and thus the child had no leisure to take particular notice of any one save the individual who manifested so much kindness towards him. Fearing that the repulsive appearance of Old Death might alarm the boy, and even fill his mind with misgivings relative to the person who now took charge of him, Rainford stopped in the dark passage downstairs, and, calling Mrs. Bunce from the back room, he placed 5 guineas in her hand, saying, "The burial of that poor creature who has just breathed her last must be your care. See that it is performed decently, and if there are any papers about her person, any proofs of who she is, keep them for me. Be faithful in this respect, and what I have now given you may be considered as an earnest of additional recompense." Rainford then left the house, leading the boy by the hand. Proceeding to the nearest hackney coach stand, Tom hired one of the vehicles and desired to be driven to the Elephant and Castle. Previous, however, to entering the vehicle, the thoughtful Tom Rain purchased some of the very best cakes which a shop in such a neighbourhood could produce, and though the little boy kept sobbing as he repeated to himself, "Mamma is dead," for he was too young to understand that she had denied this maternity with her dying breath, yet he ate greedily of the food, for he was famished. Rainford said but little to him, beyond a few occasional cheering and consolatory words, as they rode along, because the heavy rumblings of the vehicle rendered it difficult to hear what was uttered within. In about 3/4 of an hour the church stopped at the Elephant and Castle, and Rainford, conducting the boy tenderly by the hand, plunged into the maze of streets which form a neighbourhood requiring a detailed description. Anyone who is acquainted with that part of London, or who, with the map of the great metropolis before him, takes the trouble to follow us in this portion of our narrative, will understand us when we state that, almost immediately behind the Elephant and Castle Tavern, there is a considerable district totally unexplored by thousands and thousands of persons dwelling in other parts of the English capital. This district is now bounded on the north by the New Kent Road, on the east by the Kent or Greenwich Road, on the south by Walworth, and on the west by the Walworth Road. Built upon a low, damp, and unhealthy soil, the dwellings of the poor there throng in frightful abundance, forming narrow streets half choked up with dirt, miserable alleys where the very air is stagnant, and dark courts, to enter which seems like going into the fetid vault of a church. Many of the streets that appear to have been huddled together without any architectural plan, but merely upon a studied system of crowding together as many hovels as possible, have their back windows looking upon ditches, the black mire and standing water of which exhale vapours sufficiently noxious to breed a pestilence. When the sun shines upon these noisome ditches, their surface displays 1,000 prismatic hues, thrown out by the decomposing offal and putrid vegetables which have been emptied into those open sewers. But sewers they cannot be called, for instead of carrying off the filth of the neighbourhood, those ditches preserve it stagnant. A considerable portion of the district we are describing is known by the name of Locke's Fields, and the horrible condition of this locality can only be properly understood by a visit. The pen cannot convey an adequate idea of the loathsome squalor of that poverty, the heart-rending proofs of that wretchedness, and the revolting examples of that utter demoralization which characterize this section of the metropolis. The houses, for the most part, contain each 4 rooms, every room serving as the domicile of a separate family. Perhaps one of the members of such a family may be afflicted with some infectious malady. There he must lie upon his flock mattress, or his bundle of rags, or his heap of straw, until he become, through neglect, so offensive as to render 1 minute with him intolerable. And yet his relatives, 4, 5, even 6 in number, are compelled to sleep in the same apartment with him, inhaling the stench from that mass of putrefaction, hearing his groans, breathing the steam from his corrupted lungs, and swarming with the myriads of loathsome animalcule engendered by the filth of the place. In another room, perhaps, we shall find some old man living by himself, starving upon the miserable pittance obtained by picking up bones or rags, doing an odd job now and then for a neighbour, and filling up the intervals of such pursuits by begging, his entire furniture consisting of a cup, a kettle, and a knife, no chair, no table, but with a heap of rubbish in one corner for a bed on which he sleeps with his clothes on. In a third room there is most likely a family consisting of a man and his wife, who at night occupy one mattress, and their grown-up sons and daughters, who all pig together upon another. Shame and decency exist not amongst them, because they could never have known either. They have all been accustomed from their infancy to each other's nakedness, and as their feelings are brutalized by such a mode of existence, they suffer no scruples to oppose that fearful intercourse which their sensuality suggests. Thus, for we must speak plainly, as we speak the truth, the very wretchedness of the poor, which compels this family commingling in one room, as it were, in one bed, leads to incest, horrible, revolting incest. The 4th room in the house, which we take for our example of the dwellings in Locke's Fields, is occupied by the landlord or landlady, or both, and there is perhaps no more morality nor cleanliness in their chamber than in either of the others. The shops in Locke's Fields are naturally in keeping with the means and habits of their customers. Beer shops and public houses abound. The lower and the poorer the locality, the greater the number of such establishments. But who can wonder? Crime requires its stimulants, and poverty its consolation. Men drink to nerve themselves to perpetrate misdeeds which are attended with peril. Women drink to supply that artificial flow of spirits necessary to the maintenance of a career of prostitution. And the honest poor drink to save themselves from the access of maddening despair. Children drink also, because they see their parents drink, and because they have acquired the taste from their earliest infancy. And thus beer shops and public houses thrive most gloriously in the most wretched neighbourhoods. Locke's Fields abounds with small general shops, where everything is sold in the minutest detail, a pennyworth of sugar, a penny farthingworth of tea, a farthing candle, or a quarter of a pound of bacon for a penny. There are also many eating houses, where leg of beef soup can be procured for 5 farthings the bowl. The knackers do a good business with the owners of those establishments. Tripe shops are likewise far from rare, and upon their boards and the open windows may be seen gory slices of black-looking liver, tongues, and brains in a dish, sheep's heads, huge cow heels, chitterlings, piles of horses' flesh, and rolls of boiled offal upon sticks. The two last mentioned species of article being intended for cat's meat. But the whole heaped pell-mell together, loathsome to behold, and emitting odours of the most fetid and nauseating description. Coal sheds where potatoes and greens may likewise be purchased abound in Locke's fields, as do also pie shops, and that kind of eating houses where pudding fried in grease, stocking pudding, and sop in the pan are displayed in the windows, to tempt with their succulent appearance the appetites of hungry men passing to their work, or of half-famished children wearied of playing in the gutter. It is wretched, heart-rending, to linger on a description of this kind, but we must endeavour to make it as complete as possible. The generality of the inhabitants of Locke's fields are in a state of barbarian ignorance. 9/10 of the children, even of 10 or 12 years old, are unable to read, and know not who Jesus Christ is, nor that the Saviour of mankind suffered upon the cross to save them, as well as the proudest peers or the most brilliant peeresses that shine in the realms of fashion. Look more closely at the aspect of the population in Locke's fields. What care is depicted upon the pale cheek of that emaciated woman, who is hanging the one change of linen upon the elder bushes skirting the black ditch behind her dwelling. And yet she is better off than many of her neighbours, because her family does possess the one change of linen. Behold that man sitting on the threshold of his door, smoking his pipe. His elbows rest upon his knees, he stares vacantly before him. Not even the opiatic influence of tobacco soothes him. He is thinking of what will become of his wife and children when he shall be out of work, because the job on which he has lately been engaged will be finished on the coming Saturday. His wife comes out to speak to him, and he answers her harshly. His children approach him and endeavour to climb up his knees, but he knocks them away. Yet that man is not brutal by nature. He loves his wife and children, and was even debating within himself whether he should not soon turn thief in order to support them, when they thus accosted him and were repulsed. Let another person insult his wife, let a stranger lay a finger upon that man's children, and the demon will be raised within his breast. But he speaks harshly and treats them all brutally, because he is miserable, because he is dissatisfied with everything and everybody, because he is reduced to despair. The unfeeling aspect of the cold world around him, that world which frowns so sternly upon poverty and smiles so sweetly upon wealth, has rendered him unfeeling. His hard fate drives him to the public house. Talk of the infamy of which that man is guilty in spending a few pence, the pence which would buy his children more bread, upon beer or gin, it is ridiculous. That man must drink, he must drown his care. Thought drives him mad, and from thought he must therefore fly. But whither can he fly? The rich and well-to-do have their theatres and places of amusement. If a penny tea garden or a penny theatre be opened in Locke's fields, or in any other poor neighbourhood, the magistrates must put it down. It is a source of demoralization. It is a focus of thieves and prostitutes. But the swell mob and flash women frequent the Haymarket Theatre and the Lyceum and the Surrey and the Victoria, aye, and Covent Garden and Drury Lane. Theatres also. Oh, cries the magistrate, that is very different. Yes, everything in this country is different when the wealthy or the well-dressed are concerned on one side, and the poor and the ragged on the other. Then whither can this pauperized, despairing man in Locke's Field go to escape the bitterness of his reflections? To the public house, or to throw himself into the canal. Those are the only alternatives. Is it not dreadful to think that we have a sovereign and a royal family on whom the country lavishes money by hundreds of thousands, whose merest whims cost sums that would feed and clothe from year to year all the inhabitants of such a place as Locke's Fields? That we also have an hereditary aristocracy and innumerable sleek and comfortable dignitaries of the church, who devour the fruits of the earth and throw the parings and the peelings contemptuously to the poor. In a word, that we have an oligarchy feasting upon the fatted calf, and flinging the offal to the patient, enduring, toiling, oppressed millions. Is it not dreadful, we ask, to think how much those millions do for royalty, aristocracy, church, and the landed interest, and how little, how miserably little, royalty, aristocracy, church, and landed interest do for them in return? But let us go back to Thomas Rainford and the little boy whom we left on their way to Locke's Fields, for it was to this district that the excellent-hearted man was leading his young child. As they went along, many were the kind words that Tom Rain uttered to cheer his artless companion. "Come, don't cry, my little fellow," he would say. "Here's another cake. And when we get home, you shall have something nice for supper. Are you cold, Charlie? Well, you shall soon warm yourself by the side of a good blazing fire. And tonight you shall sleep in a soft bed, and tomorrow morning you shall have some new clothes. I'm going to take you where you will find a pretty lady who will be as kind to you as the mamma you have just lost. Are you tired, Charlie? Well, I'll take you up and carry you." And Tom Rain lifted the poor child in his arms and kissed away the tears which ran down his cheeks. The boy threw his little arms around the neck of this kind protector and said, "Oh, you are as good to me as my dear papa was." "And how long has your papa been dead, Charlie?" asked Rainford, supposing that the child meant by his father the husband of the woman who had died that evening in Toby Bunce's house. "Not very long, but I don't know how long," was the reply. "Oh, stay. I think I heard mamma say this morning that he died 6 months ago." "And where did you live then, Charlie?" "At a cottage near a great town. I remember, Winchester." "Winchester!" cried Rainford. "I know all that part of the country well. Or at least I ought to do so," he murmured to himself with a profound sigh. "But what made you leave your cottage?" "When papa was buried, mamma had no money," replied the child, "and some naughty people came at last and took away all the things in the cottage and turned mamma and me out of doors. And then mamma cried so much, oh, so much, and we were very often hungry after that, and we sometimes had no bed to sleep in." "Poor little fellow!" cried Rainford, hugging the child closer still to his breast. "What was your papa's name?" "Watts, and my name is Charlie Watts," said the boy. At this moment Rainford stopped at one of the few decent-looking houses in Locke's Fields, and knocked at the door, which was immediately opened by a young and beautiful woman who appeared overjoyed at his return. "I've brought you a present in the shape of this poor little boy," said Rainford as he entered the house. "If you wish to please me, you will behave to him as kindly as I shall." The young woman took Charlie in her arms and kissed him as a proof that Tom's request should be attended to; and Rainford, well pleased at that demonstration, closed the street door behind him. End of Section 9. Recording by GrayClayton. Section 10 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by GrayClayton. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 10. Chapter 10. A Scene at the House of Sir Christopher Blunt. On the following afternoon, shortly after 4 o'clock, 3 gentlemen sat sipping their wine after an early dinner in a magnificently furnished room in Jermyn Street. The one who occupied the head of the table was a red-faced, stout, elderly gentleman with hair of that bluish-black which denotes the use of an artificial dye, and with large bushy whiskers of a similar tint. He was dressed in a blue coat with brass buttons, white waistcoat, and black kerseymere trousers fitted very tight. A massive gold chain depended from his neck, and on his fingers he wore several rings of great value. In manner he was authoritative, even to rudeness, for, being immensely rich, he firmly believed that money constituted an aristocracy which had a perfect right to command. His pride was the more excessive too as he had risen from nothing. That is, he had begun life as an errand boy in a linen draper's shop, and had finished his mercantile career as a warehouseman in Wood Street, where he amassed a considerable fortune. He had filled the office of sheriff, but had vainly endeavoured to procure an aldermanic gown, and having failed to persuade the liveryman of Portsoken Ward that he was the very best person they could possibly choose to represent them in the superior city court, he had ever since affected to rejoice at his rejection, and to look upon all city men and city matters with contempt. In reality, too, he was dreadfully mortified at the fact of his low origin, but with that clumsy duplicity which vulgar minds often employ in such cases, he pretended to make a boast of his humble beginnings, and used the subject as a means of constantly reminding his friends and acquaintances of what he had done for himself. While he held the shrievalty, it fell to his lot to present an address to the Prince Regent, and on that occasion he received the honour of knighthood. Such was Sir Christopher Blunt. The gentleman who sat at the bottom of the table was Mr. Frank Curtis, Sir Christopher's nephew. He was a tall, spare, thin, sickly-looking young man of 23, with long, straight, black hair, large, staring, dark eyes, very bad teeth, and a disagreeable, impudent, pert expression of countenance. He was an orphan, and totally dependent upon his uncle, who had brought him up to no business, inasmuch as he had looked upon the young man as his heir. Sir Christopher, however, having reached his 50th year without ever thinking of matrimony, was suddenly smitten with Miss Julia Mordaunt, Lady Hatfield's friend, and as Miss Mordaunt belonged to a very ancient though of greatly impoverished family, Sir Christopher thought that he should gain his darling wish, namely, obtaining standing and consideration in the fashionable world, by conducting that lady to the hymeneal altar. This ardent desire he nevertheless kept to himself as much as possible, his first object being to get rid of his nephew in some way or another. For Mr. Frank Curtis had acquired considerable influence over his uncle, and the latter was too much of a moral coward to be able to tell his nephew boldly and frankly that he proposed to change his condition. The passion which Frank had conceived for Miss Adelais Torrens seemed to furnish the knight with an opportunity to settle the young man, and thus throw off an influence which impeded his own matrimonial designs. Hence the readiness of Sir Christopher to lend Mr. Torrens £5,000 as an inducement for that gentleman to compel his portionless daughter to accept Mr. Frank Curtis for a husband. We must add that Frank had passed 6 months on the continent, and this brief sojourn in France had supplied the staple commodity of his entire conversational powers. Nor must we forget to observe that he was as arrogant a boaster as he was in reality a coward, and that he was so afflicted with the vice of mendaciousness that he could scarcely speak the truth by accident. The third gentleman present in Sir Christopher's splendid dining-room was Mr. Howard, the knight's solicitor. We need not say more relative to this individual than that he was about 45 years old, enjoyed an excellent practice, was considered a fine-looking man by the ladies, and was noted for his devotion to the turf. The table was spread with a choice dessert and an assortment of the most exquisite wines, to which the three gentlemen appeared to be doing ample justice. Sir Christopher drank copiously, because he felt particularly well pleased at the prospect of getting rid of his nephew, for whom and the intended bride he had taken and furnished a beautiful house at Clapham. Frank had frequent recurrence to the bottle, because he felt nervous and anxious, and the lawyer stuck fast to the Burgundy because he liked it. "Take care, Frank, how you fill your glass too often," said Mr. Howard, "or the young ladies will not find you very agreeable presently." "Don't mind me, old fellow," exclaimed Curtis. "I can drink you under the table any day. Why, when I was in Paris, I used to think nothing of a bottle of brandy with my breakfast. I recollect once betting 30 Napoleons with an old major of grenadiers at Boulogne." "A drum major, I suppose, Frank?" said the lawyer with a smile. "Frank could not so far forget himself as to associate with a drum major," observed Sir Christopher in a voice like that of a man who goes about with a Punch and Judy show. "Thanks to my honest exertions, I have placed myself, and in placing myself have placed him, in a position which you will permit me to call brilliant. You know I make no secret of what I was. I rose from nothing, and I'm proud of it. And if his gracious majesty, in acknowledgment of my humble merits, condescended to bestow upon me the honour of knighthood—" "Oh, blow that old story, uncle!" cried the dutiful nephew. "I was telling you how I laid 50 Napoleons with a colonel of French engineers that I would drink 2 bottles of champagne to every one of his share." "What time will the horses be round at the door?" demanded Howard of the knight, for the lawyer was anxious to escape the menaced tale. "At 6 o'clock precise," answered Sir Christopher. "I'm always punctual. I learnt punctuality when I was a lad, and I firmly believed it helped to make me what I am. When I look around and see how I am now situated, and think of what I was——" "Do let me tell you this story," interrupted Frank, refilling his glass. "It's a capital one, I can assure you. Well, so the French Major General and me, we sat down at a table and spread out the 150 Napoleons that we had bet. Then we rang the bell and ordered 3 bottles of Burgundy to begin with, 2 for me and 1 for him." "Burgundy, was it?" said the lawyer, sipping his wine. "No, claret, and I told you so," exclaimed Curtis. "But how provoking you are! Well, so the Lieutenant General and me, we began to drink the champagne just as it was so much water, both of us eyeing the 200 Napoleons." "4:30, said Mr. Howard, looking at his watch, and with difficulty suppressing a yawn. "For I felt sure of winning, and so did he," continued Frank Curtis. "Well, I soon disposed of my 2 bottles of port, and the General drank his 1 like a Trojan. To work we went again, 2 more for me and another for him, and then I proposed cigars, because I knew that I could stand smoking better than him. He agreed, and we puffed away like 2 factory chimneys. At last he showed signs of distress." "Oh, got quite groggy like a prize fighter at the 40th round," observed Mr. Howard. "Exactly," said Frank. "And so by the time I had finished my 6th bottle of sherry, and the Field Marshal had got only halfway through his 3rd, he was completely sewn up. I pocketed the 500 Napoleons as a matter of course, rang the bell to desire the waiter to take the Admiral off to bed, and then went and did the amiable with an evening party where no one could tell that I had ever been drinking at all." "And so you think that a very pleasant adventure, Master Frank?" said Sir Christopher. "Now, for my part, I leave guzzling and hard drinking to those vulgar citizens the other side of Temple Bar. Do you know, Howard, that I really believe it was the most fortunate day of my life when I lost the election for Port Soken? If I'd become an alderman—" "You would have looked the alderman to perfection, Sir Christopher," observed the lawyer. Well, I might have been dignified on the bench, or I might not," said the knight complacently. "That's a mere matter of opinion. Although I have been told by a friend who is not accustomed to flatter, that I have more sense, sound sense, I mean, in my little finger than all the aldermen and common councilmen put together. But it was fortunate for me, very fortunate, that I escaped from the vulgar contact of those citizens." At this moment a servant entered the room to announce that a gentleman desired to speak to Sir Christopher Blunt. "Show him up, show him up," cried the knight. "I have no secrets that my nephew and solicitor may not hear." The domestic retired, and in a few minutes he reappeared, ushering in Rainford by the name of Captain Sparks. Tom was dressed in his usual sporting garb, over which he wore a white top-coat, an article of attire much in vogue in those days among gentlemen who were accustomed to ride much on horseback. As he walked, his silver spurs clinked on the heels of his well-polished boots, and in his right hand he carried a whip. "Beg your pardon, gentlemen, for this intrusion," said Tom as he entered the room, "but having heard from my very particular friend Mr. Torrens of the little affair that is to take place to-morrow morning—" "Pray sit down, Captain Sparks," interrupted Sir Christopher. "Any friend of Mr. Torrens is welcome in this house. I do not, however, remember that he has mentioned your name in my hearing." "Very likely not," said Rainford, drawing the chair close to the table. "The fact is, I've been travelling in the north for my amusement during the last 2 years, and I only returned to town this morning. The first thing I did was to run down and see my dear friend Torrens, and you may fancy how surprised and pleased I was to learn what an excellent match his eldest daughter was about to make." "There is the bridegroom, Captain Sparks," said the knight, pompously waving his hand towards his nephew. "Very happy to form your acquaintance, Mr. Curtis," exclaimed Tom with a polite bow. "Equally delighted to know you, Captain," replied the nephew. "Here's a clean glass, and there's the bottle. Help yourself." "With much pleasure," said Tom, suiting the action to the word. "But I was about to tell you that Mr. Torrens did me the honour to invite me to the wedding; and as I was obliged to come back to town to have my portmanteau sent down to the cottage, I've made bold to intrude myself upon you, gentlemen, with the view of joining your party, that is, if you will permit me." "We shall be quite charmed, Captain Sparks," answered Sir Christopher Blunt. "But I need not inquire if you proceed to the cottage on horseback." "Oh, yes, none of your coaches or carriages for me," returned Tom. "I put up my horse at the stables close by in York Street, for my groom was taken ill a couple of hours ago." "Our horses are also there," interrupted Sir Christopher; "and one of my grooms," he added ostentatiously, "shall bring round yours when he fetches ours. But I beg pardon for my rudeness, Captain Sparks. This gentleman is Mr. Howard, my solicitor." Rainford and the lawyer bowed to each other. The wine went round, and Tom chuckled inwardly at the success of his stratagem to obtain access to the knight. "You see, Captain Sparks," said Sir Christopher in a dictatorial tone, "this projected alliance has met with some little opposition on the part of the young lady herself." "So Torrens told me this afternoon," observed Tom coolly. "But the qualifications of your nephew, Sir Christopher, are doubtless such—" "I flatter myself," exclaimed Curtis, pleased with the compliment, "that I have the knack of making myself agreeable to the woman when I choose. Why, the day that I left Paris, the French Marchioness took poison, and a Countess went melancholy mad, both without any apparent cause; but I knew deuced well that I was the reason, though." "You're a sad fellow, Frank," said the lawyer. "Now, why should you assert that?" cried the young man, affecting to be annoyed by the remark. "Did I tell you that anything particular occurred between me and those ladies? Suppose the Duchess did have a little partiality for me, and suppose the Baroness was the least thing jealous, eh? What then?" "Ah, what then indeed?" said Tom Rain. "Mr. Curtis is too much a man of honour to betray those fair ones who are weak enough to be beguiled by his soft nonsense." "Egad, you're right!" exclaimed Frank, in whose good opinion the self-styled captain was rapidly rising. "I wouldn't give a fig for a fellow that boasts of his conquests. But if any one might boast on that subject, I think it is your humble servant. What do you say, Howard? Haven't I told you some queer tales at times?" "You have indeed," answered the lawyer drily. "Talking of boasting, Captain Sparks," said the knight, who now found means to thrust in a word, "it's my opinion that the only legitimate boast is that which a man can make of having risen from nothing. Now, I never attempt to conceal my origin. On the contrary, I glory in it. Why, sir, I began life without a sixpence and without a friend, and now look at me." Tom Rain did look at Sir Christopher, as he was requested to do, and it struck our friend that there was nothing very particular to admire in the worthy knight, after all. "You see me, Captain Sparks," continued Sir Christopher in an authoritative tone. "Well, sir, such as I am now, I made myself." "And the more to your credit," said Tom, who couldn't help thinking that if the knight's words were to be taken literally, it was a great pity that he hadn't made himself a trifle handsomer while he was about it. "Come, Howard, pass the bottle, old fellow," cried Frank Curtis, who always got disgustingly familiar when he was in his cups, which was so often that he was seldom out of them, and, as is the case with all persons who boast of the quantity they can drink, it didn't require much to upset him. "Remember," he added, "we have a rather lonely road to travel part of the way." "Why, you surely cannot be a friend of robbers, Mr. Curtis," exclaimed Tom, bursting out into a merry laugh. "I afraid!" ejaculated the young man. "Not I! I should think not, indeed. Why, when I was travelling from Abbeville to Paris in the mail, we were stopped by 3 highwaymen in the middle of the night. The government courier and myself tackled them in a moment. We were the only persons in the mail, and the postboy was so frightened he got off his seat and hid himself under one of the horses. Well, the poor courier was soon disabled, but I was not easily done up. Egad, in less than 3 minutes I forced the whole 5 scoundrels to sheer off." "Oh, I have no doubt of it," said Tom very quietly. "A powerful and courageous young gentleman like you must be a match for any 5 highwaymen in the world." "Come, come, now," exclaimed Frank. "I didn't say that exactly, but I will assert this much, that I have no more fears of a robber than I should have of a child stopping me on the highway." "In that case," observed Mr. Howard, "you had better take charge of the money that's to be paid over to Mr. Torrens presently." "Oh, as for that—but never mind," cried Frank, not appearing particularly to relish the office of treasurer thus forced upon him, yet unable to decline the trust after his magniloquent vaunting. "I'll keep the £2,000 safe enough, depend on it." Sir Christopher looked at his watch, and finding that the hour for departure was approaching, he rang the bell to order the horses. Precisely as the clock struck 6, the party, attended by John Jeffreys, with whom Rain had found an opportunity to exchange a word or two, quitted Jermyn Street and rode towards Westminster Bridge. End of Section 10. Recording by Graybclayton.
Section 11 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 11, The £2,000, Torrens Cottage. The evening was bright, clear, and frosty, and the stars shone resplendently on the wide arch of heaven. Well wrapped up in their great coats, the party of horsemen pursued their way, and at about 7 o'clock they turned from the main road near Streatham Common into a by-lane leading towards Torrens Cottage, thus leaving Streatham itself on their right hand. Sir Christopher and the lawyer rode about 100 yards in advance, Tom Rain and Frank Curtis having stopped at a public-house to procure cigars. Jeffreys, the groom, was about 50 yards in the rear. "You must come and see us, Captain Sparks, after the honeymoon," said Curtis. "We shall be delighted to make you welcome." "I shall avail myself of your kind offer," returned Tom. "And you and me will try who can stand his bottle best," continued the young man. "But what atrocious cigars these are! I remember when I was in Paris I was very intimate with a certain foreign prince who was staying there, and I don't mind hinting to you that I was a great favourite with the princess too." She was a charming woman, a very charming woman. I never saw such eyes in my life. Well, the prince was a great smoker, and he one day gave me a box of his prime cigars. Such cigars! I never smoked such beauties before or since. Poor fellow, he was killed in a duel shortly afterwards." "Killed in a duel!" exclaimed Tom. "What, by you?" "Oh, no, I was his second," replied Curtis, who, as usual, invented the story as he went on. "It seems that an officer of French horse guards had been boasting of the favours which he pretended to have received from the Marchioness, and the Marquis heard of it. He instantly sent for me, and desired me to carry the grenadier officer a message. I did so, and the hostile encounter took place in Boulogne Wood. The hussar officer pinked the Count slap through in no time, for it appeared that he was the best swordsman in all France. Well, of course, I was desperately savage to see my poor friend the Duke knocked off the hooks in that unceremonious way, and I determined to avenge him. So I challenged the light infantry officer on the spot, and we fought for 6 hours without either of us getting a scratch or yielding a foot of ground. Our swords were worn as thin as skewers." "I have no doubt of it," said Tom coolly. "It must have been a splendid sight." "It was indeed," returned Frank, "but at last I obtained a trifling advantage. The artillery officer had a cold, and I watched him anxiously to catch him off his guard when he sneezed. Egad, that was a glorious idea of mine, and it succeeded too, for after 9 hours' hard fighting, I ran him through just as a cook spits a joint. You cannot imagine what a reputation that affair gave me in Paris. Every one was desirous to see the young Englishman who had killed the best swordsman in France, and after all, without boasting, it was a feat to be proud of." "Decidedly so," observed Tom, "but you are too brave a man, Mr. Curtis, to indulge in idle boasts." "Of course," cried Frank. "Fellows like you and me, Captain, who know what swords and pistols mean, are the last to brag of their exploits." "Do you carry pistols with you, Mr. Curtis?" asked Tom. Generally, was the reply, "but I did not think it necessary to take them with me this evening." "Well, I did," said Rainford, "and here is one," he added, producing the weapon from the pocket of his white great coat. "Pray don't hold it near me, Captain," cried Frank, reining in his horse with a trepidation most remarkable on the part of a gentleman who had performed such gallant deeds in resisting highwaymen and as a duellist. "Yes, but I shall not only hold it near you," said Tom, "I shall also fire it, unless you instantly and without noise hand me over that pocket-book which you have about you." "Captain Sparks!" ejaculated the trembling young man, "this passes a joke. Come now." "I never was more serious in my life," interrupted Rainford sharply. "Give me the pocket-book, or—" And the sharp click of the pistol as Tom cocked it sounded like a death warrant upon the cowardly boaster's ears. In fact, he sat paralyzed, motionless, speechless upon his horse, at a loss how to act. "Come, be quick!" cried Rain, seizing him by the collar of his coat. "I have no time for any of your nonsense." You can't mean," stammered the young man, "that you—" "Yes, I mean that I am a highwayman, if you like to call me so," interrupted Tom impatiently, "and so give me the pocket-book." Curtis obeyed with trembling hand and sinking heart. "And now," said Tom, as the sounds of the trampling of a horse announced that the groom was approaching, "one word of caution. You are going to drag a young lady into a match most unwelcome to her. Beware how you accomplish her unhappiness by forcing her to accept as a husband such a contemptible boaster and arrant liar as you are. Beware, I say, or you will see more than you like of Captain Sparks." Having thus spoken, Rainford turned his horse round and galloped away with lightning speed. John Jeffreys, whom he passed in the lane, did not, of course, attempt to molest him. But when the groom overtook Frank Curtis, he said, "Anything the matter, sir? I saw the captain gallop back again like an arrow." "Captain!" ejaculated the young man. "He is a robber, a thief, a gallows bird." "What do you mean, sir?" asked Jeffreys, affecting profound astonishment. "He has plundered me of £2,000, John," cried Frank, in so lamentable a tone that the groom could hardly suppress a violent indication to laugh. "Robbed you, sir?" exclaimed Jeffreys. "You're joking, sir. No two men in England could rob you." "We had a desperate tussle for it, John," replied Curtis, "but the villain knocked me off my horse with the butt end of his pistol. It was a cowardly blow, and I was not prepared for it." "Most likely not, sir," said the groom dryly, "but I thought he must have used some underhand means, because I know what sort of a customer you must be." "You're right enough there, my man," returned Curtis. "I had got the better of him at one time, and although he has gone off with the £2,000, he has carried away with him such a drubbing that he won't forget in a hurry. But let us ride after my uncle and Mr. Howard, because he might come back," added Frank, casting a terrified glance behind him. The young gentleman and the servant put spurs to their horses, and in a quarter of an hour overtook the knight and the lawyer, to whom Frank related in his own style the adventure which had just occurred. "And you mean to say that you surrendered the pocket-book, that you gave up £2,000?" exclaimed Sir Christopher in a passion. "What could I do?" said Frank. "The scoundrel took the money from me by main force." "He was stronger than the 5 highwaymen in France," observed the lawyer quietly. "Stronger, I believe you!" cried Curtis, "and then he was armed to the very teeth. Why, when he threw open his green cutaway coat, I could see by the starlight a belt stuck round with pistols, daggers, and sharp knives. Or else do you think for a moment that he could have mastered me?" "Well, the mischief is done," said the knight in a doleful tone, "and a pretty figure we shall cut at the Torrenses. I dare swear that the rascal is no more an acquaintance of the family than he is of the King of England." "It is to be hoped he is not," observed Mr. Howard, who was mightily pleased to think that he had handed over the money into Frank's keeping previously to setting out. "It is to be hoped not, otherwise your nephew, Sir Christopher, would be marrying into a nice family." "Really, Mr. Howard, this is no time for jesting," exclaimed the knight. "But why didn't you try and stop the villain, John?" "I, sir," said the groom, "how should I know that he had committed a robbery when he galloped past me? Besides, if he is such a terrible chap as Mr. Frank represents him, it would have been useless for me to try my hand with him." "Certainly, John is quite right," observed Mr. Curtis. "If I could do nothing with him, I'm sure no one else could. He is as strong as a lion, and, egad, how he did swear! It was quite horrible to hear him. But what shall we do?" "Do, indeed!" ejaculated Sir Christopher. "We shall look like so many fools when we arrive at the cottage." "But Mr. Torrens will take your cheque, Sir Christopher," remarked the lawyer. "True, we can manage it in that way," said the knight. "Still the cash would have appeared more business-like on such an occasion. But it is growing late. Let us push on." "Yes, let us push on," echoed Frank, casting troubled glances around, and trembling lest the highwayman should take it into his head to return and rob the remainder of the party. In 20 minutes they reached Torrens Cottage, the inmates of which we must pause to describe. Mr. Torrens was a widower, and had numbered about 55 years. He was a tall, thin, dry-looking man, with a very sallow complexion, a cold grey eye, and a stern expression of countenance. After having long held a situation in a government office, he retired with a pension, and just at the same period a relation died, leaving him a few £1000s. With this sum he bought a beautiful little villa, which he denominated Torrens Cottage, and the leasehold of some land at Norwood, where he set busily to work to build a row of houses to be called Torrens Terrace. He had long made architecture an amateur study during his leisure hours, and the moment he was enabled to retire from his situation in the Ordnance Office and became possessed of capital, he resolved to put his numerous architectural theories into practice. But, as it frequently happens in such matters, he grew embarrassed, and the works were menaced with stoppage for want of funds, when Mr. Curtis became enamoured of his eldest daughter, whom he met at the house of some of Mr. Torrens's relations in London. The bargain already described was soon after struck between Sir Christopher Blunt and Mr. Torrens, who did not hesitate to sacrifice his daughter's happiness to his own pecuniary interests. Unfortunately, too, for the young lady, he did not regard the contemplated union in the light of a sacrifice at all, inasmuch as he naturally looked upon Frank Curtis as Sir Christopher's heir, not dreaming that the worthy knight entertained the remotest idea of perpetrating matrimony. Mr. Torrens therefore considered that his daughter Adelais was about to form a most eligible connection, and although he was aware that her affections were engaged in another quarter, he acted upon the belief that parents must know best how to ensure their children's happiness. His two daughters, Adelais and Rosamond, were both charming girls of the respective ages of 18 and 16. Their dark clustering locks, their deep hazel eyes lustrous with liquid light, and their symmetrical figures filled all beholders with admiration. Adelais was now pale, melancholy, and drooping, for she loathed the alliance that was in contemplation for her, loathed it not only because her heart was another's, but also because the manners, conversation, and personal appearance of Frank Curtis were revolting in her estimation. Rosamond possessed a rich complexion in which glowed all the innate feelings of her soul, animating and imparting to every feature of her beautiful face an additional charm. She was naturally the confidante of her sister, whose hard fate she deeply deplored, and many were the plans which the amiable girls had devised and discussed with a view to overcome their father's cruel pertinacity in insisting on the sacrifice of Adelais to Frank Curtis. But each and all of those projects had either failed or involved proceedings repugnant to their pure and artless minds. For instance, they had thought of abandoning the paternal roof and endeavouring to seek their livelihood by needlework in some safe retirement. Then Adelais would not permit Rosamond to dare the misfortunes of the world by flying from a home which she, the younger sister, had at least no personal motive to desert. And Rosamond, on her side, would not allow Adelais to set out alone. Again, a clandestine marriage between Adelais and her lover was often debated. The young man urged it himself, but the daughters dreaded the father's eternal anger, and thus this project had been abandoned also. To be brief, the dreaded moment was now at hand, and the seal of misery was about to be set on the roll of the elder maiden's destinies. And who was the lover of Adelais? A handsome, generous-hearted, honourable young man, occupying a situation in the very government office where Mr. Torrens had himself served for many years. But although Clarence Villiers was so far provided for, and had every prospect of rising rapidly on account of his steady habits and assiduous attention to his employment, yet he was at present only a poor clerk, with £90 a year, and he had no capital. Mr. Torrens, as we have seen, required capital, and thus Frank Curtis was preferred to Clarence Villiers. We cannot quit this description without alluding to the ardent affection which existed between the sisters. Having lost their mother in their childhood, and their father being almost constantly from home throughout the day, they were naturally thrown entirely upon each other for companionship. An illimitable confidence sprang up between them, a confidence more intimate far than even that which usually subsists between sisters, because this confidence on the part of Adelais and Rosamond extended to a mutual outpouring of their most trivial as well as of their most important thoughts, hopes, or aspirations. Thus the reader will cease to be astonished that, when Adelais, in the anguish of her heart, had contemplated flight from the paternal roof as the only alternative, save a hateful marriage, Rosamond insisted upon accompanying her. Much as they loved and revered their father, they were both prepared to sacrifice even filial affection and filial duty for each other's sake. This feeling may be looked upon as one involving a grievous fault on their side. It was not, however, the less firmly rooted in their minds, for they were all and all to each other. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 12, Adelais and Rosamond. Sir Christopher Blunt, Mr. Howard, and Frank Curtis were soon seated in Mr. Torrens' comfortable parlour, the walls of which were adorned with an infinite variety of architectural plans set in carved oaken frames. A cheerful fire blazed in the grate, wine was placed upon the table, and the travellers were speedily as much at their ease as they could wish, or as their host could render them. The young ladies were in another apartment, Mr. Torrens having desired them to remain in the drawing-room while the commercial part of the projected matrimonial arrangement was being settled in the parlour. When the usual complimentary phrases had been exchanged, and Sir Christopher had observed that the weather was remarkably fine but very cold, a proposition to which Mr. Torrens entirely assented, for somehow or another people never do contradict each other when commenting on that subject. When also a glass or two of wine had been imbibed by each, the knight inquired whether Mr. Torrens happened to be acquainted with a Captain Sparks. The answer was a negative. Sir Christopher then began to relate the adventure of the evening, and although he was constantly interrupted by his nephew, who was anxious to interpolate in the narrative certain saving clauses respecting his own valour towards the highwayman, the worthy knight nevertheless succeeded at length in bringing the tale to an end. "It is clear," said Mr. Torrens, "that you were first duped and then robbed by an infamous scoundrel. But have you any notion how he could have learnt enough of the pending arrangements to be enabled to talk so familiarly with regard to them when he first introduced himself to you?" "That puzzles me, my dear sir," returned Sir Christopher. "And it is likely to continue to puzzle you, uncle," observed Frank, "for the whole business defies conjecture. I remember when I was in France, the villain evidently knew that you would leave town with a considerable sum of money in your possession," said Torrens, "and his aim was to get it. He did get it, too." "But not without a deuced good thrashing into the bargain," cried Frank, "and that's some consolation." "I dare say Captain Sparks, as he calls himself, would gladly be thrashed every hour in the day on the same terms," observed the lawyer. "But I think that when our little business is concluded, I should do well to return to London and give information at Bow Street as speedily as possible." "By no means," exclaimed Sir Christopher. "We must keep the tale to ourselves. If it got into the newspapers with all the particulars, it would only make us look ridiculous. We might punish the man, but we should never get back the money. No, no, let the matter drop, for all our sakes. Thank heaven," continued the knight, assuming a slower and more pompous tone, "the loss is paltry. Very paltry in my estimation. I shall not miss the amount, I can assure you." "But you have no objection to my giving the scoundrel another good drubbing, uncle, the first time I meet him again?" inquired Frank Curtis with great apparent earnestness. "Oh, there can be no objection to that, if the captain will allow you so to operate on him," said the lawyer dryly. "Allow me, indeed! I should like to know how he could prevent it," exclaimed Frank, affecting deep indignation at the remark. "You should have seen the struggle we had." "Very likely. But I noticed your greatcoat when we came in just now, and it was not soiled," said Howard. "Of course not. I had him down all the time." "Then it was a great pity you did not keep him there." "Come, come, enough of this fencing," cried Sir Christopher. "Produce the deeds, Mr. Howard. My friend Torrens will take my cheque for the 2,000. "Oh, certainly," replied the venal father. "And tomorrow let us hope that I shall have to give you another for 3,000 more," added Sir Christopher. "Thank heaven, my cheque is as good as a bank note, but it wasn't 20 years ago, though. Times have altered since then, and yet, as my friend Howard knows, I am proud of my humble origin." "Yes, yes, uncle," exclaimed Frank, "we all know that perfectly. But let's to business, and then join the young ladies. I shall make them laugh with the story of the highwayman. It's the first time in my life I was ever conquered, ever overcome, and now it hasn't been by fair means. I remember once, when I was at Montreuil, 3 French peasants had some of their nonsense with me, but I just—" "Here are the documents, gentlemen," said Mr. Howard. "Frank shall conclude his story presently." The agreements for the loan of the £5,000 were then read over. Mr. Torrens signed them. Sir Christopher Blunt wrote him a cheque for 2,000 on account, the remaining 3 to be advanced only on condition that the proposed marriage took place, and thus terminated the commercial part of the business. The 4 gentlemen then proceeded to the drawing-room, where the 2 young ladies were seated. Adelais was excessively pale, and when the odious Mr. Frank Curtis tripped smirkingly up to her, and taking her fair hand pressed it to his lips, his breath, heated with wine and rendered offensive by the fumes of the cigar, steaming upon that delicate skin, the maiden recoiled as if from something loathsome. Her father, who observed her narrowly, cast upon her a rapid but ireful glance, and Adelais exerted herself strenuously to recover her composure. Like a victim about to be sacrificed at the altar of some avenging god, she suffered her admirer to lead her to a seat in a remote part of the room, and placing himself by her side, Frank Curtis darted a triumphant look at Howard and Sir Christopher, as much as to say, "Just see how successfully I am going to play the amiable in this quarter." Then turning towards the lovely Adelais, whose large blue eyes were bent timidly down, and whose bosom palpitated with a variety of painful emotions, he observed in what he considered to be a most endearing whisper, "Come, my sweet gals, cheer up. There's nothing to be frightened at in marriage. I know that I'm not quite a lady's man, but we shall get on better together by and by. You see, my dear, I've always been used to manly sports, or to seeking adventures where some glory was to be gained, such as knocking down watchmen, or fighting with highwaymen, or killing my man in a duel, and things of that kind. But I've no doubt it will be pleasant enough to be tied to your apron-string, if the string itself isn't too tight." Adelais raised her fine blue eyes, turned them for a moment upon her admirer, and then again fixed them on the carpet, a profound sigh escaping her bosom at the same time. But that glance, so involuntarily thrown towards her companion, was one of sudden curiosity, as if she were anxious to discover by the expression of his face whether he were indeed serious in the insufferable rhodomontade with which he sought to captivate her. "There, that's right, my dear gal," said Curtis, mistaking the motive of that rapid look which was directed towards him. "Don't stand on any ceremony with me. In a few hours more we shall be husband and wife." Adelais shuddered visibly. "Ah, I like this little modesty. It's all very proper on your part," continued the disgusting young man, "but it will soon wear off. Naturally so." The young lady now started indignantly. Her countenance became crimson, and then large tears burst from her eyes. Curtis caught hold of her hand, but she withdrew it. She literally snatched it away, as if from the jaws of a hideous reptile. "You needn't think I'm going to eat you, miss," said Frank in a surly tone, "but I forgot to tell you what an adventure I had just now with a couple of highwaymen," he continued in a milder voice. "You see, as me and my uncle and Howard were coming down the lane, I fell back a little just to think of you, my dear, at leisure, when all of a sudden 3 chaps jumped over a bank and pointed their blunderbusses at me. I didn't care a rap for that, but taking the riding whip by the thin end, I knocked down 3 of them, one after the other, with the handle part, you know, and had just made up my mind to tackle the 4th when my horse reared and threw me. For a moment I was insensible, and during that time the 5th scoundrel picked my pocket of the £2,000, which I may call the purchase money of your own dear pretty little self." "Sir!" exclaimed Adelais aloud, "is it your intention to insult me?" And without waiting for a reply, but yielding to the tide of anguish and indignation which now impelled her, she rushed from the room. Rosamond, who, while engaged in conversation with her father, Sir Christopher, and Mr. Howard at the other end of the room, had never ceased to watch her sister with the most lively interest, now immediately followed the almost heart-broken girl. The moment the sisters had reached their bedchamber, Adelais threw herself into Rosamond's arms, exclaiming, "I will never marry him. I will die sooner." "Has he offended you?" inquired Rosamond, affectionately embracing her disconsolate sister. "But I need not ask. Your changing countenance, your anxious looks, your convulsive movements, and then your tears while he sat by you." "Oh, my very soul revolts against him!" cried Adelais, emphatically, the conflicts of agonizing emotions painfully expressed on her countenance. "At first, when he approached me, it required all the exertions of which my fortitude was capable to subdue the feelings of aversion and disgust, of bitter woe and heartfelt misery with which I was agitated. But when his coarse language met my ears, 'Oh, Rosamond!' exclaimed the distracted maiden, 'I must fly, I must avoid this dreadful fate, or my heart will break.'" At this moment Mr. Torrens slowly opened the door and entered the room. His countenance wore an expression which gave evidence that anger and compunction were maintaining a fierce struggle in his breast, but the former feeling was rapidly obtaining the ascendancy. "Rash, disobedient girl!" he exclaimed, fixing his stern, cold eyes upon Adelais, who still clung to her younger sister. "What signifies this folly?" "Spare me, my dearest father!" cried Adelais, suddenly tearing herself from Rosamond's embrace and falling on her knees before her sire. "I cannot marry that horrible man." Mr. Torrens bit his lip almost till the blood came. "Listen to me, my dear father," continued the despairing girl, joining her hands together while her cheeks were of marble whiteness, unanimated by a tinge of vital colouring. "I am your daughter and must obey you, but if you persist in saying, 'Receive that man as your husband,' it is the same as if you were to utter the word 'die.' Oh, no, you cannot, you will not sacrifice me in this cruel, cruel manner. What have I done to offend you, that my unhappiness has become your aim? Dearest father, relent, I implore you. On my knees, I beseech you to save me ere it be too late." "Adelais," exclaimed Mr. Torrens, arming himself with that fatal sophistry which led him to believe that he was the only judge of what was fitting for his daughter's welfare and happiness. "Adelais, rise, I command you." The miserable girl obeyed, but staggered with vacillating and irregular steps towards a chair, in which she sank, the agony of her soul now expelling all power of reflection from its seat. "I have gone too far to retreat, even if I were so disposed," continued Mr. Torrens. "Your happiness will be ensured by this union." "Her happiness, father!" said Rosamond reproachfully. "Oh, no, never, never!" "Undutiful girl!" cried the venal parent. "Do you league with your sister against me? I tell you that Adelais is about to become the wife of a young man who can give her an enviable position in society, and who, at his uncle's death, will inherit an immense fortune. It is true that Mr. Curtis is somewhat rough in manner and incautious with his tongue, but perfection exists not in this world. To be brief, this marriage shall take place. It must. I dare not retract." "Father, one word more," exclaimed Adelais, suddenly recovering her power of thought and speech, those powers which anguish had for a few minutes completely subdued. "You are about to sell your daughter to that man. He boasted to me that a few £1,000 were the purchase money, and hence my abrupt departure from the room." "The phrase was wrong, ill chosen, coarse," ejaculated Mr. Torrens, evidently smarting under this announcement. "But we must not judge of words themselves. We must only look to the motives of him who utters them. Mr. Curtis is incapable of insulting you." "Oh! You know not how abhorrent is the coarseness of his language," cried Adelais, bursting into a torrent of tears. "You provoke me beyond the limits of human patience," ejaculated Mr. Torrens, stamping his foot with rage. "But no more of this. You know my will. Prepare to obey it. I ask you not to return to the drawing-room to-night. To-morrow morning let me hope that you will show yourself a dutiful daughter towards a father who is anxious only to ensure your prosperity." Mr. Torrens then imprinted a cold kiss upon the fair foreheads of Adelais and Rosamond, and hastily quitted the apartment. For some minutes after the door had closed behind them, the sisters sat gazing upon each other in the silence of painful and awful reflection. Yet beautiful were they in their sorrow, for the unstudied attitudes and abandonment of limb which such a state of mind produces gave additional grace to the just proportions of their forms, and imparted an expression of the most tender interest to the perfect composition of their features. "Sister," at length said Rosamond, in a soft and mournful tone, as she approached Adelais, "what will you do?" This question suddenly aroused the unhappy young lady to a sense of the urgent necessity of adopting some decisive measure. Winding her arms around Rosamond's neck, she said, "I must fly from my father's house. I must abandon the paternal dwelling. Oh, heaven! Wherefore am I reduced to so fearful an alternative?" "Speak not only of yourself, beloved Adelais," murmured Rosamond chidingly, "for you know that my fate as well as my heart is inseparably linked with thine." "Oh, I doubt not the sincerity of your love for me, dearest sister," exclaimed Miss Torrens, "but I tremble at the idea of making you the companion of my flight. Have we not read in books, dear girl, that London is a dreadful place, abounding in perils of all kinds, and concealing pitfalls beneath its most pleasant places? Oh, Rosamond, you are so young, so very young, to quit your father's home, and venture in that great city of danger and crime." "But with you as my companion, Adelais, I shall have courage to meet all those perils of which you speak," responded Rosamond, the tones of her voice becoming so gentle, so melting, and so persuasive that never did she seem so dear, so very dear unto her sister as at this moment. And now all hesitation was banished on the part of Adelais. It was settled, it was determined. Rosamond should become the companion of her flight. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 13, The Elopement. Let us now return to Rainford, whom we left on his way back to London, after having so triumphantly eased the vainglorious Mr. Frank Curtis of the £2,000. The highwayman, for such indeed was the gay, generous-hearted, and brave Tom Rain, scarcely condescended to bestow even a chuckle of satisfaction upon a victory so easily won, an exploit so readily accomplished. He would have valued the prize far more had it been obtained by means of hard blows and as the result of a desperate encounter, for the love of adventure was inherent in his disposition, and he had often courted danger in his life for the exciting pleasure of freeing himself from its intricacy. Having galloped his good steed to the beginning of the lane, he checked its celerity and then proceeded at a moderate pace along the main road to the public house, where Curtis and himself had stopped to purchase their cigars about half an hour previously. Riding up to the door of the little establishment, the highwayman leaped from his horse and threw the reins to a dependent of the place who was conversing with the postillion of a chaise and pair that had stopped at the door. When Rainford sauntered leisurely up to the bar with his chimney-pot hat set rakishly on one side, his white coat comfortably buttoned up, and his riding-whip in his hand, the landlord instantly recollected him again, and observed as he drew the liquor which the highwayman ordered, "Back to London, sir, to-night?" "Yes," replied Tom carelessly. "I just escorted my friend as far as Torrens Cottage, and shall now get home again." These words produced a visible emotion on the part of a tall, handsome, dark-haired young man who was also standing at the bar. He was well protected by a great coat against the cold, and Tom therefore very naturally concluded that he was the traveller journeying in the post-chaise outside. "Torrens Cottage!" cried the landlord. "Why, I do declare that's the very ticket. This gentleman here was just making inquiries whether I had any one that could take a note there in a confidential way." The landlord blurted forth this announcement without heeding the significant coughs and hems of the tall young gentleman, who seemed greatly annoyed that the object of his call at the public house should thus be published to the very first stranger who entered the place after him. "You should keep a closer tongue in your head," said Tom Rain. "How do you know what harm might be done by your stupidity in letting out the gentleman's business in this kind of way? Fortunately, I am not the kind of fellow to do mischief, and in this case it may be that I can effect some good." "Indeed!" exclaimed the tall young gentleman, his countenance suddenly exchanging the expression of annoyance which the landlord's garrulity had excited for one indicative of hope and joy. "Yes, I think so," said Tom, "but we must have a few words in private." "Walk into the parlour, gentlemen," cried the landlord. "There is no one in that room at present." Rainford and the tall stranger followed this suggestion, and when the door was closed behind them, the highwayman said, "If I am not very much mistaken, you must be the gentleman whom that lying braggart Frank Curtis is endeavouring to cut out." "My name is Clarence Villiers, sir," was the guarded reply. "And you are the lover of Mr. Torrens's eldest daughter?" continued Rainford. "Now do not waste valuable time by reflecting whether you shall make me your confidant or not. I am disposed to serve you. Tell me how I can do it." "You will excuse me," said Villiers, in a polite but somewhat reserved tone, "if I first request to be informed to whom I have the honour of speaking." "Captain Sparks," was the immediate reply. "I happen to know old Sir Christopher and his precious nephew, and I rode down with them nearly as far as the cottage, but I did not accept their invitation to go in, for particular reasons of my own. You may, however, suppose that I am well acquainted with all the particulars of this infamous case. Miss Adelais Torrens loves Mr. Clarence Villiers, and hates Mr. Frank Curtis, but Mr. Frank Curtis is the successful suitor with the mercenary father, because a certain £5,000— "Enough, Captain Sparks," ejaculated Villiers. "I see that you do indeed know all. And will you serve me in this strait?" "I will, honour bright!" cried Tom. "There's my hand upon it. Now say what is to be done. It is already past 8 o'clock," he added, after a hasty reference to a handsome gold watch which he drew from his fob. "My object was to obtain an interview with Adelais in some way or another, and urge her to speak plainly, my friend," cried Rain. "To elope with you? Well, do you mean everything that is honourable?" "As God is my judge," said the young man solemnly, "I have frequently urged the dear girl to consent to a clandestine marriage with me, but the purity of her soul has ever revolted against a course which she considers to be marked with duplicity." "Where would you convey her during the interval that must necessarily elapse before you can marry her?" asked Rainford. "Because, as she is a minor, I suppose you could not obtain a special license without her father's consent." "I have an aunt in London devoted to my interests," answered Clarence, "and she would receive her with even maternal affection until I should acquire a legal right to protect her." "So far so good," observed Tom. "And yet a young lady eloping at night with a young man! Remember, I am only speaking for the good of both of you." "I had foreseen that difficulty also," said Villiers hastily. "The fact is, Adelais and her sister Rosamond are so linked together by the tenderest bonds of affection, that the one would not move a step unaccompanied by the other." "The devil!" cried Rainford. "Two ladies to carry off! That increases the embarrassment of the business. Now it is very clear that it is perfectly useless for us to send a messenger down with a note. It would be intercepted by the father. But if you will sit down and write what you choose, I will undertake to have it delivered to the young lady herself." "You?" exclaimed Clarence joyfully. "Yes. What I promise I will perform," said Rainford. "Follow my directions, and all shall go well." Clarence rang the bell, ordered writing materials, and in a few minutes completed a note to his beloved Adelais, which he read to his companion. "Seal it," said Tom, "because it may pass through the hands of another person after it leaves mine, and before it reaches Miss Torrens." This suggestion was instantaneously complied with, and Rainford secured the letter about his person. "Now," he continued, after a moment's reflection, "do you proceed with the chaise down the lane, and stop as near the cottage as is consistent with prudence. I shall retrace my way there at once. Fear nothing, but wait patiently at the place where you pull up until I make my appearance." Villiers promised to fulfil these instructions, and Rainford, having taken a temporary leave of him, remounted his horse and galloped towards Torrens Cottage. The highwayman had his plan of proceeding ready digested by the time the white walls of the building, rendered particularly conspicuous in the starlight, met his view. Alighting from his horse at a distance of about 100 yards, he tied the animal to a tree, and then repaired towards the dwelling. Having reconnoitred the premises, he speedily discovered the stable, and to his infinite joy a light streamed from one of the windows of that building. Leaping over the palings which separated the kitchen garden from the adjacent fields, Tom Rain proceeded to the stable, and there, as he had anticipated, he found John Jeffreys, the groom, busily employed with his master's horses. John was alone, and his surprise was great when, upon being tapped on the shoulder, he turned round and beheld the highwayman. "Silence!" said Tom in a whisper. "We have no time to lose in idle chatter. Here's 5 guineas for you, and you must get this note conveyed secretly to Miss Torrens, Adelais, the eldest, you know." "It shall be done, sir," replied Jeffreys. "I am already far in the good graces of the housemaid. The cook is old and deaf, and so there's no fear of my not being able to succeed." "Good. And you will bring me the answer up the lane, where I shall wait for you." "And how can you read it when you get it?" demanded Jeffreys. "The night is not quite clear enough for that." "The answer will be a verbal one, yes or no," replied Tom. Jeffreys promised that no delay should occur on his part, and Rainford retraced his steps to the spot where he had left his horse. Many novelists would here pause for the honest but somewhat tedious purpose of detailing all the reflections which passed through the mind of Rainford during the mortal half-hour that elapsed ere the sounds of footsteps upon the hard soil announced the approach of some person. But as we do not wish either to spin out our narrative with dry material, or to keep the reader in any unnecessary suspense, we will at once declare that at the expiration of the aforesaid 30 minutes, John Jeffreys made his appearance at the appointed spot. "What news?" demanded Tom impatiently. "All right. And the answer is yes." "That's well," exclaimed Rainford. "You may now go back, John. All that I require of you is done." "But I have something to say to you, sir," observed the servant. Just now Sir Christopher sent for me up into the parlour to give me some orders, and I heard Mr. Frank, who is uncommon far gone, with brandy and water, making a boast to the lawyer fellow that he'd walk all round the grounds to see that everything is safe. It seems that the lawyer has been twitting him about his little business with you just now up the lane, you know, and so Mr. Frank is as bumptious as possible. I only thought I'd better tell you of this, in case you've any business in hand that's likely to keep you about the place." "I am very much obliged to you, John," said Rainford. "Here's another 5 guineas for you, and I shall not forget to speak to Old Death in your favour. But you had better get back as soon as you can, for fear you should be missed." Jeffreys thanked the highwayman for the additional remuneration and returned to the cottage. It was now past 9 o'clock, and Rainford murmured to himself, "I wonder how much longer they will be." His horse, which was a high-spirited animal, began to grow impatient of this long stoppage, and he himself shivered, in spite of the good great-coat, with the nipping chill. Another quarter of an hour elapsed, and to the infinite joy of Tom Rain, he suddenly beheld 2 female figures, well muffled in shawls and furs, emerge from the obscurity at a short distance. "All right, ladies," he said, in as loud a voice as he dared use consistently with prudence. Adelais and Rosamond hurried towards him as affrighted lambs to their shepherd, and yet when they were close to him they seemed unable to utter a word. "Fear not, ladies," exclaimed the highwayman. "I am the friend to whom Mr. Villiers alluded in his note." "Save us, then, sir, save us," said Adelais in an urgent and imploring tone, "for Mr. Curtis saw us leave the house. He was in the garden." At that moment the sounds of voices were heard in the direction of the cottage, and they were evidently approaching. "Hasten up the lane, young ladies, hasten, for God's sake," said Tom Rain. "Mr. Villiers is there with the post-chaise, and I will remain here to bar the way." Adelais and Rosamond could not even give utterance to the thanks which their hearts longed to express. Terror froze the words that started to their lips, and not daring to glance behind them, they hurried up the lane. Tom Rainford now mounted his horse, and took his station in the middle of the way, for several persons were rapidly approaching from the house. In a few moments they were near enough to enable Rainford to catch what they said. "The disobedient, self-willed girls!" exclaimed one, whom Tom was right in supposing to be Mr. Torrens. "But wasn't it fortunate that I twigged them?" said Curtis. "Egad, it will be much more fortunate if we overtake them," observed the lawyer. "Bless me, I'm out of breath," cried Sir Christopher. "I wish John would come on with the horses. Did you tell him, Frank?" "To be sure I did. We cannot fail to overtake them. But, poor things! Suppose that highwayman should fall in with them, and me not there to defend them! I think it would be all the same." Howard was interrupted by a sudden ejaculation on the part of Mr. Torrens, who was a few paces in advance of the others, but who now abruptly came to a full stop. "What is it?" demanded Curtis, shaking from head to foot, in spite of all the liquor he had imbibed during the day. "Some ruffian on horseback there, don't you see?" exclaimed Mr. Torrens. "But I am not afraid of him. His presence here is in some way connected with my daughters." And the incensed father rushed furiously towards the highwayman. "Stand back!" cried Tom in his clear stentorian voice, and this command was followed by the sharp clicking of the 2 pistols which he cocked. "The robber!" exclaimed Frank Curtis, clinging to the coat tails of Mr. Torrens, who had retreated a few paces at the ominous sound of the pistols. "At him, my dear sir, at him! I'm here to help you." "Villain, give up the £2,000, and we will let you go, on my honour as a knight!" ejaculated Sir Christopher, keeping as far remote as he deemed prudent from the sinister form which, wrapped in the white great-coat and seated composedly on the tall horse, seemed, amidst the obscurity of the night, to be a ghost disdaining to touch the earth. "I am very much obliged to you for your kindness, Sir Christopher," said Tom, "but I'm not at all in fear of the necessity of purchasing my liberty at any price whatsoever. I, however, give you every one due warning that the first who tries to pass this way——" "Scoundrel! My daughters, where are they?" vociferated Mr. Torrens. "That's it! Give it him!" cried Frank Curtis. "I'll be at him when you've done." "Go on at once!" cried Howard. "And why are you standing idle there?" "Because it is not my business to interfere." "Well done, lawyer!" exclaimed Tom. "No fees can recompense you for an ounce of lead in the thigh; for if I do fire, I shall only try to lame, not kill." Mr. Curtis, Sir Christopher, will you not help me to arrest this villain, who beards us to our very faces?" exclaimed Torrens in a towering passion, and again he rushed forward, while Frank Curtis beat a precipitate retreat behind his uncle. "Stand back, or by God I'll fire!" thundered Rainford, suddenly spurring his horse in such a manner that the length of the animal was made to block up nearly the entire width of the bye-lane. "You dare not murder me!" cried Torrens. "My daughters will escape." And he attempted to pass in front of the horse, but by a skilful manoeuvre Rainford baffled him, arrested his progress, and kept him at bay, using all the time the most desperate menaces, which he did not, however, entertain the remotest idea of putting into execution. "Mr. Curtis, sir, will you help me?" cried the infuriate father. "My daughters are escaping before your very eyes. You are losing your bride, and you the rest of the money that was to have purchased her," said Rainford coolly. "Mercenary old man, you are rightly punished." With these words the highwayman suddenly wheeled his horse round and disappeared in a moment. He had succeeded in barring the way for upwards of 10 minutes against the pursuers of the two fugitive ladies, and he calculated that in less than half that time they must have reached the post-chaise which Clarence Villiers had in readiness to receive them. Jeffreys had purposely delayed getting the horses out, and even when he did appear with them, several minutes had elapsed since the highwayman had left the path free to those who thought fit to avail themselves of the services of the animals. These were only two, Mr. Torrens and Jeffreys himself, the latter volunteering his aid for the purpose of misleading and embarrassing the father rather than of assisting him. Frank Curtis affected to be suddenly taken very unwell. Sir Christopher was really so, and the lawyer, although by no means a coward, did not see any utility in hazarding his life against such a desperate character as Captain Sparks, for by that denomination only did he know Tom Rain appeared to be. Thus, while the knight, his nephew, and the attorney retraced their steps to the cottage, leading back the horses which had been brought out for their use, Mr. Torrens and Jeffreys galloped away towards London. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lucia Kelley, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 14. Chapter 14. Lady Hatfield and Dr. Lascelles. Esther de Medina. 2 days after the incidents which we have just related, Dr. Lascelles received a message at about noon, requesting him to repair immediately to the dwelling of Lady Hatfield, who was seriously indisposed. He obeyed this summons with more than usual alacrity, for ever since Lord Ellingham had made him his confidant, the curiosity of the worthy doctor had been strangely piqued by the unaccountable fact that Lady Hatfield should reject the suit of a man whom she not only professed to love, but who was in every way worthy of her. On his arrival at Lady Hatfield's residence, he was surprised to learn from Miss Mordaunt that his patient was too unwell to quit her couch, and when he was introduced into Georgiana's bedchamber, he found her labouring under a strong nervous excitement. In accordance with the sacred privilege of the physician, he was of course left alone with her ladyship, and, seating himself by the side of the bed, he questioned her in the usual manner. Georgiana explained her sensations, but, although she alluded to nothing beyond those physical details which directly came within the province of the medical man, still Dr. Lascelles had no difficulty in perceiving that the mind, rather than the body, was affected. "My dear Lady Hatfield," he said, in a gentle and mild a tone as he could possibly assume, "it is in the power of the physician to administer certain drugs which may produce temporary composure, and an opiate will encourage a good night's rest. But you will forgive me for observing that the condition in which I now find you is scarcely one of which medical science will apply successfully, unless seconded by aid of a more refined and delicate nature." "I do not comprehend you, doctor," exclaimed Georgiana, casting upon him a glance of mingled surprise and uneasiness. "I mean, Lady Hatfield," resumed Lascelles, "that you are the prey to some secret grief, some source of vexation and annoyance which medical skill cannot remove. The aid of a refined and delicate nature to which I refer is such as can be afforded only by a sincere and confidential friend, without for an instant seeking to draw you into any explanation. It is my duty to assure you that unless your mind be tranquilized, medicine will not successfully encounter this nervous irritability, this intense anxiety, this oppressive feeling of coming evil without apparent cause, and this sleeplessness at night, of all which you complain." "I thank you most sincerely for this candour and frankness on your part, Doctor," said Lady Hatfield after a long pause, during which she appeared to reflect profoundly. "To deny that I have suffered much in mind during the last few days were to practise a useless deception upon you. But I require no confidant. I need not the solace of friendship. To your medical skill I trust, for, at all events, a partial restoration to health, and travelling, change of scene, the excitement of visiting Paris, or some such means of diversion, will effect the rest." These last words, however, accompanied with a deep sigh, as if upon the lady's soul were forced the sad conviction that happiness and herself must evermore remain strangers to each other.
"I should scarcely recommend travelling in the winter time, Lady Hatfield," observed Dr. Lascelles. "Surely our own city can afford that constant variety of recreation and those ever-changing scenes of amusement which may produce a beneficial effect upon your spirits."
"I abhor the pleasures of the fashionable world, Doctor," said Georgiana emphatically. "There is something so cold in the ostentation of that sphere, so chilling in its magnificence, so formal in its pursuits, so ceremonial, so thoroughly artificial in all its features and proceedings, that when in the crowded ballroom or the brilliant soirée, I even feel more alone than when in the solitude of my own chamber."
"And yet, Lady Hatfield, throughout the extensive circle of your acquaintance," said the physician, "there must be at least a few endowed with intellectual qualifications adapted to render them agreeable. The most pleasant parties composed of these select might be given. Your rank, your wealth, your own well-restored mind, and, pardon me, your beauty would ensure you to—"
"Oh, Doctor!" exclaimed Georgiana, "I can anticipate the arguments that you are about to use, but alas! my mind appears to be in that morbid state which discolours all objects with its own jaundiced thoughts. I speak thus candidly to you, Doctor, because I am aware of your friendship for me. I know also that the admission I have now made will be regarded by you as a solemn secret, and perhaps your advice," she added slowly and hesitatingly, "might prove beneficial to me. But no, no," she exclaimed, her utterance suddenly assuming great rapidity. "It is useless to say more. Advice cannot serve me."
"There is scarcely a possible cause of human vexation, grief, or annoyance which cannot be relieved by the solace or ameliorated by the counsel of a friend," observed Dr. Lascelles, dwelling emphatically upon his words. Georgiana played abstractedly with the long, luxuriant hair which streamed over her shoulders, and spread its shining masses on the white pillow. But at the same time the snowy white dress rose and sank rapidly with the heaving of her bosom. "Believe me, Lady Hatfield,"
continued Dr. Lascelles, after a short pause, during which he vainly awaited a reply to his former observation. "I am deeply grieved to find that one who so little deserves the sting of grief, or the presence of misfortune, should suffer from either the sharpness of the first or the menaces of the latter. But it is not possible, my dear lady, and now forgive me if I avail myself of the privilege of a physician to ask this question, but is it not possible, I say, that you have conjured up phantoms which have no substantial existence? Remember that there are certain conditions of the mind when the imagination becomes a prey to the wildest delusions." "Doctor, I am no monomaniac," said Lady Hatfield abruptly, "but justly, indeed, oh, most justly and truly did you here now assert that I little deserve the sting of grief. If through any crime, any weakness, any frailty on my part, I had merited the sore displeasure of heaven, at that time—" She checked herself abruptly, and burst into a flood of tears, and for a few moments her countenance appeared to be the sad index of a breaking heart. "Doctor," she observed at length, "pardon this manifestation of weakness on my part, but my spirits are so depressed, my mind feels so truly wretched, that I cannot control these tears. Think no more of what we have been saying. I wish that we had not said so much. Leave me a prescription, and visit me again in the course of the day." Lascelles wrote out a prescription, and then took his departure, wondering more than ever what secret cause of grief was nourished in the bosom of Lady Hatfield. That this secret grief was the motive which had induced or compelled her to refuse the hand of Lord Ellingham, he could not doubt. That it arose from no crime, weakness, or frailty on her part, he felt assured, inasmuch as her own words, uttered in a paroxysm of mental anguish and not in a calm moment, when deception might be her aim, proved that fact. And that it was associated with any physical ailment he could hardly believe, because, if she were the prey to an insidious disease, no feeling of shame, no false delicacy, could possibly force a woman of her good sense and naturally powerful mind to keep such a fact from her physician. What, then, could be that secret and profoundly rooted cause of grief? Was it monomania of some novel or very rare kind? The curiosity of the man of science was keenly whetted. He already began to suspect that he was destined to discover some new phase in the constitution of the human mind, and he resolved to adopt all the means within his reach to solve the mystery. This curiosity on his part was by no means of a common, vulgar, or base nature. Considering the profession and the researchful disposition of the man, it was a legitimate and entirely venial sentiment. It was not that curiosity which loves to feed itself upon the materials of scandal. It was purely in connection with the thirst of knowledge and the passion for discovery, which ever animated him in that sphere of science to which he was so enthusiastically devoted. The doctor proceeded homewards, when he encountered Lord Ellingham. The Earl was walking by the side of an elderly gentleman, on whose arms hung a tall and graceful young lady, but the physician did not immediately catch a glimpse of her countenance, as it was turned towards Lord Ellingham, who was speaking at that moment. The nobleman shook Lascelles warmly by the hand, and immediately introduced his companions by the names of Mr. and Mrs. de Medina. The doctor bowed, and then cast a glance at the countenance of the young lady, but he started as if with a sudden pang, for in the beautiful Jewess who now stood before him he beheld, apparently past all possibility of error, the same female who a few days previously had attempted self-destruction in South Molton Street. But, almost simultaneously as this unexpected conviction, the solemn promise which he had made to Tom Rainford, whom he only knew on that occasion by the denomination of Jameson, flashed to the memory of Dr. Lascelles, and, instantly composing himself, he uttered some observation of a general nature. "I am glad we have thus met, Doctor," said Lord Ellingham, who had not noticed his sudden but evanescent excitement. "For my friend Mr. de Medina is a comparative stranger in London, and it is as well," added the nobleman with a smile, "that he should become acquainted with the leading physician of the day." "I believe that no one enjoys health so good as to be enabled to dispense altogether with our assistance," said the physician, bowing in acknowledgment of the compliment thus paid him. "The most perfect piece of mechanism must necessarily need repair sometimes." "Decidedly so," said Lord Ellingham. "But we will not assert that physicians are necessary evils, Doctor, in the same sense as the lawyers are." "I appeal to Miss de Medina whether his lordship be not, by implication, too hard upon my profession," exclaimed Lascelles, laughing. "His lordship," replied Esther, "was yesterday riding a very high-spirited horse, and had he been drawn in such a manner as to incur injury, I question whether he would have believed that his medical attendant was an evil, however necessary." "I owe you my profound gratitude for this powerful defence of my profession, Miss de Medina," said the doctor, who had thus succeeded in compelling the young lady to speak. He then raised his hat and passed on, but he did not proceed many paces when he was overtaken by Lord Ellingham, who had parted from his companions to have a few minutes' conversation with the doctor. "That is a lovely girl to whom your lordship has just introduced me," said Lascelles. "And as good in heart as she is beautiful in person," exclaimed the nobleman. "Ah!" cried the physician, with a sly glance. "Is Lady Hatfield already forgotten?" "Far from it," said Arthur, his tone instantly becoming mournful and his countenance overclouded. "You cannot think me so fickle, so vacillating, Doctor. No, the image of Georgiana is never absent from my memory. I had only encountered Mr. de Medina and his daughter a few minutes before we met you, and not only am I bound to show them every attention in my power, as they are tenants of mine and were strongly recommended to me by mutual friends at Liverpool, but also I am glad to court intellectual society, wherever it can be found in this city, to distract my mind from the one topic which so constantly and so painfully engrosses it." "Are Mr. de Medina and his daughter such very agreeable companions?" inquired Lascelles, apparently in quite a casual manner. "Mr. de Medina is a well-informed, intelligent, and even erudite man," answered the Earl. "His daughter is highly accomplished, sensible, and amiable. I feel an additional interest in them, because they belong to a race whom it is the fashion to revile, and often despise. It is true that my acquaintance with Mr. de Medina and his daughter scarcely dates from a month back, but I have already seen, and if not, I have heard enough, to know that he is the pattern of integrity, and the young lady the personification of every virtue." The doctor made no reply. Certain was he that he could a tale unfold, which would totally undeceive his noble friend relative to the character of Esther. But his lips were sealed by a solemn vow, and, even if they were not, there was no necessity to detail how he had been summoned to attend on the young lady and rescue her from the fate and crime of suicide. How he had good cause to know that she was either a wife or a mistress, but he suspected the latter. How he had seen that splendid form stretched half naked upon the bed, the bosom heaving convulsively with physical and mental agony, and the exquisitely modelled arms flung wildly about with excruciating pain. How the large black eyes had been fixed imploringly upon him, and the vermilion lips had parted to give utterance to words demanding from himself the fiat of her life or death. There was no necessity, we say, to narrate all this, even if no vow had bound him to silence, because Lord Ellingham sought not that lovely Jewess as a wife. That Esther de Medina and the lady of South Molton Street were one and the same person, the doctor felt convinced. The tones of Esther's voice, flowing upon the ear with such silver melody, the 2 rows of brilliant, beautiful teeth, the face, the hair, the eyes, the configuration of the form, with its fine but justly proportioned bust and slender waist. All were identical, but what chiefly amazed, nay, bewildered the physician, was the calm indifference with which Esther met his rapid searching glance, the admirable composure with which she had encountered him, the firmness, amounting almost to an insolent assurance, with which she had spoken to him, never once quailing, nor blushing, nor manifesting the slightest embarrassment, but actually treating him as a person whom she had saw for the first time, and as if he were totally unacquainted with anything that mitigated against her character. All this was naturally a subject of ineffable astonishment and wonder. Lord Ellingham accompanied the doctor to Grafton Street, and when they had entered the house, Dr. Lascelles made him acquainted with Lady Hatfield's indisposition. "She is ill!" ejaculated Arthur, profoundly touched by these tidings. "And I dare not call even to inquire concerning her."
"And wherefore should you not manifest that courtesy?"
asked the doctor. "I must forget her. I cannot demonstrate any farther interest on her behalf," exclaimed the nobleman. "If there really exist reasons which render it impossible or imprudent for her to change her condition by marriage, it is useless for us to meet again; and if she be swayed by caprice, I cannot suffer myself to be made the sport of her whims."
"There are the wanton wilful whims of a coquette," said the doctor impressively, "and there are the delusions of the monomaniac. But the latter are not the less conscientiously believed, although they be nothing save delusions."
"Is it possible?" cried Arthur, a sudden ray of hope breaking in upon him. "Can Georgiana be subject to fantasies of that nature? Oh, that she could be cured, doctor, and your skill may yet make us happy."
"Rest assured, my dear Earl," was the reply, "that all the knowledge which I possess shall be devoted to that purpose."
"My eternal gratitude will be due to you, doctor," said the nobleman. "With your permission I shall return in the evening to learn from you how our charming patient progresses." The physician signified his assent, and Lord Ellingham took his departure, new hopes animating his soul. End of section 14. Recording by Lucia Kelley, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia.
Section 15 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Scott Kelley. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Opiate. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening when Dr. Lascelles returned to Lady Hatfield's house on Piccadilly Hill. Miss Mordaunt, whom he encountered in the drawing-room, informed him that Georgina had become more composed and tranquil since she had taken the medicine which he had prescribed for her, and that she had requested to be left alone, as she experienced an inclination to sleep. "It is nevertheless necessary that I should see her," said the physician. Julia accordingly hastened to her friend's apartment, and speedily returned with the information that Lady Hatfield was not yet asleep, and that the doctor might walk up. Lascelles immediately availed himself of this permission, but he found, as indeed he had fully anticipated, that his patient was rapidly yielding to the invisible drowsiness produced by the opiate medicine which he had prescribed for her. He seated himself by the bedside, asked her for a few ordinary questions, and then suffered her to fall undisturbed into slumber. At length she slept profoundly. A smile of satisfaction played for a moment upon the lips of the physician, but it yielded to a somber cloud which almost immediately succeeded it, for a powerful struggle now suddenly arose in the breast of Dr. Lascelles. In his ardent devotion to the science which he professed, He longed to satisfy himself on certain points at present admitting of doubt and involved in uncertainty, and, on the other hand, he hesitated at the accomplishment of a deed which he could not help regarding as a gross abuse of his privileges as a medical man. By virtue of the most sacred confidence, he was admitted to the bedchamber of his female patient, and he shrank from exercising that right in an illegitimate way. Then again, he reasoned to himself that if he were enabled to ascertain beyond all doubt that no physical cause induced Lady Hatfield to shrink from marriage, he must fall back upon the theory that she had become subject to certain monomaniac notions which influenced her mind to her own unhappiness, and he at length persuaded himself that he should be acting for her best interests, were he to put into execution the project which he had already formed. Such an opinion, operating upon a man who possessed but few of the delicate and refined feelings of our nature, and who was ever ready to sacrifice all considerations to the cause of the medical science, speedily banished hesitation. Having convinced himself that Georgina slept so profoundly that there was no chance of awaking her, he locked the door and again approached the bed. And now his sacrilegious hand drew aside the snow-white dress which covered the sleeping lady's bosom, and the treasures at that gently heaving breast were exposed to his view. But not a sensual thought was thereby excited in his mind. Cold and passionless, he surveyed the beauteous spectacle only as a sculptor might measure the proportions of a marble Venus or Diana the Huntress. And not a trace of cancer was there. No unseemly mark, nor mole, nor scar, nor wound disfigured the glowing orbs that, rising from her broad and ample chest, swelled laterally over the upper part of the arms. Yet wherefore did Dr. Lascelles abruptly start? And why did his countenance suddenly assume an expression of surprise, or rather a mingled doubt of astonishment, as his glances wandered over the fair bust thus exposed to his view? Carefully and cautiously refastening the strings of the nightdress, he now assumed the air of a man who had discovered some clue to a mystery hitherto profoundly veiled, and unhesitatingly did he resolve to clear up all his doubts and all his newly awakened suspicions. 5 minutes afterwards, Dr. Lascelles left the room, Lady Hatfield still remaining buried in deep slumber. His countenance expressed surprise, mingled with sorrow and cold. Phlegmatic though his disposition was, he could not help murmuring to himself, "Is this possible?" Having just looked into the drawing-room to take leave of Miss Mordaunt and state that his patient was progressing as favorably as could be expected, Dr. Lascelles returned home. Lord Ellingham was waiting for him, and this interview the physician now dreaded. "Are your tidings favorable, doctor?" was the nobleman's hasty and anxious inquiry. "I regret, my dear Earl," answered Lascelles, "that I should have encouraged hopes which are doomed to experience disappointment," added Arthur bitterly. "Oh, I might have anticipated this, unfortunate being that I am. But how have you ascertained that your ideas of this morning are unfounded? How have you convinced yourself that Georgina is not a prey to these mental eccentricities which your skill might reach? Has she revealed to you her motive for refusing, for rejecting me, whom she professes to love?" "She has revealed nothing, my lord," replied the doctor solemnly. but I have satisfied myself that monomania and Lady Hatfield are total strangers to each other." "Then must I abandon all hope," exclaimed the Earl, "for it is evident that I am the victim of a ridiculous caprice. And yet," he added, a sudden thought striking him, "I will see her once again. She is ill. She is suffering. Perhaps she will be pleased to behold me. And who knows?" "Not this evening, my lord, not this evening," cried the doctor, stopping the nobleman who had seized his hat and was darting towards the door. "Lady Hatfield sleeps, and she must not be disturbed." But Lord Ellingham was too full of his new idea to pay any attention to the physician, and he rushed from the house. End of section 15. Recorded by Scott Kelley.
Section 16 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 16, The Lover and the Uncle. A few minutes brought Arthur to the residence of Lady Hatfield, and his hand was already upon the knocker when a sudden idea struck him, and he asked himself, "How can I demand admission to the bedchamber of Georgiana?" The madness of his project now being evident to him, he mournfully turned away, when the door suddenly opened, and a tall, stout, fine-looking man, dressed as a country squire, issued from the house. Lord Ellingham immediately recognized Sir Ralph Walsingham, Georgiana's uncle, with whom he was well acquainted. The baronet also perceived the Earl, and they shook each other cordially by the hand. "Were you about to call?" inquired Sir Ralph. "I was," answered Lord Ellingham, "hearing of Lady Hatfield's illness." "She is better, much better," interrupted the baronet. "I have just left her, and she has not long awoke from a profound and refreshing slumber." "I am delighted to hear these tidings," said the nobleman. The servant, seeing that Sir Ralph had stopped to converse with the Earl, still kept the door open, and, as Arthur had admitted that he was about to call, there was now no alternative save for him to leave his card. The baronet then took his arm, and they walked away together. "Georgiana is a singular being," observed Sir Ralph, "and although she is my niece, yet there are times when I hardly know what to make of her. She is too intellectual, too steady, to be capricious, and still—" "My dear Sir Ralph," interrupted the Earl, "you have touched upon the very topic concerning which I longed to speak the moment I met you. Will you accompany me to my abode, and favour me for a short period with your attention to what I am so anxious to confide to you?" "With pleasure," was the reply; "but I have already learnt from Georgiana's lips the principal fact to which your lordship doubtless alludes, and it was indeed for the purpose of introducing the subject that I ere now made the remark relative to the occasional incomprehensibility of her character. Let us not, however, continue the discourse in the public street. The nobleman and the baronet speedily reached the mansion of the former in Pall Mall West, and when they were seated in an elegantly furnished apartment, with a bottle of claret before them, they renewed the conversation. "Georgiana," said the baronet, "has informed me that your lordship has honoured her by the offer of your hand, and I need hardly assure you how rejoiced I should feel to welcome as a relative one whom I already esteem as a friend. But, to my inexpressible surprise, I find that she has refused me," exclaimed the Earl, "refused me without assigning any reason." "I cannot think how it is to be accounted for," continued the baronet, "but Georgiana has invariably manifested a repugnance to the topic of marriage whenever I have urged it upon her. Of course, as her uncle, and double her age, my lord, I can give her advice just as if I were her father, and for some years past I had recommended her to consider well the propriety of obtaining a legal protector, her natural ones being no more. But all my reasoning has proved unavailing, and if your lordship cannot persuade my obstinate niece," he added with a sly laugh, "then no one must hope to do so." "I will frankly admit to you," said the Earl, "that my happiness depends on your niece's decision. I am no hero of romance, but I entertain so sincere, so ardent an affection for Lady Hatfield that my life will be embittered by a perseverance in her refusal to allow me to call her mine." "She will not persist in this folly. She cannot," exclaimed Sir Ralph emphatically. "It is a mere whim, a caprice, and indeed I have often thought that her disposition has somewhat altered ever since a dreadful fright which she sustained 6 or 7 years ago." "Ah!" said the Earl. "What was the nature of the incident to which you allude?" "I must tell your lordship," returned the baronet, "unless indeed you are already acquainted with the fact, that Hampshire was for 3 or 4 years, between 1818 and 1821 or 22, the scene of the exploits of a celebrated highwayman." "You allude to the Black Mask, no doubt?" interrupted Lord Ellingham interrogatively. "Precisely so," answered the baronet. "The Black Mask, as the villain was called, was one of the most desperate robbers that ever infested the highways. He would stop the stage-coach as readily as he would a single traveller on horseback, and such was his valour, as well as his extraordinary skill, that he defied all attempts to capture him." "I remember reading his exploits at the time," said the Earl. "The most conflicting accounts were reported concerning him. Some declared he was an old man, others that he was quite young, but I believe that all agreed in ascribing to him a more forbearing disposition than usually characterises persons of his class. I will even go so far as to assert that there was something chivalrous in his character," exclaimed the baronet. "He invariably assured travellers whom he stopped that he should be grieved to harm them, but that if they provoked him by resistance, he would not hesitate to punish them severely. If he fell in with a carriage containing ladies, he never attempted to rifle them of their jewellery and trinkets, but contented himself with simply demanding their purses. Those being surrendered, he would gallop away. I never heard of any unnecessary violence, nor of any act of cruelty which he perpetrated. Neither did I ever meet a soul who could give anything like a credible description of his countenance. The invariable black mask, which concealed his features, and from the use of which he derived his name, seemed a portion of himself, and although gossips did now and then tell strange tales about his appearance, they were all too contradictory to allow a scintillation of the real truth to transpire. But in what manner was the black mask connected with the fright which Lady Hatfield experienced some years ago?" asked the Earl impatiently. "You are perhaps aware that the late Earl and Countess of Mauleverer possessed a country seat between Winchester and New Alresford, not very far distant from Walsingham Manor, my own rural abode," said Sir Ralph. "It must have been 7 years ago that Georgiana, who always preferred Mauleverer Lodge to the town mansion, even during the London season, was staying alone there. I mean so far alone, that at the time there were no other persons at the lodge save the servants. Well, one night the black mask broke into the place, the only time he was ever known to commit a burglary, and such was the fright which Georgiana experienced, that for weeks and months afterwards her family frequently trembled lest her reason had received a shock. It must indeed have been an alarming situation for a young lady, alone as it were in a spacious and secluded country dwelling, and Georgiana was but 18, I think, at the time, interrupted Sir Ralph Walsingham. She certainly experienced a dreadful fright, and although, thank God, her reason is as unimpaired as ever it was, still we cannot say that the sudden shock might not have produced some strange effect, which may probably account for the otherwise inexplicable whimsicality, for I can denominate it nothing else. "Oh, I thank you, my dear Sir Ralph, for this explanation," cried Lord Ellingham, in the joy of reviving hope. "Yes, I see it all. Your niece experienced a shock which has produced a species of idiosyncratic effect upon her. But the constant kindness, the unwearied attention of one who loves her, and whom she loves in return, will restore her mind to its vigorous and healthy condition. Tomorrow will I visit her again. Oh, how unkind, how ungenerous of me to remain away so long!" There was a pause, during which Arthur gave way to all the bright allurements of the pleasing vision which he now conjured up to his imagination. At length Sir Ralph Walsingham felt the silence to be irksome and awkward, and he ventured to break it. "We were talking just now, my lord," he said, "of the famous highwayman known as the Black Mask. He disappeared from Hampshire very suddenly, and the old women declared that his time being out, he was carried off by the devil, who had protected him against all the devices and snares imagined by the authorities to capture him." "And perhaps the highwayman who robbed Lady Hatfield the other day," observed Lord Ellingham, "may be the very one who rendered himself so notorious in Hampshire a few years ago." "Your lordship judges by the fact that the scoundrel who stopped my niece near Hounslow wore a black mask," said the baronet; "but the generality of robbers on the high roads adopt that mode of disguise. Thank heaven, public depredators of the kind are becoming very scarce in this country." In such conversation did the nobleman and the baronet while away the time until 11 o'clock, when the latter took his leave, and Arthur retired to his chamber to dream of the charming but incomprehensible lady who had obtained such empire over his soul. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Letter, Jacob. On the same evening that the interview between the Earl of Ellingham and Sir Ralph Walsingham took place, as narrated in the preceding chapter, the following scene occurred at the house of Toby Bunce in Earl Street, Seven Dials. Mrs. Bunce was alone in the dirty, dingy back room, which could not be said to be lighted, but merely redeemed from total darkness by the solitary candle that stood on the table, and she was busily employed in lighting the fire. Having succeeded in this object, she placed the kettle on the grate to boil, and then took from a cupboard a bottle half full of gin, 2 common blue mugs, a broken basin containing a little lump sugar, and a couple of pewter spoons, all of which articles she ranged around the brass candlestick with a view to make as good a show as possible. Then she seated herself by the fire and consulted an old silver watch which she drew from her pocket, and which was in reality the property of her husband, whom she would not, however, trust with it under any consideration. 8 o'clock, she said aloud in a musing tone. He can't be very long now, and Toby won't be in till 10. If he is, I'll send him out again, with a flea in his ear, she added, chuckling at the idea of her supremacy in her own domestic sphere. I wonder who'd be ruled by a feller like Toby. Not me, indeed, I should think not. But I wish old Bones would come, she continued, with a glance of satisfaction at the table. Everything does look so comfortable, and I've put 'em in such a manner that the light falls on 'em all at once. Toby never would have thought of that. It's only us women that know what tidiness is. Tidiness indeed! The windows were dingy with dirt, the walls were begrimed with smoke and dust, the floor was as black as the deck of a collier, and the cobwebs hung like filthy rags in the corners of the room. Scarcely had Mrs. Bunce completed her survey of the place and its arrangements, when a low knock summoned her to the street door, and in a few moments she returned, accompanied by Old Death. The hideous man was very cold, and seating himself as near the fire as possible without actually burning his knees, he said, "Now, Betsy, my dear, brew me a mug of something cheering as soon as possible." "That I will, Ben," returned Mrs. Bunce, in as pleasant a tone of voice as she could assume. Then she bustled about with great alacrity until the steaming liquid was duly compounded, and Old Death had expressed his satisfaction by means of a short grunt after the first sip. "Is it nice, Ben?" asked Mrs. Bunce endearingly. "Very. Now make yourself some, Betsy, and sit down quietly, for we must have a talk about you-know-what. Business has prevented me from attending to it before, but now that I have got an evening to spare, and Toby is out of the way——" "Oh, you know very well, Ben," interrupted Mrs. Bunce, "that I can always manage him as I like. He's such a fool, and so completely under my thumb, that I shouldn't even mind telling him I'd been your mistress for years before I was his wife." "Keep your tongue quiet, Betsy, keep your tongue quiet," exclaimed Old Death with a hyena-like growl. "Never provoke irritation unnecessarily. But let's to business. Jacob is out on the watch after Tom Rain, and I told the lad to come up here before 10. And now about this letter," he continued, drawing one from his pocket-book. "It proves, you see, that the child is well born. And if the address had only been written on the outside, we might make a good thing of the matter." "Just so," observed Mrs. Bunce. "When Mr. Rainford called this afternoon, he was so particular in asking me whether I had found any papers about the woman's clothes, but I declared I had not, and he was quite satisfied. He paid me, too, very handsome for the funeral expenses and all my trouble. If he was to know about that letter, Ben——" "How can he know?" exclaimed Old Death impatiently. "Now, what I think," he continued in a milder tone, "is just this. The woman Watts was reduced to such a desperate state of poverty that she wrote this letter to the mother of the boy Charles." "Why, of course," interrupted Mrs. Bunce. "She says as much in the letter." "Will you listen to me?" growled Old Death angrily. "You don't know what I was going to observe." "Don't be cross, Ben. I won't stop you again," said the woman in a coaxing tone. "Mind you don't, then," ejaculated Bones, allowing himself to be pacified. "Well, this Sarah Watts wrote that letter, as I was saying, with the intention of sending it, no doubt, either by post or by an acquaintance to the lady in London. I think that is plain enough. Then, when she had finished writing it, something evidently made her change her mind, and resolve on coming up to London herself. This is also plain, because if it wasn't so, why did the letter never go, and why did she come to London?" "How well you do talk, Ben," said Mrs. Bunce. "I talk to the point, I hope," observed Old Death. Now, how stands the matter? Here is a very important letter, wanting two main things to render it completely valuable to us. The first thing it wants is the name of the place from which it would have been dated had it ever been sent. And the second thing it wants is the name of the lady to whom it was intended to be sent. In a word, it wants the address of the writer and the address of the lady to whom it was written, and who is the mother of that boy Charles. "What good would it do you to have the address of the writer, since she is dead and buried?" asked Mrs. Bunce. "Because I could then visit the place where the woman was when she wrote this letter," replied Old Death. "I could make inquiries concerning the late Sarah Watts, and I know too well how to put two and two together not to arrive at some certainty in the long run." "To be sure!" ejaculated Mrs. Bunce. "How clever you are, dear Ben!" "I don't know about being clever, Betsy, my dear," returned the hideous old man; "but this I do think, that I'm rather wide awake." And then he chuckled so heartily, while his toothless jaws wagged up and down so horribly, that he appeared to be a corpse under a process of galvanism. For if a dead body could be made to utter sounds, they would not be more sepulchral than those which now emanated from the throat of Old Death. Mrs. Bunce considered it to be her duty to chuckle also, and her querulous tones seemed a humble accompaniment to the guttural sounds which we have attempted to describe. At length the chuckling ceased on both sides, and Mrs. Bunce replenished the mugs with hot gin and water. "But even as it is," suddenly observed Old Death, after a hasty glance at the letter, which he now slowly folded up and returned to his greasy pocket-book, "but even as it is, we may still make something of the business. If we could only find a clue to the mother of that boy, it would be a fortune in itself. I tell you what we must do," he exclaimed emphatically. "What?" asked his ancient mistress. "Get that boy into our own keeping," replied Bones, with a sly smile, "and then we can pump him of all he may happen to know concerning the deceased Sarah Watts." "Excellent!" cried Mrs. Bunce, clapping her hands. "But how will you find out where Mr. Rainford lives?" "Jacob is after him. For several reasons I want to know as much as I can about that strange fellow. The very day that I made the bargain with him about smashing all the flimsies he might bring me, he wrote an extraordinary note to the very lady whom he had robbed the night before, and he made her go into the witness box at Bow Street and deliberately perjure herself to serve him. Then he starts off to Pall Mall when the Jewess prisoner was brought up, and delivers a note at the house of Lord Ellingham, and Lord Ellingham comes straight down to the police court and swears black and blue that the Jewess is innocent." "And was she?" asked Mrs. Bunce. "That's more than I can say," answered Old Death, "seeing that I know nothing at all about the affair. Well, these two strange things, showing an extraordinary influence on the part of Rainford over Lady Hatfield on the one side and Lord Ellingham on the other, have quite puzzled me. He is an enigma that I must solve." "Does not Tullock know all about him?" demanded Mrs. Bunce. "Tullock knows only that Tom took to the road some years ago down in the country, for Tullock then did at Winchester just what I do now in London. Only," added Bones, with a knowing glance and a compressed smile of the lips, which puckered up his hideous face into one unvaried mass of wrinkles, "only, my dear Betsy, Tullock never had the connection which I have. He had no correspondent at Hamburg to whom he could send over the notes that are stolen, and stopped at the bank. He had no well-contrived places to receive goods, places," continued Old Death emphatically, "which have baffled the police for 30 years, and will baffle them as long again, if I live." "And why should you not, dear?" said Mrs. Bunce coaxingly. "Because I cannot expect it," replied Old Death abruptly. "However, you know what I have done for myself, and in what way I manage my business. You only, Betsy dear, are acquainted with my secrets. "And you are as safe with me as if I was deaf and dumb and unable to write," rejoined the woman. "I know that, I know that," said Bones hastily. Then, in a slower tone, he added significantly, "Because if there was a smash, we should all go together, Betsy." "Lor, Ben, don't talk in that way, don't!" cried Mrs. Bunce. "Let's see, what were we saying? Oh, you was telling me about Mr. Rainford. I was only observing that Tullock lost sight of him for some years, and knows nothing that happened to him till he turned up in London the other day." "I don't suppose Rainford is his proper name?" observed the woman inquiringly. "Tullock never told me," answered Bones, "and as he and Tom are thick together, I can't ask him too many questions. The fact is, Rainford will prove the most useful man I ever had in my service, as I may call it, and I must not risk offending him. See how neatly he did that job the other night, how beautifully he came off with the 2,000. "And it never got into the papers either," observed Mrs. Bunce. "Not a bit of it," cried Old Death, with another chuckle. "Tom calculated all that beforehand, or he never would have been fool enough to go so quietly and introduce himself as Captain Sparks to the very people he meant to rob. Ha, ha! Clear-headed fellow that, Tom. He first ascertained the precise character of all the parties concerned, and he knew that he might plunder them with impunity. Sir Christopher and Mr. Torrens were sure not to talk about it, for fear of the whole disgraceful story about the purchase of the daughter coming out. Frank Curtis is a cowardly boaster, who would not like it to be known that a single highwayman had mastered him. The lawyer was sure to speak or hold his tongue, just as his rich client Sir Christopher ordered him, and Jeffreys was safe. Tom weighed all this, and boldly introduced himself to them, without the least attempt at disguising his person. Oh, it was capitally managed, and Tom is a valuable fellow." Mr. Bones seldom spoke so long at a time, but he was carried away by his enthusiastic admiration of Tom Rainford, and he accordingly talked himself so effectually out of breath that a fit of coughing supervened, and he was nearly choked. Betsy, however, slapped him on the back, and the old man gradually recovered himself, but not before his fierce-looking eyes were dimmed with the scalding rheum which overflowed them. "You are afraid to offend Mr. Rainford," said Mrs. Bunce, after a pause, "and yet you think of taking away that boy from him." "Pshaw!" cried Old Death, whom the coughing fit had put into a bad humour. "Do you think I should steal the child and then tell him of it?" "Of course not," said Mrs. Bunce. "I am a fool." "You are indeed, Betsy," rejoined Old Death; "and yet you are the least foolish woman I ever knew, or else I never should have made you my confidant, as I have done. And now I tell you, Betsy, that I have many great schemes in my head, and I shall require your assistance. In the first place, we must get hold of that boy Charlie somehow or another, provided we can find out Rainford's abode, which I think is scarcely doubtful. Then we must act upon all the information we can glean from the child, and find out who his mother really is. In the next place, I must ascertain all I can concerning this Jewess, this Esther de Medina. If she did steal the diamonds, she is the cleverest female thief in all England, for she has managed to get clean off with her prize, and such a woman would be invaluable to me. Besides, if she pursues the same game, supposing that she has really begun it, she will want my assistance to dispose of the property, and she will gladly listen to my overtures. Such a beautiful creature as I understand she is, could insinuate herself anywhere, and rob the best houses in London. Ah, Betsy, I must not sleep over these matters, but hark! That's Jacob's knock." "Poor Jacob!" cried Mrs. Bunce, with a subdued sigh. "If he only knew——" "Silence, woman!" cried Bones, in a furious manner. "Go to the door." Mrs. Bunce was frightened by the vehemence of Old Death's manner, and hastened to obey his command. In a few moments she returned, followed by Jacob, who seemed sinking with fatigue. "Well," said Old Death impatiently, "what news? Give me something to eat first, for I'm famished," cried Jacob, throwing himself upon a chair. "Not a morsel till you tell me what you have done," exclaimed Bones angrily, as he rose from his seat. "I will not speak a word on that subject before I have had food," said Jacob, his bright eyes flashing fire, and a hectic glow appearing on his pale cheeks. "You make me wander about all day on your business, without a penny in my pocket to buy a piece of bread, because he who has to earn his supper works all the better for it," ejaculated Bones, his lips quivering with rage. "Now speak, Jacob, or by God—" "You shan't bully me in this way," cried the lad, bursting into tears, and yet with all the evidences of intense passion working upon his countenance. "By what right do you treat me like a dog? You fling me a bone when you choose, and you think I will lick your hand like a spaniel. I tell you once for all, I won't put up with it any longer." "You won't, Jacob? You won't, eh?" said Old Death in a very low tone, but at the same time he dealt the lad such a sudden and severe box on the ears that the poor youth was hurled heavily from his chair on the hard floor. But springing up in a moment, he flew like a tiger at Old Death, whose small amount of strength was exhausted by the effort which it had required on the part of so aged a man to deal such a blow, and Jacob would have mastered him in another instant had not Mrs. Bunce interfered. With a loud scream, she precipitated herself on the lad, and seizing him in her bony arms, forced him back into his seat, saying, "There, Jacob, for God's sake be quiet, and I'll give you something nice directly." The lad made no reply, but darted a look of vindictive hate towards Old Death, who had sunk back, exhausted, on the chair which he had ere now quitted. Then Mrs. Bunce hastened to the cupboard, and produced a loaf and the remains of a cold joint, which she placed before Jacob, who, enraged as he was at the treatment he had just received, could not help wondering within himself how Toby's wife had become so liberal as to place the viands without reserve at his disposal. The woman seemed to penetrate his thoughts, for she said, "Eat as much as you like, Jacob. Don't be afraid. I shan't mind if you eat it nearly all." The lad smothered his resentment so far as not to permit it to interfere with his appetite, and he devoured his supper without once glancing towards Old Death, who on his side appeared unable to recover from the surprise into which Jacob's unusually rebellious conduct had thrown him. A profound silence reigned in that room for several minutes. At length Jacob made an end of his meal, and then Old Death spoke. "And so this is the reward," he said, "which I receive for all my kindness towards you. Without me, what would have become of you, deserted by your parents, a foundling, a miserable infant, abandoned to the tender mercies of the workhouse authorities?" "Would that I had died then!" interrupted Jacob emphatically. "You make a boast of having taken care of me, of having reared me such a rearing as it has been, and yet I wish you had left me to perish on the workhouse steps where you say you found me. I have tried to be obedient to you. I have done all I could to please you, but do you ever utter a kind word to me? Even when I succeed in doing your bidding, what reward is mine? Blows, reproaches, sorry meals, few and far between." "Well, well, Jacob, I think I have not quite done my duty towards you," said Old Death, who in reality could have murdered the boy at that moment, but who was compelled to adopt a conciliatory tone and manner in order to retain so useful an auxiliary in his service. "But let us say no more about it, and things shall be better in future. Instead of having no regular place of abode and sleeping in lodging houses, you shall have half-a-crown a week, Jacob, to hire a little room for yourself." "There, Jacob, only think of that!" cried Mrs. Bunce in a tone expressive of high approval of this munificence on the part of Old Death. "And you shall have threepence every day for your dinner, Jacob," continued Bones, "in addition to your breakfast and tea, which you always get here." "But will you keep to that arrangement?" asked the lad, considerably softened by this prospect, which was far brighter than any he had as yet beheld. "I will," replied Old Death, "and if you have brought me any good news to-night, I'll give you 10 shillings, 10 whole shillings, Jacob, to buy some nice clothes and shoes in Monmouth Street." "Put down the money," cried Jacob, now completely won back to the interests of the crafty old villain who knew so well how to curb the evanescent spirit of his miserable slave. "I will," said Bones, and he laid 4 half-crowns upon the table. "That's right," exclaimed Jacob, his eyes glistening with delight at the prospect of fingering such a treasure. Then he glanced rapidly at his ragged apparel, with a smile on his lip that expressed his conviction of shortly being able to procure a more comfortable attire. "Go on," said Old Death. "What have you done?" "When Mr. Rainford went away from here this afternoon," returned Jacob, "I followed him at a good distance, but not so far off that I stood a chance of losing sight of him. Well, first he went to Tullock's, and there he stayed some little time. Then he walked into an eating-house in the Strand, and at that place he stopped about a couple of hours, while I walked up and down the other side of the way. At length he came out with another gentleman." "What was he like?" demanded Old Death. "A fine, tall, handsome man, with dark hair and eyes," responded Jacob. "I don't know him," said Bones. "Never mind. Go on with your story, and let it be as short as possible." "Well," continued the lad, "this gentleman and Mr. Rainford walked together as far as Bridge Street, Blackfriars, and there they parted. The gentleman went into a house in Bridge Street, and Mr. Rainford crossed the bridge. It was now getting dusk, and I was obliged to keep closer to him, but he seldom turned round, and when he did, I took good care he should not see me. So on he went till he came to the Elephant and Castle, and close by there he suddenly met a lady with a dark veil over her face, and holding a little boy by the hand. They stood and talked for a moment just opposite a shop window which was lighted up, and I saw well enough that the little boy was the very same that was brought here the other night by the woman who was buried so quietly this morning." "Then we know that the boy is still in his care," ejaculated Old Death, exchanging significant glances with Mrs. Bunce. "Go on, Jacob. I can see that the 10 shillings will be yours." "Yes, that they will," cried the lad, apparently having forgotten the blow which he had recently received. "Well, so I knew the boy at once, though he is much changed, nicely dressed, and already quite plump and rosy. Mr. Rainford patted him on the face, and the boy laughed and seemed so happy. Then Mr. Rainford gave the lady his arm, and they walked a little way down the road till they came to a jeweller's shop, where they stopped to look in at the window. Mr. Rainford pointed out some article to the lady, and they went into the shop, the lady still holding the little boy carefully by the hand. The moment they were safe inside, I watched them through the window, and I saw Mr. Rainford looking at a pair of earrings. In a few moments he handed them to the lady. She lifted up her veil to examine them, and I knew her again in a moment. But who do you think she was?" Old Death shook his head. "No, I don't think you ever could guess," cried Jacob. "Then who is she?" demanded Bones impatiently. "The Jewess who was accused of stealing the diamonds at Bow Street the other day," answered Jacob. "Esther de Medina!" cried Old Death. "The very person we were speaking about just now," he added, exchanging another glance with Mrs. Bunce. "But go on, Jacob, go on." "I was rather surprised at that discovery," continued Jacob, "because I thought it so odd that both Mr. Rainford and the Jewess should have been had up on the very same day at Bow Street on different charges, and that both should have got off." "It is strange, very strange," murmured Old Death. "But did you find out Tom Rain's address? That is the chief thing I want to know." "Don't be in a hurry," said Jacob. "Let me tell my story in my own way. Well, so the Jewess seemed to like the earrings, and she gave Mr. Rainford such a sweet smile. Oh, what a sweet smile! As he pulled out his purse and paid for them. I don't know how it was, but it really went to my heart to think that such a beautiful lady should—" "Never mind what you felt, Jacob," interrupted Old Death abruptly. "Make an end of your story." "Well, the earrings were put into a nice little box with some wool to keep them from rubbing, and the lady drew down her veil again before she left the shop." "Now, Jacob, tell me the truth," said Old Death. "Did either Tom Rain or the Jewess take any little thing at a moment, you know, when the jeweller's back was turned?" "No, not a thing," cried the lad emphatically. "I can swear they did not." "You are quite sure?" observed Old Death. "As sure as that I'm here, for I never took my eyes off them from the moment they entered the shop till they came out," responded Jacob. "And when they did come out, I was very near being seen by Mr. Rainford, for I was then in front of them, and I had only just time to slip into the shade of the wall between the windows of the jeweller's shop and the next one. Then I heard Mr. Rainford say to the Jewess, 'Now this little present is in part a recompense for the diamonds which I made you give up.' The lady said something in a low tone, but I could not catch it, and they went on, the little boy with them." "Then she did steal the diamonds!" exclaimed Old Death. "But how could such a man as Lord Ellingham feel any interest in her? And how could he have been induced to perjure himself to save her?" "Isn't it strange?" said Mrs. Bunce. "I'm all in the dark at present," returned Bones. "But go on, Jacob." "They walked on till they came to a street on the left-hand side, and into that street they turned. I never lost sight of them once, but 2 or 3 times I thought Mr. Rainford would have twigged me. He did not, though, and I at last traced them to a house in Locke's Fields." "Locke's Fields, eh?" cried Old Death. "Can they possibly be living there?" "They are," returned Jacob; "and I can take you over to the very street and the very house any time you like." "Well done!" ejaculated Bones, indulging in another long and hearty chuckle, which was echoed by Mrs. Bunce; and then they both rubbed their hands gleefully to think that they had made such important discoveries through the medium of Jacob. Fresh supplies of grog were brewed, and the lad was not only permitted to consign the 4 half-crowns to his pocket, but was also regaled with an occasional sip of gin and water from Mrs. Bunce's own mug. The return of Toby at 10 o'clock prevented any further conversation on the interesting topics which had previously been discussed, for Mrs. Bunce's husband was not admitted to the entire confidence of his spouse and of Mr. Benjamin Bones, alias Old Death. End of chapter 17. Section 18 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Lovers. It was noon, and Lady Hatfield sat alone in her drawing-room. She felt herself so much better, and Dr. Lascelles had that morning so earnestly recommended her to quit the bedchamber and seek the change of scene, which even a removal from one apartment to another ever affords, especially to an invalid, that she had not hesitated to follow her own inclination and his advice, both of which were fully of accord. Her uncle, Sir Ralph Walsingham, was announced shortly after Lady Hatfield had descended to the drawing-room. "My dear Georgiana," exclaimed the honest and kind-hearted man, as he entered the apartment, "I am delighted to find you here. But why are you alone? Where is Miss Mordaunt?" "In the parlour below," replied Lady Hatfield. "Julia has a visitor," she added with an arch smile, in spite of the melancholy which still oppressed her mind. "A visitor!" ejaculated the baronet. "Sir Christopher Blunt, I'll be bound." "You have guessed rightly, my dear uncle. But how should I know anything about it?" interrupted Sir Ralph. "Surely, Georgiana, you must be too well acquainted with your friend's disposition to suppose that she could have possibly held her tongue relative to the presumed attachment of the worthy knight." Why, all the time she was at the Manor, did she not absolutely hurl Sir Christopher's name at every soul whom she could engage in conversation? Was it not Sir Christopher had told her this last season, and Sir Christopher had assured her of that? And did she not go much farther than merely to hint that Sir Christopher was dying for her? For my part, I was sick of Sir Christopher's name, but now I suppose he has come to lay his title and fortune at her feet, as the newspapers say, or else what could possibly signify a visit at so unseemly an hour as midday? "It will be an excellent match for Julia," remarked Georgiana, by way of saying something. She is not one of those who believe that marriage should be only a convention of hearts and not of worldly interests. And as Lady Hatfield made this observation, a profound sigh escaped her bosom. "What means that sigh, niece?" demanded the baronet. "Are you envious of Miss Mordaunt's worldly-mindedness? I am convinced you are not. By the way, I met Lord Ellingham last evening." "His lordship left his card," said Lady Hatfield, casting down her eyes, while her bosom again rose and fell with a long and painfully drawn sigh. "Georgiana," exclaimed Sir Ralph, seating himself by the side of his niece, and taking her hand in a kind manner, "your conduct towards that young Earl is not just, is not generous, is not rational." "Oh, my dear uncle," cried Lady Hatfield, starting wildly, "for heaven's sake renew not the discussion of last evening." "Pardon me, my dear niece," said Sir Ralph, affectionately but firmly, "if I give you pain by referring to the topic of that discussion. I am your nearest relation. I am a widower and childless. You know that my property is extensive, and my fond hope has ever been, since the death of your aunt Lady Walsingham, that you would marry, and that your children should inherit those estates and that fortune which I can bequeath to whomsoever I will. But you refuse to accept the hand of a man who is every way worthy of you. You reject an alliance which in every human probability would be blessed by a progeny to whom my wealth and yours may alike descend. Nay, interrupt me not, dear Georgiana. I am old enough to be your father. I love you as if you were my daughter, and I have your welfare deeply at heart. To speak frankly, I had a long conversation last evening with Lord Ellingham." Georgiana's attention was for an instant broken by a wild start of despair. "My God! What signifies this grief, Georgiana?" asked her uncle. "I thought to give you pleasure by the assurance I was about to disclose, an assurance which conveys to you the unalterable fidelity of the Earl's affection, his readiness to bury in oblivion any little whim or caprice which induced you to subject him to the humiliation of a refusal the other day, his determination to study your happiness so entirely that any cloud of melancholy or unknown and unfounded presentiment, any morbid feeling, in a word, which hangs upon your mind, shall speedily be dissipated. Such are his generous intentions, such are his tender aspirations, Georgiana. Can you reject his suit again?" This appeal, made to the unhappy lady by an individual who, though only related to her by the fact of having married her mother's sister, had still ever manifested towards her the sincerest affection and friendship. This appeal, we say, came with such overwhelming force upon the mind of Georgiana that she knew not how to answer it. "You consent, Georgiana, you consent!" exclaimed Sir Ralph, entirely mistaking the cause of her profound silence; and starting up, he rushed from the room before her lips could give utterance to a syllable that might have the effect of stopping him. "Merciful God! What does he mean to do?" cried Georgiana, clasping her hands together, while a species of spasmodic shuddering came over her entire frame. Hasty footsteps approached the door. Wildly did the unhappy lady glance around her with the terrified and imploring air of one whom the officers of justice were about to fetch to the scaffold. The door flew open. Georgiana averted her eyes, but at the next moment her hands were grasped in those of another, and warm lips were pressed upon each fair hand of hers, and for a single instant there streamed through her whole being the electric warmth of ineffable delight, hope, and love. She sank back upon the sofa whence she had risen. Her eyes, which for a moment had seemed to lose the faculty of sight, were involuntarily turned toward the Earl of Ellingham, who was kneeling at her feet, and simultaneously her uncle's voice, sounding like the knell of destiny upon her ears, exclaimed, "I told you she had consented, Ellingham. Be happy, for Georgiana is yours." The door of the apartment was then closed hastily, and Lady Hatfield now knew that she was alone with her lover. "Oh, my dearest Georgiana," murmured Arthur, still pressing the lady's hands in his own, "how happy have you at length made me! And how can I ever express the joy which animates me at this moment? My heart dances wildly with joy and gratitude, and all the anguish which I have lately experienced is forgotten, as if it never had been. Indeed, my beloved one, it is for me to implore your pardon, for I should not have remained absent from you so long. But now that we are reunited, and your indisposition has passed, now that your mind has recovered its naturally healthy tone, there is nothing, my Georgiana, to interrupt the free course of our felicity." Lady Hatfield was seized with a certain involuntary horror, which completely stupefied her as these impassioned exclamations fell upon her ears, and vainly did she endeavour to reply. Arthur rose, and seating himself by her side on the sofa, passed his arm around her slender waist, and drawing her gently towards him, said in a subdued tone, "From this day forth, beloved Georgiana, you must have no secrets unknown to me. Confide in me as your best and sincerest friend, and the tenderest sympathy shall flow from my heart to solace you in those moments of melancholy which no mortal, however prosperously placed, can hope altogether to avoid. In the society of a husband who will never cease to love you, whose constant care shall be to ensure your felicity, and whose unwearied attention shall be devoted to the promotion of your happiness, your life will be spent in an atmosphere into which a cloud shall seldom intrude. Oh, what pictures of perfect bliss present themselves to my imagination!" The enamoured nobleman pressed the fair one closer to his breast, as he thus poured forth his soul with all the ardour of his sincere and devoted love. And she, in spite of herself, bewildered, stupefied, intoxicated as she was, by the suddenness with which this scene had been brought about, she gazed with mingled rapture and surprise upon that handsome countenance, which the glow of inward passion and ineffable joy now rendered still more expressive. She felt as if the hysterical shrieks, which for some moments past had threatened to burst from her lips, were subdued, stifled by some unknown power, whose influence was strangely sweet and consoling. Her soul almost sickened in the bliss of that love by which she was surrounded, and to which her woman's heart could not do otherwise than respond. Then again she felt as if she must start from his arms, reject his love, dash down that chalice of honeyed happiness from which they both were drinking deep draughts, and proclaim to him that it was all a hideous mistake, that she had never consented to receive him as her husband, that her uncle had committed a fearful error, and that they must separate, never, never again to meet. But at the very moment when she was about to do all this, Arthur drew her nearer to him. His breath, sweet as that of flowers, fell on her burning cheek. His hand pressed hers. She found herself linked to him in heart by a spell which no mortal courage could at such a moment have broken. Then she caught herself looking into his fine eyes and reading the thrilling language of love that was written there, and in another moment their lips met in one long and delicious kiss. "Sweet Georgiana, I adore you," murmured Arthur, his glances speaking more eloquently than his words. "And now there breathes not a happier man on the earth's wide surface than I. Say, Georgiana, say, does not that happiness which I myself experience impart pleasure to you? Could you now do aught to torture my soul again with the agony of suspense, with the despair of baffled hope? Believe me, my dearest angel, that if destiny in its malignant spite were now to separate us, if to-morrow I came and found you gone, or here but cold and altered, in a word, if any impediment were to arise to the accomplishment of our union, I should not survive the blow. As a distracted maniac should I be borne to a mad cell, or if my reason were left me, my grave would be stained with a suicide's blood." Georgiana was appalled by this terrible announcement, and in the agony of feeling which it excited within her, she cast a glance of profound tenderness upon the Earl, unwittingly pressing his hand at the same time. "Oh, now I know that you entertain the same sentiments as myself," he cried, mistaking those convulsive movements on her part for the tender evidences of love. "Now I know that your heart beats in unison with mine. Oh, thrice happy day, the happiest that I ever yet have known! And happier does it seem, too, because it has dissipated so much previous anxiety, healed so much acutely felt pain. Yes, dearest Georgiana, I am almost glad that you rejected my suit the other day, for the wretched feelings of the interval have, by contrast, made the present moment indescribably sweet. And shall I tell you, my beloved one, that I am now acquainted with the nature of that secret?" "That secret?" cried Georgiana with a cold shudder, which Ellingham did not perceive, for at the moment he pressed her fondly towards him. "Yes, dearest," he continued, "I know all the power which that secret influence must occasionally have over you, and believe me when I declare that, instead of being any longer annoyed at the fact of that circumstance having induced you to refuse my hand the other day, I deeply sympathize with you. And if I now allude to that event, that incident which years ago at your late father's country residence in Hampshire," a short convulsive sob burst from Georgiana's breast. "Oh, pardon me, beloved one," cried the Earl, again imprinting a kiss upon her lips. "I know that I was wrong to allude to an event which you can never entirely forget, but if I mentioned it ere now, it was for the first and the last time, and merely to convince you that he, whom you will soon receive as your husband, is aware of that secret influence which holds a sway over your mind, and that he implores you to forget it, to abandon yourself only to the thoughts of that happiness which our love and our brilliant social position must ensure us. And now, my dearest Georgiana, no more on that head. Never again let the topic enter into our discourse. Never let us allude to it even by a single syllable." "Oh, generous, excellent-hearted, noble-minded man!" exclaimed Georgiana. "And is your love for me indeed so strong as this?" "Can you doubt it, dearest?" said the Earl. "If so, tell me how I can prove its sincerity." "Have you not given me a proof the most convincing that man can give to woman?" asked Lady Hatfield, concealing her blushing countenance on Arthur's breast. "Are you not content to receive as your wife one who——" "No more, no more!" exclaimed the Earl, tenderly hushing her words with kisses. "Have we not agreed never again to allude to that topic?" "But one word, Arthur," said Georgiana, "only one word. Who could have acquainted you——" "Your uncle, dearest," answered Lord Ellingham, "that excellent man who has been mainly instrumental in procuring me the happiness which I now enjoy." "My uncle!" murmured Lady Hatfield, her soul subdued with astonishment of the most overwhelming nature. But the Earl's ears caught not the repetition of his answer, neither did he notice the effect which it produced upon Georgiana, for her head was pillowed upon his breast, his hand clasped hers, her fine form leant against him, and he had no thought save of the pure but intoxicating happiness which he now enjoyed. O love, thou art the sweetest charm of life, the dearest solace in this sphere of trial and vicissitude, the sentiment that, shining on us as a star, adds the most refulgent brightness to our lot. Ambition never imparted consolation to the breaking spirit, and places no curb on the wild passions and insatiable vices which too often dominate the human heart. Wealth makes its possessor envied, but also encourages the daring of the robber, or sharpens the knife of the murderer who seeks to grasp it. Honours engender hatred in the breasts of those who once were friends. Pleasure is bought by gold, and must be paid for over and over again by the health. Genius is a consuming fire. Like the spur to the gallant steed, it urges its votary on, but draws the life-blood in the act. Glory is the eruption of the volcano, bright, majestic, and resplendent to gaze upon, yet bearing death in its halo. But thou, O love, art the star which beams brighter as the gloom of this cold and selfish world becomes darker. Thou art the sunshine of the soul, teaching man to emulate the gentleness, the resignation, and the holy devotion of woman, and raising woman but one remove from the nature of angels. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 19, Mr. Frank Curtis's Pleasant Adventure. About half an hour previous to the visit of Lord Ellingham, Mr. Frank Curtis was lounging along Piccadilly, with a swell mob kind of ease and a Bagnigge Wells independence, when a young female of good figure and pretty face attracted his notice. As he was proceeding in one way and she in another, they passed each other, and Mr. Curtis having nothing to do, it struck him that he would endeavour to scrape an acquaintance with the young person alluded to. He accordingly turned round, hesitated for a moment how to devise an excuse for addressing himself to her, and then, drawing forth his own white cambric pocket-handkerchief, hurried after the object of his interest. "I beg your pardon, miss," he said, tapping her gently upon the shoulder, "but I think you dropped this handkerchief." The young female immediately replied in the negative, but a smile played upon her lips, and her blue eyes assumed an arch expression, implying that she fully saw through the young man's trick, which was indeed transparent enough. "I really thought it was yours, miss," exclaimed Curtis, by no means abashed. "But if it isn't, why, I must keep it till I find the owner, that's all." "I rather think it is with the owner now, sir," answered the young woman. "Well, my dear," said Frank, "I see you suspect my stratagem. But you are such a sweet, pretty creature that I was resolved to introduce myself to you. Now don't be angry, my love. I mean all I assert, and if you will only tell me where and when I can see you again, I'm sure you won't be sorry to make my acquaintance." "Upon my word," cried the young woman, in that dubious manner which might have meant disgust, or which might be taken as encouragement. Mr. Curtis, strong in his self-conceit, adopted the latter view, and became more pressing in his attentions. "Now do let me see you again, there's a dear," he exclaimed, continuing to walk by her side. "If you'll only agree to meet me this evening, I'll take you to the play, and I'll buy you a gold chain. Money is no object to me, my love. A man with 10,000 a year, and a peerage in the perspective, may indulge his little fancies, I hope." These falsehoods, conveyed by implication, were uttered in such a tone of assurance that the young woman was evidently dazzled by their splendour, and she threw a rapid but encouraging glance towards the mendacious Frank. "Come now, will you meet me again?" he demanded. "I was going over to stay a few days with the Prime Minister of France early next month, and I had promised to pass my Christmas with His Holiness the Pope at Rome. But if you was only kind now, why, there's no saying that I might not send excuses to both of them, and stay in London for the pleasure of seeing you." "But you men are such gay deceivers," said the young female. "Well, we may be sometimes," ejaculated Frank, rather looking upon the imputation as a compliment than a reproach. "But you're too pretty for a man to find it in his heart to deceive you, my dear. In one word, where shall you be at 7 o'clock this evening?" "I did think of calling upon a friend, which is lady's maid in a family living in Conduit Street," replied the young woman. "And if your friend is a lady's maid, my dear," said Frank, "what may you be?" "The same, sir," was the answer. "The very thing!" cried Curtis. "If there's one class of young ladies that I like more than another, it is the ladies' maids. Why, my dear, when I left Paris, where I stayed some time with the Archbishop of that city, for his Grace and I are as thick as two thieves, the ladies' maids held a meeting, and appointed a committee to draw up an address expressive of regret, and all that sort of thing, at my going away. They did, upon my honour. But let us come to the point, my dear. Shall you be in Conduit Street this evening at about 7? "I think it's very likely, sir," was the answer, "but you must not go with me any farther now, for I live at the house with the bay windows there." "But whose service are you in, my dear?" asked Frank. "In Lady Georgiana Hatfield's," replied the young woman. "Indeed!" cried Curtis. "I've heard an uncle of mine speak of her ladyship, I think. But this is a great nuisance, though." "What is?" asked Charlotte, whom our readers may remember to have been mentioned at the opening of this tale. "Why, that you and me must separate just at the moment that we are getting so friendly together, and without a single kiss either." Charlotte giggled, but said nothing. "You will really be in Conduit Street this evening, my dear?" urged Frank Curtis after a brief pause. "I think I shall be able to get out," responded Charlotte, "but her ladyship is an invalid, and Miss Mordaunt, her friend or companion, or whatever she is, may want me to dress her for some ball or party, and so I cannot promise for sure." "But you will try?" "Yes," murmured the young woman, and she hurried on to the front door of Lady Hatfield's house. Curtis stopped at a short distance and watched her as she tripped along, her pretty feet and ankles peering from beneath the folds of her dress. Now it happened that, at the very moment when Charlotte was about to ring the bell, the front door opened, and a livery servant issued forth, doubtless upon some errand. After exchanging a word or two with Charlotte, he passed on, and the young woman entered the house. But ere she closed the door, she turned a sly glance upon Frank Curtis, who, the instant he saw the livery servant make his appearance, sauntered very leisurely along in the most innocent-looking manner in the world. The livery servant was now out of sight, and the pretty face of the lady's maid lingered at the door which she kept ajar. Curtis looked hastily around, and the coast being tolerably clear at the moment, he darted up to the entrance. Charlotte had merely remained on the threshold to give him a parting glance of intelligence, for the purpose of assuring him of the sincerity of her promise that she would endeavour to meet him in the evening, for the young lady was of an intriguing disposition, and flattered herself that she had captivated some very great, or at all events some very wealthy person. But when she saw him thus precipitately rush towards the entrance, she drew back and endeavoured to shut the door. Frank was, however, too quick for her, and he fairly thrust himself into the hall, closing the street door behind him. "For God's sake, go away, sir," said Charlotte imploringly. "Not till I have had one kiss, just one," cried Frank, and he threw his arms round the lady maid's neck. "Oh, do let me go, sir. The servants will come, and I shall be ruined," she murmured, vainly struggling with the young man, who not only considered the adventure a capital joke, but was also excited by his present contact with a pretty girl. He glued his lips to hers and pressed her closely to him, when a loud double knock suddenly echoed through the hall. "Good heavens, what shall I do?" exclaimed Charlotte in a tone of despair. Then, in another moment, she recovered her presence of mind, and throwing open a side door, said in a rapid and earnest tone, "Go in there, sir, and if any one comes, pray invent some excuse for your being here, but don't compromise me." Curtis darted into the parlour with which the side door communicated. The lady's maid hurried away, and old Mason speedily made his appearance to answer the summons conveyed by the double knock. "Is Miss Mordaunt at home?" inquired a voice, which Curtis, who was listening anxiously on the inner side of the parlour door, immediately recognized to be that of his worthy uncle. "Yes, Sir Christopher, Miss Mordaunt is at home," replied Mason. "Please to walk in, sir. This way, sir. Miss Mordaunt is with Lady Hatfield in the drawing-room." "I wish to see Miss Mordaunt alone, if you please," said Sir Christopher. "Give my compliments, and if Miss Mordaunt will accord me a few minutes upon some little matter of a private nature—" "Certainly, Sir Christopher," responded the domestic. "Have the goodness to step into this room, sir." And Frank Curtis, now as miserable as he was insolent and exulting a few moments previously when embracing Charlotte in the hall, heard the footsteps of Mason and his uncle approaching the very door at which he was listening. Not a moment was to be lost. He was too much confused, too much bewildered to think of meeting the embarrassment of his position with a good face and a bold excuse, and concealment instantly suggested itself to his coward mind. A cheerful fire was burning in the grate, and near it was drawn a sofa, the cushion of which had rich fringes that hung all round, and drooped nearly to the carpet. To thrust himself beneath this friendly sofa was the work of an instant with Frank Curtis, and so rapidly was the manoeuvre executed, that the fringes had even ceased to rustle when Sir Christopher Blunt stalked pompously into the apartment. Mason withdrew to deliver the knight's message to Miss Mordaunt, and in the meantime the knight himself paced the room in somewhat an agitated manner. At length he walked straight up to a handsome mirror, and looking fully at his image, as it was reflected in the glass, began to apostrophize himself. "Sir Christopher Blunt, Sir Christopher Blunt," he exclaimed aloud in a solemn tone, "what is it that you are about to do? Are you taking a wise or an imprudent step? Are you, in a word, about to ensure your own happiness, or to make a damned old fool of yourself?" Frank Curtis was astounded at this language, which came from the lips of his uncle. Despite of his fears and the unpleasant predicament in which he found himself, he was on the point of yielding to his natural propensity for mischief, and blurting forth an affirmative response to the latter portion of the knight's self-interrogation, when the door opened and a lady entered the room. Curtis accordingly held his peace, and his breath too, as much as he could, for his curiosity was now so intense as to master even his fears. "Miss Mordaunt," said the knight, suddenly turning away from the glass, and advancing as jauntily as his massive frame would permit to meet the lady, "I have to apologize for this early visit." "Oh, no apology, Sir Christopher," exclaimed Julia in a most affable manner. "Pray be seated." "Allow me," said the knight, and taking her hand, he led her to the very sofa beneath which his nephew lay concealed. Then, seating himself at a respectful distance from her, but also on the sofa, he continued thus: "I hope, Miss Mordaunt, that I shall not offend you with what I am going—that is, with what I am with what I am on the point of—" "Very intelligible all this," thought Frank Curtis to himself. "Sir Christopher Blunt is incapable of offending a lady, especially a young one," observed Miss Julia, blushing in the most approved style on such interesting occasions, for she could anticipate what was coming. "Sir Christopher Blunt thanks you for that compliment, Miss Mordaunt," said the knight pompously, and encouraged also by the lady's tone and manner. "Yes, I am indeed incapable of giving offence wilfully, although there are certain vulgar people east of Temple Bar who pretend that I treat them cavalierly. And thank heaven, Miss Mordaunt, I was not elected alderman of Portsoken, for I never could have put up with all the filthy guzzling and swilling—excuse the expressions, ma'am—that seem inseparable from city affairs. You know, perhaps, Miss Mordaunt, that my origin was humble. I may say that it was nothing at all, but I glory in that fact. It is my boast, my pride." "True merit is sure to force its way in the world, Sir Christopher," observed Julia, with a smile which, displaying her white teeth, quite enchanted the amorous knight. "Again I thank you for the good opinion of me implied by that remark," he said, edging himself a little closer to the lady. "My large fortune, for large it notoriously is, Miss Mordaunt, has all been acquired by my own honest industry, and the title which I have the honour to bear was bestowed upon me by a gracious prince in approbation of my conduct as a public officer." "You occupy an enviable position in society, Sir Christopher," said Julia. "Do you really think so, miss?" asked the knight, endeavouring to assume a soft and plaintive tone, but with as little success as if he were a boatswain labouring under a severe cold. "Do you really think so?" And again he edged himself nearer to his companion. "Ah, my dear Miss Mordaunt, how happy should I be to lay my fortune, my title, my all, at the feet of some charming lady who, like yourself, would not despise the man that has risen by his own honest exertions to, I may say, affluence and honour." Miss Mordaunt cast down her eyes and worked herself up into a most interesting state of blushing excitement, while Sir Christopher boldly took her hand and pressed it to his lips. The knight's foot was thrust some little way under the sofa, and as he wore blucher boots, it was not difficult to stick a pin into the calf of his leg, if any one had felt so disposed. Such an idea certainly struck his dutiful nephew at that instant, for Mr. Frank Curtis now fully comprehended the object of his uncle's visit to Miss Julia Mordaunt, and the matrimonial designs of the said uncle foreboded anything but essential benefit to himself. Then, although he was not the brightest young man in existence, the selfish motive of Sir Christopher in agreeing to purchase Mr. Torrens's elder daughter as his, Frank's, wife, flashed upon his mind, and in an instant he comprehended the entire policy of Sir Christopher, as well as the reader already understands it, with regard to the recent matrimonial speculation which Tom Rainford had so materially aided to render abortive. We digressed just at the point where Sir Christopher was venturesome enough to press the hand of Miss Mordaunt to his lips. "Oh, Sir Christopher," murmured the lady, apparently quite abashed, and forgetting most probably in the agitation of the moment to withdraw her fair fingers. "Julia, my love, for so you must now permit me to call you," exclaimed the enamoured knight, "will my suit be rejected? Can you receive it favourably? At this moment you see before you a man whom it is in your power to render happy or miserable for life. And, ah, dear me, what a dreadful dream I had last night! It was that dream which made me come to you so early to-day to know your decision, for whether it was your image, my beloved Julia, or the cold roast pig that I eat for dinner, I'm sure I can't say, but true it is that—" "Oh!" screamed the knight in a fit of agony. "My dear Sir Christopher, what is the matter?" asked Miss Mordaunt, alarmed by the sudden ejaculation, which was accompanied by an equally sudden start. "Oh! nothing," said the knight, endeavouring to compose himself. "A sudden twitch in the leg, just like the pricking of a pin. But it is nothing, a mere sensation. I was going to tell you, my dear Julia, about that horrid dream." "Pray, Sir Christopher, don't tell me anything about horrid dreams," exclaimed Miss Mordaunt. "You will frighten me out of my wits." "Well, dearest, I will not. But you have not told me yet whether I may consider that this fair hand which I now press to my lips—" "Oh!" and again the knight started violently. "What is the matter, Sir Christopher?" asked Julia earnestly. "Really, I can't make it out. I don't know, but this is the second time that the same sensation has seized me in the left leg," stammered the knight, "just for all the world like the pricking of a pin. And yet, of course, it cannot be that. But pray pardon these unpleasant interruptions, Julia, and relieve me from suspense at once. Tell me, dearest one, will you consent to be mine?" "Oh, Sir Christopher, what do you ask?" murmured Miss Mordaunt, as if there were anything extraordinary or unexpected in the question. "What do I ask?" repeated the enamoured knight. "I ask you to bestow upon me this fair hand." "How can I refuse you, Sir Christopher?" sighed the lady. "You are so killing." "Am I, dearest?" ejaculated the knight, and encouraged more than ever by this assurance, he boldly kissed his companion. But almost immediately a cry of agony burst from his lips, and starting up from the sofa, he exclaimed, "My leg! My leg! The devil's in it, and that's the fact." The fact was, however, somewhat different, for Mr. Frank Curtis, having very quietly and deliberately taken his breastpin from the frill of his shirt, was amusing himself with the very pleasant pastime of thrusting the point into his uncle's leg. On the third occasion of the application of the aforesaid breastpin, Sir Christopher started up and danced about the room, while Miss Mordaunt, who was most anxious to bring the delicate topic of discourse to such a point that she might satisfy herself as to the very day on which she was to change her condition, endeavoured to her utmost to console him. Convinced that the pain he experienced could be nothing more than some sudden but very galling spasmodic attack, neither Sir Christopher nor Julia entertained the least thought of looking beneath the sofa. They therefore reseated themselves upon it, and continued their tender discourse. "And when shall it be?" asked Sir Christopher, taking it for granted that it was to be. "Whenever—that is, so soon—I mean, when you choose," murmured Miss Mordaunt. "But you will communicate your intentions to my brother, who obtained his captaincy a few days ago, and whom I must consult." "And why consult him?" asked Sir Christopher, a misgiving entering his mind. "Oh, he might—I do not say that he will—but he might object," answered Miss Mordaunt. "Then perhaps you wish me to state my views to my nephew also?" said the knight, somewhat testily, "as he might also object." "But a nephew, Sir Christopher," urged the lady. "A nephew is not a brother." "Very true," replied Blount, as if some grand truth had just been made apparent to him. "And yet it appears, Julia," he added in a coaxing tone, "that we have each a relation to whom we would rather not mention the matter until after it was over." "Oh, you killing man, what would you have me understand by that remark?" cried Miss Mordaunt. "Simply that we should—" "Should what, dear Sir Christopher?" "Should be married privately, or run away to Gretna Green," answered the knight. "And now the truth is out." "Oh, naughty, naughty man!" exclaimed Julia, casting on her swain one of her most bewitching smiles. But at the same time she imagined to herself all the excitement attending a runaway match to Gretna, the rapidity of travelling, the bustle that would be excited at the wayside inns, the sensation that must arise in the fashionable world, the paragraphs in the newspapers, the éclat attached to such a proceeding, and the importance with which her reappearance in town after the union would be attended. Of all this she thought, and the knight's proposal was therefore most welcome to her, for while she contemplated the agreeable side of the picture, she never once reflected on the ridicule and absurdity that must attach themselves to such a step on the part of two persons of the respective ages of Sir Christopher Blunt and herself. "Well, dearest, what are you thinking of?" asked the knight. "Of what you were saying, dear Sir Christopher," murmured the lady in a languishing tone. "Then how shall it be? A private marriage or Gretna?" "The arrangements for a private marriage might be suspected," sighed Julia, casting down her eyes and managing a blush, which was respectable enough, seeing that it scarcely came voluntarily to her aid. "Just my opinion," ejaculated Sir Christopher. "I would not have that prying nephew of mine, Frank Curtis, the young scapegrace, getting a hint of it beforehand for any money." "Nor would I wish my brother to know of it until it is all over, dear Sir Christopher," returned Julia. "Then be it Gretna!" exclaimed the knight. "And now, when shall it take place?" "I could not say to-day, Sir Christopher, but to-morrow." "To-morrow?" murmured the lady in a faint tone, as if quite overpowered by the importance of the step she was about to take, but which she would willingly have taken long before, had the proposal been made to her. "To-morrow," she added, "I shall be prepared to—" "I understand you, my angel," interrupted the knight, and this time he caught the lady fairly in his arms and subjected her to a process of hearty kissing. Mr. Frank Curtis had in the meantime restored his breastpin to the frill of his shirt, for since the conversation had turned upon a regular elopement, the matter had become far too serious for him to trifle with. He suddenly found himself menaced with something bordering on total disinheritance in respect to his uncle's property, for even if this projected union should yield no issue, still the lady might obtain so much influence over the knight as to induce him to will all his fortune to herself. Frank was therefore in rather an unpleasant state of mind, as well as being in an uneasy predicament under the sofa. He nevertheless saw that cunning must be met with cunning, and he now lay as quiet as a mouse in order to avoid detection. But he vowed seriously that the moment he should escape from the kind of prison in which he found himself, he would not let the grass grow under his feet ere he adopted measures to defeat the matrimonial scheme of Sir Christopher Blunt and Miss Julia Mordaunt. At length, to his unspeakable relief, the knight took his leave of Miss Mordaunt, after having settled the hour and place where they were to meet on the following evening. Sir Christopher being gone, Julia also left the room, and poor Charlotte, who had been on the tenterhooks of suspense and alarm ever since Frank Curtis had first entered the house, now hurried to the parlour, wondering how he could possibly have managed to avoid an exposure. But when she entered the room and perceived no one, she was more astonished still. Her surprise was not, however, of long duration, for Curtis, having peeped through the fringe, and ascertained who the newcomer was, suddenly emerged from his hiding-place. "Oh, dear me, sir!" exclaimed the young woman, "what a fright I have been in, to be sure!" "And what a pickle I have been in!" cried Frank sulkily. "You cannot say that it was my fault, sir," observed Charlotte reproachfully. "Nor more I do, my dear," answered Curtis, warming himself into a better humour by means of a kiss or two on the lady's maid's red lips. "But, I say, my dear," he continued, after a few moments' dalliance of that sort, "you must come to meet me this evening, because, independent of my desire to chat with you and all that sort of thing, you can be of service to me." "Lor, sir!" cried Charlotte, astonished at this intimation. "Indeed you can, but I must not stay to explain myself now," returned Curtis. "Here, my dear, take these 5 guineas as an earnest of what I will do for you, and mind and be punctual in Conduit Street at 7 o'clock this evening." "I shall not fail, sir," replied Charlotte. "And in the meantime," added Frank, "watch Miss Mordaunt well. Don't ask me any questions now. I will tell you all about it this evening. But mind you watch her, and if possible, get into conversation with her. Should she ask you to do her any service, no matter of what kind, promise her that you will, and leave the rest to me. Do you hear?" "Yes, sir, and I will do as you tell me," was the answer. "Well, then, that's right," said Curtis. "And now let me see if I can't slip out without running plump up against one of your liveried flunkies here." "Wait an instant," cried Charlotte, and she disappeared from the room, closing the door carefully behind her. In a few moments she returned with the welcome tidings that the coast was clear, and Frank Curtis succeeded in quitting Lady Hatfield's house without being perceived by any one save the faithful Charlotte. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 20, Happiness, the Diamond Merchant. When Lord Ellingham took his leave of Lady Hatfield, the latter hurried to her bedchamber, and, locking the door behind her, sat down in an armchair near the fire to ponder unconstrainedly upon the conversation of the previous hour. And that hour, what changes had it worked in respect to the mind and prospects of this patrician lady? "Oh, how generous and noble-hearted is my Arthur!" she mused inwardly. "How boundless is his love for me! But is it possible that I am really to become his wife, or am I the sport of a wild and delusive dream? No, it is all true. I am awake. I see the various objects around me. There is no confusion in my brain. Yes, it is all true, and he will marry me. He will make me his wife in spite of. But let me avoid thinking of the past. The future is now bright and glorious before me. My own Arthur, whom I love so fondly, and who alone has ever possessed and will possess my heart, my own noble, generous Arthur has surmounted all prejudice, flung aside all disgust, and has promised to make me happy. Oh, not in the wildest of my dreams could I have imagined so much bliss. The clouds which have so long hung heavily around the star of my destiny have been suddenly dispersed by one who views my heart aright, who understands me, who knows my sad history, but recognizes my innocence, who, in a word, rises superior to all the prejudices which shackle the world. Oh, dearest, dearest Arthur, how can I ever reward you adequately for this generosity on your part? All the love which I bear you, all the adoration I feel for you, all the devotion I shall manifest towards you will not repay the immense debt that I owe you. It is true that I possess great wealth, that the services of my father to the state induced his majesty to create me a peeress in my own right, and that I have some pretensions to beauty. All this is true, but it is not sufficient to induce my noble-hearted Arthur to make me the partner of his bed. No, for he himself is rich far beyond his desires. He also owns a proud and ancient name, and England has daughters far lovelier than I, but he loves me for myself, apart from all selfish considerations, and oh, what bliss to be thus loved! Lady Hatfield sank her head upon her fair hand, and gave way to the new and ineffable bliss which had so suddenly enveloped her in its halo. At length another idea struck her. "But my uncle, how could he have known my secret?" she exclaimed aloud. "And how did he discover it? Oh, he must have been aware of it from the very first. The good, the kind-hearted man, never to have even appeared to—" Georgiana's reverie was interrupted by a hasty knock at her door. She rose, unlocked it, and gave admission to her friend Julia. "My dear Lady Hatfield," exclaimed Miss Mordaunt, her entire countenance illuminated with joy, "congratulate me. It is all settled." "That you are to become Lady Blunt?" asked Georgiana, smiling. "Yes, my dearest friend, Lady Blunt. How well it sounds! Only think of Lady Blunt upon a card, printed, for instance, in the Old English letter, or German text, or whatever it is, and then Lady Blunt's carriage, and all that sort of thing. Really, I am so happy, I don't know whether to dance or sing, or both." "I am delighted to see you so happy, my dear Julia," said Lady Hatfield, "and most sincerely do I congratulate you. But have you acted prudently to accept Sir Christopher without communicating his proposal to your relations?" I think that I am quite old enough to manage my own affairs, in this respect at least, answered Julia, laughing. And yet, after all, I am not so very old, only just 30. Still, it is high time to settle oneself in life. But for the present, my dear Lady Hatfield, I must implore you to keep my engagement a profound secret, for reasons which I will explain in a few days. I shall keep your secret, Julia, without seeking to learn your motives until you may choose to communicate them, replied Georgiana. And now I am about to surprise you in respect to myself. Lord Ellingham has been here this morning. So I heard from old Mason just now, said Miss Mordaunt, but you knew he would call, my dear friend, after leaving his card last night, and if you speak candidly, you will confess that you hoped he would. I did hope he would call, Julia, answered Georgiana, but I could not imagine that our interview would have terminated. However, she added, checking herself and smiling joyously, you must now congratulate me, for in a few weeks I shall become the Countess of Ellingham. I do indeed congratulate you, my dearest Lady Hatfield, replied Miss Mordaunt, but upon my word, wonders will never cease. Here were you only a few days ago rejecting the Earl in opposition to everything like common sense, and certainly against the wishes of your very best friends. Let us not talk of the past, Julia, interrupted Georgiana. The future opens so brightly before me that I am almost dazzled by its brilliancy, and I am happy, supremely happy, oh, almost too happy. As she uttered these words, Georgiana threw herself into the armchair which she had quitted for the purpose of giving admission to Miss Mordaunt, and never did the beauty of her soul-speaking countenance shine to greater advantage than at that moment. And no wonder that even her friend, whose volatile disposition seldom permitted her mind to settle its attention on subjects concerning another, was struck by the loveliness of Lady Hatfield on this occasion. No wonder, we say, that Julia gazed with admiration for a long time on that beauteous woman, for happiness seemed to have invested her with new charms. Her cheeks, lately so pale with mental anxiety and partial indisposition, were now tinged with a warm carnation hue. Joy flashed from her large liquid eyes, usually of so mild though lustrous a languor, and smiles played upon those rosy lips, which were wont to remain apart with serious expression. The Earl of Ellingham, upon taking leave of Georgiana that morning, but be it well understood, with the promise of returning to pass an hour or two in the evening, experienced that kind of heartfelt happiness which requires a vent by means of imparting the fact of its existence to a friend. To the abode of Dr. Lascelles was the Earl accordingly hastening, when he was suddenly accosted by a gentleman, who addressed him by name, and whom in another moment he remembered to be Mr. Gordon, the diamond merchant. "I beg your lordship's pardon for thus stopping you," said that individual, "but I thought you might be gratified to learn that the jewels which I lost so mysteriously have been restored to me." "Indeed!" exclaimed Arthur. "I am rejoiced to hear these tidings. And now I presume you are fully convinced that Miss Esther de Medina was entirely innocent of the theft so ridiculously imputed to her." "On the contrary, my lord," answered the diamond merchant, "I am more than ever certain that Miss de Medina was the person who took them." "Mr. Gordon," exclaimed the Earl indignantly, "I should have thought that, after the investigation which took place at the office in Bow Street, you would not have clung to an opinion so dishonourable, so unjust towards an innocent young lady. Moreover, sir, I should have conceived that my testimony to that young lady's character would have dispelled any doubts which had still hung on your mind." That your lordship gave such testimony conscientiously, I cannot for an instant question, was the firm but respectful answer. At the same time that your lordship was and is still deceived in that young lady, I am confident. Perhaps, sir, observed the Earl coldly, you will have no objection to communicate the reasons which have thus induced you to change your opinion, for if I remember rightly, you yourself declared in the public office that you were satisfied there was some grievous mistake, and that Miss de Medina was innocent of the deed imputed to her at first. I admit, my lord, replied the diamond merchant, that I was staggered by the singularity of the turn given to the proceedings when your lordship appeared to speak in Miss de Medina's defence. But listen, my lord, to the subsequent events, which revived all my suspicions. Upon leaving the police court, I returned home, but was scarcely able to attend to my business, so bewildered was I by the occurrences of the morning, and so annoyed was I also at the loss which I had so mysteriously experienced. It was probably 4 o'clock in the afternoon when a lady was announced, and the moment she raised her veil, I recognized Miss de Medina. You may conceive, my lord, how surprised I was by this visit, but much greater was my astonishment when she said to me, without a single word of preface, "Sir, what is the value of the diamonds which you have lost?" £600 was my answer. Miss de Medina immediately drew forth a small packet from her dress and counted 6 bank notes, each of £100, and which she placed before me on the table. "Here is the amount, sir," she said, and I offered her a receipt, which she, however, declined. For a few moments she lingered, as if anxious to say something more, then, suddenly turning away, she abruptly quitted the house. "Extraordinary!" cried the Earl of Ellingham. "And yet——" "One instant, my lord," interrupted Mr. Gordon. "The most mysterious part of the whole transaction is yet to be revealed to you. Not 10 minutes had elapsed from the moment of Miss de Medina's departure, when a person whom I remembered to have seen in the court was announced. I do not know whether your lordship observed at the office a man of florid complexion, light curly hair, red whiskers, and dressed in a sporting suit." "I not only observed him," replied the Earl, "but from the description subsequently given by one of my servants, whom I questioned after my return home from the police office, I have every reason to believe that the individual whom you described was the bearer of a letter which had induced me to hasten to Bow Street to give my testimony in proof of Miss de Medina's innocence." "And does your lordship know that man?" inquired the diamond merchant. "I never saw him, to my knowledge, until that day, when the attention he appeared to devote to the proceedings attracted my notice, although he was in the midst of the crowd congregated near the door. But please to continue your own narrative." "This individual, my lord, of whom we have been speaking," returned Mr. Gordon, "was the person introduced to my office a few minutes after the departure of Miss de Medina. He seated himself in a free and easy off-hand manner, and said, 'I think I can give you some little information concerning the diamonds which you have lost.'" "Indeed!" I exclaimed, and anxious to hear what he was about to state, I said nothing relative to the visit of Miss de Medina and the payment of the amount at which the lost jewels were valued. "Yes," he continued, and with the utmost coolness he produced a pistol from one pocket and a small parcel wrapped up in brown paper from the other. "What is the meaning of this strange conduct?" I demanded, glancing towards the weapon which the man held in his hand. "Oh, it is soon explained," he said. "This pistol is merely to defend myself in case you should take it into your head to give me into the charge of a constable on suspicion of being connected with the person who stole your property. And as for the parcel, open it and see what it contains." Thus speaking, he tossed the packet across the table to me, crossed his legs and began to hum a tune. I opened the parcel and to my surprise perceived the diamonds which I had lost. "Is the set complete?" asked the man. "Quite perfect," I replied, in the most unfeigned astonishment at the singularity of the whole proceedings. "But how does it happen," I continued, "that you have come to restore them to me, when a quarter of an hour has scarcely elapsed since Miss de Medina herself called and paid me £600 at which they are valued?" It now appeared to be the man's turn to be surprised, but in another moment he exclaimed, "Oh, I understand it all." "What do you understand?" said I, for I must candidly confess that I understand nothing of the whole transaction, which is one involved in the deepest mystery. "So let it remain," he cried abruptly. "And now mark me," he added in a slower and more impressive tone, "beware how you ever utter a word derogatory to the honour of Esther de Medina." And he quitted the apartment, leaving me in possession of my jewels and of the £600 also. "This narrative is so singular, Mr. Gordon," said the Earl of Ellingham, "that were you not a respectable merchant, and that you can have no possible interest in amusing me with a fiction, I should not believe the portion which relates to Miss de Medina." "I declare before my Maker," ejaculated the diamond merchant solemnly, "that I have not exaggerated one tittle of my history. I have even more to state. The restoration of my property convinced me that I had no right to retain the money which Miss de Medina had paid me as a recompense for its loss. I therefore determined to give it back to her, but I was unacquainted with her residence. Then I recollected that your lordship had stated that Mr. de Medina had become your tenant for a house and a small estate about 7 miles from London. I immediately repaired to your lordship's residence in Pall Mall to inquire the address of Mr. de Medina, but you were not at home. Your valet, however, furnished me with the information I required, and on the following morning I proceeded to Finchley. I called at the house to which I had been directed, and learnt that Mr. de Medina and his daughter did not intend to settle there until the spring. But from the servant in charge of the premises I ascertained where Mr. de Medina resided in town. I accordingly returned to London, and forthwith repaired to Great Ormond Street, where I obtained an interview with Miss de Medina. Her father was out, a circumstance which on the occasion appeared to give her pleasure, because she asked the servant to announce me whether Mr. de Medina were in his study, and on receiving a reply to the effect that he had gone out a few minutes previous to my arrival, she was evidently relieved of some anxiety. I communicated the nature of my business, but when I mentioned the particulars of the visit I had received from the light-haired gentleman, her countenance suddenly assumed so singular an expression that I can scarcely define its meaning. It was not alarm alone, nor surprise, nor shame, nor sorrow which her looks denoted, but a feeling composed of all those sentiments blended together. Then, when I explained to her that this man had restored my lost diamonds, her countenance suddenly assumed an expression of joy. I handed her the £600 which she received, and then, as on the occasion of her visit to me the preceding evening, she seemed anxious to make some remark, to which she could not, however, give utterance. The silence became awkward, and I took my leave. Your lordship now knows all. And can you for one moment imagine that Esther de Medina was the person who stole your diamonds? Exclaimed Lord Ellingham. Or that she was in any way connected with that man who restored them to you? My belief is that she parted with them in some way to that man, answered Mr. Gordon, and that her father most probably gave her the money to recompense me for my loss. but that when she paid it she was unaware that the man had the intention of restoring the jewels. Lord Ellingham made no answer, for there suddenly flashed upon his mind a reminiscence which staggered him. The reader will recollect that when Mr. de Medina encountered his daughter at the police court, he said to her, "Oh, Esther, Esther, I can understand it all. You have brought this upon yourself." These words were overheard at the time by Lord Ellingham, but they had since escaped his memory, or else failed to make any very deep impression upon him, his own mind since that day having been a prey to much acute anxiety, suspense, and conflicting feelings on account of Lady Hatfield. But now, when he recalled those words and considered them in all their significance, when he pondered upon the tale which he had just heard from the lips of the diamond merchant, when he remembered that the man who had restored those jewels was doubtless the same who had conveyed to Pall Mall the letter which so mysteriously urged him to hasten to the police court and give his testimony in Esther's defence, he began to share Mr. Gordon's belief that there must be some connection between that florid, light-haired man and Miss de Medina. At the same time, Lord Ellingham was convinced that Esther had not stolen the diamonds, or that if she had, Mr. Gordon had mistaken the hour of the day, if not the day itself on which such theft was committed, because Arthur remembered beyond all possibility of error that from 2 o'clock on the afternoon until near 11 o'clock at night, on the day specified by the diamond merchant, Esther was engaged in visiting the house which her father had hired from him, Lord Ellingham, and which was situate about a mile beyond Finchley. Arthur himself accompanied Mr. de Medina and Esther on that occasion, and Esther was never absent from his sight, save perhaps for a few minutes at a time during the interval above named. There was a profound mystery somewhere, and though the Earl was not characterized by any feeling of impertinent curiosity, yet he longed to clear up the doubts and misgivings which had at length arisen in his mind. He entertained the greatest respect for Mr. de Medina, and until now the same sentiment towards Esther, whom he had hitherto looked upon as a model of purity, amiability, and innocence. He therefore felt grieved, vexed, disappointed, annoyed, for the honour of the human race, and especially for the credit of the female sex, to think it possible that he had been so grossly deceived in that beautiful Jewess. He walked slowly along, the diamond merchant by his side. "Well, my lord," said the latter, at length breaking the protracted silence, "what is your opinion now?" "I confess that I am bewildered," was the reply, "but I shall not judge hastily. In the meantime, I pray you so far to suspend your opinion upon the subject as to avoid the utterance of aught prejudicial to Miss de Medina's character, and if I succeed in fathoming this mystery, the fact of that young lady's guilt or innocence shall be duly communicated to you." The diamond merchant bowed respectfully and departed in another direction, while Lord Ellingham continued his way towards Grafton Street. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 21, The Oath. Dr. Lascelles was at home and immediately granted an audience to the Earl of Ellingham. Popular physicians are potentates in their way, and access to them, save on matters of professional business, is frequently difficult. But the doctor had taken a greater fancy to the young nobleman than he was ever known to entertain for any of his acquaintances, and he therefore received him as one who did not encroach on his very valuable time. "Well," said the physician, as the Earl made his appearance in the professional reception-room, "something new about Lady Hatfield, I'll be bound?" "You are right, my dear doctor," answered the lover, "and I am the happiest of men." "I am charmed to hear it," said Lascelles, casting a glance of curiosity, not unmingled with surprise, towards the Earl. "Yes, doctor," cried the latter, his handsome countenance irradiated with the lustre of complete felicity, "the beautiful Georgiana has consented to become my wife." "Your wife!" ejaculated the physician. "And wherefore not?" asked the Earl, astonished at the tone and manner of his friend. "Do you think that I will allow what must be considered a misfortune to stand in the way of my happiness?" "Certainly, if you can rise superior to a prejudice which influences the generality of the world," said the physician, thrown off his guard by Lord Ellingham's last observation. "I do not see—" "Ah! Then you also know all," ejaculated the Earl. "But let us not dwell on this topic. Suffice it that I have heard from Sir Ralph Walsingham enough to convince me that his niece is to be commiserated in a certain respect, and I have had a full explanation with her on the subject. In a few weeks she will be Lady Ellingham, and it shall be my duty, as it will also prove my delight, to make her so completely happy that she shall forget the incident which has had so powerful an effect upon her mind." "I sincerely wish you all possible felicity, my dear Earl," said the doctor, shaking the young nobleman warmly by the hand. "A thousand thanks, doctor," exclaimed Arthur, cordially returning the pressure. "But how became you acquainted with that incident in Georgiana's life which has exercised such influence over her? I thought you told me yesterday that she had not entered into any explanations with you." "Neither had she, nor has she, my dear lord," observed the physician, who seemed slightly surprised, if not puzzled, by the observations of his young friend. "But, as you yourself ere now said, let us not dwell on that topic. It is of too delicate a nature." "It is delicate, my dear doctor," responded the Earl; "but as I am my own master, and labour not under the necessity of consulting my relatives as to those proceedings which are connected with my interest or happiness—" "Oh, certainly," said the doctor. "You love Lady Hatfield, and she loves you in return. It is quite natural. I have known many such cases, more perhaps than you could imagine." "I do not doubt you," replied the Earl; "but I will not longer intrude on your valuable time," he added, smiling, "for I know that you are not in the habit of receiving visits of a merely friendly nature at this period of the day." "To you only am I accessible on such terms," replied the physician. The Earl then took his leave, and was about to return home, when he bethought himself of the strange communication he had received from Mr. Gordon, the diamond merchant, and as the weather was fine and frosty, he determined to walk as far as the residence of Mr. de Medina in Great Ormond Street. On his arrival at that gentleman's house, he found the servant standing at the front door, in the act of receiving some articles from a tradesman's boy, and this trivial fact is only recorded inasmuch as it explains the reason how Lord Ellingham ascended to the drawing-room without being duly announced. He considered himself to be on terms of sufficient intimacy with Mr. de Medina to take such a liberty; and when the domestic made a movement to conduct him upstairs, Arthur desired him, in a condescending manner, not to take the trouble, as he knew the way. Accordingly, the Earl proceeded to the drawing-room, where he did not, however, find Mr. de Medina and his daughter, although, from the statement of the servant, he had expected to meet them there. The floor was spread with a thick, rich Turkey carpet, on which his footsteps fell noiselessly. He was about to seat himself when voices in the adjoining apartment, which was only separated from the drawing-room by folding doors, met his ears. "Esther," said Mr. de Medina, speaking in an earnest and solemn tone, "this is the 3rd anniversary of that dreadful day which—" "Oh! do not refer more than is necessary to that sad event, dear father," exclaimed the Jewess in an imploring voice. "Heaven knows, my child," responded her sire, "that if you feel as I do—" "I do, dearest father," cried Esther. "Yes, but not all the degradation, the infamy, the shame, all, father, even as acutely as yourself," she said in a voice denoting the most intense anguish. "And yet, undutiful girl that you are," exclaimed Mr. de Medina, "you persist in seeing that lost, abandoned—" The sudden rattling of a carriage in the street drowned the remainder of this sentence. "Oh, my dearest father, forgive me!" cried Esther in a tone of the most earnest appeal. "You cannot imagine the extent of my love, my boundless love for that unfortunate—" "Unfortunate!" repeated Mr. de Medina angrily. "No, no! Say that most wretched, guilty, criminal! My God! Use not such harsh terms!" almost shrieked the beautiful Jewess, and the Earl of Ellingham could judge by the sound that she fell upon her knees as she spoke. "Yes, Esther, on your knees implore my forgiveness for your oft-repeated disobedience," exclaimed Mr. de Medina. "Consider, undutiful, ungrateful girl, of the position, the scandalous, disgraceful position in which you were placed a few days ago. That ring which was sold to the diamond merchant—" "Pardon me, dearest father, oh, pardon me!" cried the young lady, her voice becoming wildly hysterical. Again a vehicle rolled along the street, and of the Jew's reply all that the Earl could distinguish were the words, "Those diamonds, Esther! The theft of those diamonds! Oh, my God! I shall yet go mad with the dreadful thought!" "Oh, this is cruel, most cruel, after all I have suffered!" cried Esther. "Wherefore revive those terrible reproaches now? Speak, father, what do you require of me? Wherefore this conversation?" "Again I must remind you," answered Mr. de Medina solemnly, "that this is the 3rd anniversary of that day." "I know it! I know it! Oh, how can I ever forget it?" said Esther in a tone of the most painful emotion. "And now," continued Mr. de Medina, apparently but little moved by his daughter's grief, "now must you swear, Esther, upon that book which contains the principles of our creed, that you will never, under any circumstances—" Mr. de Medina here sank his voice to so low a tone that the Earl could only catch a few disjointed phrases, such as these: "Renew your connection with, acknowledge that, such infamy and disgrace, honoured name, family, seduced my daughter, robbed her of her purity, although the world may not suspect, degradation on yourself, discard you for ever, Thomas Rainford." "I swear," said Esther, in a tone which led the Earl to imagine that she took the proscribed oath with a dreadful shudder. "And now rise," exclaimed Mr. de Medina. "It is over." These words suddenly awoke the Earl to a consciousness of his position, and his face became scarlet as the thought flashed upon his mind that he had been playing the part of an eavesdropper. He despised himself for having listened to the dialogue between Mr. de Medina and his daughter, but his attention had been so completely riveted to this strange, mysterious, and exciting conversation that he had unwittingly remained a hearer. An invisible spell had nailed him, as it were, to the spot, had forced him to linger and drink in that discourse which, alas, appeared to speak so eloquently to the discredit of her whose character he had so warmly defended 2 hours before. And now, suddenly awaking, as we said, to a sense of his position, he perceived that a subterfuge could alone save him from the imputation of being an eavesdropper, and to that subterfuge was this really noble-minded peer compelled to stoop. Hastily stepping to the drawing-room door, he opened it and closed it again with unusual violence, so that the sound might fall upon the ears of Mr. de Medina and Esther, and induce them to believe that he had only just entered the room. The stratagem succeeded, for Mr. de Medina immediately made his appearance from the inner apartment, and welcomed the Earl with his wonted calmness of manner. In reply to Arthur's polite inquiries relative to Mr. Medina, the father replied that his daughter was somewhat indisposed, and hoped the Earl would excuse her absence. A quarter of an hour passed in conversation of no particular interest to the reader, and Lord Ellingham then took his leave. When he found himself once more in the open street, he could scarcely believe that he was not the sport of some wild and delusive dream. Had he heard aright, or had his ears beguiled him? Was it true that all those reproaches had been levelled by an angry father at the head of a daughter who did not attempt to deny her guilt, but who was compelled to implore that outraged parent's forgiveness? Had he not prescribed to her an oath which seemed to imply in plain terms, although the Earl had caught but detached portions, that Esther had been seduced, robbed of her purity, and that the villain was one Thomas Rainford? Had not that oath been administered for the purpose of binding her to break off her connection with this Thomas Rainford? And did not Mr. de Medina assure her that, though the world might not suspect it, yet she had not the less brought degradation on herself? In fine, did not the angry father threaten to discard her for ever, unless she swore to obey his injunctions? In what other way could the blanks in the terms of the oath, as Ellingham had gathered them by means of the few but significant disjointed passages thereof, in what other way could those blanks be filled up than in the manner above detailed? It is too apparent, thought the Earl within himself, and Esther is an abandoned, lost, degraded girl, and yet how deceptive is her appearance, how delusive her demeanour! Purity seems to be expressed in every glance. Innocence characterizes every word she utters. Merciful heavens, what must I think of the female sex after such a discovery as this? And yet let me not judge harshly of the whole, because one is frail. My own Georgiana is quite different from that artful hypocrite, Esther de Medina. Georgiana conceals not a tainted soul beneath a chaste exterior. She is purity in mind as well as in appearance. And after all, Esther did steal the diamonds. Her father upbraided her with the theft. He even alluded to the ring which she sold to Mr. Gordon. Yes, it is indeed too apparent. She is utterly depraved. But that name of Thomas Rainford, surely I have heard it before. The Earl strove to recollect himself. "Oh, I remember now," he thought at the expiration of a few moments. "It was Thomas Rainford who was accused of robbing my Georgiana on the highway. How strange is this coincidence! And yet it was not that man who plundered her, for she proved his innocence of at least this imputation. But it was doubtless Rainford who sent me the letter desiring me to appear in the defence of Esther, and it must also have been he who restored the diamonds to the merchant. That Esther stole those diamonds is clear, for her father accused her of it. At least such is the inference that must be drawn from his words. But that Gordon was wrong as to the day or the hour of the day on which the theft was committed is also clear, inasmuch as Esther was at Finchley at the time stated. Still, Gordon was so positive, and when he appeared to prosecute the Jewess at the police office, so short a time had elapsed, only a few hours indeed, since the act was perpetrated, that it is difficult to believe how he could have mistaken the date. There is a mystery yet attending on this affair, but that its elucidation would establish Esther's innocence cannot for a moment be believed. Such was the train of thought into which the Earl of Ellingham was naturally led by the dialogue he had overheard between the Jew and his daughter. He was sincerely grieved to be forced to come to the conviction that Esther de Medina was a lost and ruined girl, instead of the pure and artless being he had previously believed her to be. Although his affections were undividedly Georgiana's, yet he had entertained a sentiment of friendship for the Jewess, and he was pained and shocked to think that he had ever experienced any interest, even the slightest, in a female so utterly unworthy his notice. For the father he still felt respect, which was also now blended with profound commiseration, for he beheld in him an honest and honourable man who was cursed with a daughter characterized by bad passions and evil propensities. The Earl was well aware that Mr. de Medina was a very rich man. He could not, therefore, suppose that necessity had induced Esther either to dispose of the ring or to steal the jewels. What, then, could he conclude? That she required funds to support a worthless, abandoned, and lost man, her paramour? Hence the sale of the ring, hence the theft of the diamonds. Arthur now remembered his promise to Mr. Gordon to make him acquainted with any particulars which he might discover relative to that business. But how could he fulfil his pledge? He shrank from the contemplation of the circumstance which had made him acquainted with Esther's guilt. He felt annoyed and vexed with himself for having allowed his curiosity so far to dominate his honourable principles as to render him an eavesdropper. He would not, therefore, aggravate his offence by imparting its results to another, and with an endeavour to banish the subject from his memory and turn his attention to more pleasurable topics, he hastily pursued his way homeward. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 22. The Alarm, the Letter. In the meantime, Esther de Medina had retired to her own apartment immediately after the strange, painful, and exciting scene which had taken place with her father. Seating herself upon a sofa, she burst into a violent flood of tears. The delicate tinge of carnation which usually appeared beneath the clear, transparent olive hue of her complexion was now chased away, and she was pale. Very pale. Her grief was evidently intense. Anguish overwhelmed her spirit. "O Esther, if thou art indeed a guilty, frail, fallen being, the eye cannot refuse a tear of pity to thy lost condition." No, for never has even the enamoured poet in his dreams conceived a form and face more perfect than nature had bestowed upon her. There appeared, too, such a virgin freshness about that charming creature who was just bursting into womanhood, such a halo of innocence seemed to surround her, so much modesty, so much propriety characterized her slightest attitudes and her most unimportant words, that to contemplate her for a few minutes and yet retain the stubborn conviction that she was a wanton amounted almost to an impossibility. And now to behold her plunged in grief, alone with her own wretched thoughts, and weeping, who could believe that the lips on which purity appeared to dwell had ever been pressed by those of the seducer, that the sylph-like form, whose sweeping, undulating outlines were so gracefully set forth by the mournfulness of her attitude, had ever unveiled its beauties on the bed of illicit love, that the rude hand of licentiousness had ever disturbed the treasures of the bosom so carefully concealed. Who could believe all this? Nevertheless, says the reader, appearances are so completely against her, the evidences of her guilt seem so damning, that, alas, there is not a hope of her innocence. But let us continue the thread of our narrative. For half an hour did Esther remain absorbed in the most profound affliction, a prey to thoughts and reminiscences of a very painful nature. At length she rose abruptly and evidently strove to conquer her grief. She wiped away the tears from her fine black eyes and advanced towards the window, from behind the curtains of which she gazed into the street with the view of directing her thoughts into some new channel. Suddenly an idea struck her, and she hastened to her writing-desk, at which she sat down and began to pen a letter. While she was thus engaged, the crystal drops ever and anon started from her eyes and trembled on the jetty fringes, the glossy darkness of which no oriental dye could have enhanced. In the midst of her occupation, the progress of which was marked by many an ill-subdued sob, a female servant entered the room to acquaint Miss de Medina that her father had just received a letter on some business that required his immediate attention, and that she was not to expect him home to dinner. The domestic then withdrew, and Esther finished her letter, which she folded and concealed in her bosom. It was now 5 o'clock, and she descended to the dining-room, but she had no appetite, and the ceremony of the repast, to which she was compelled to sit down alone, was by no means calculated to enliven her spirits. Quitting the table as soon as possible, she returned to her chamber, put on her bonnet and shawl, and hurried into the fresh air, which she hoped would have an exhilarating influence upon her. Esther drew her veil closely over her face and proceeded to Southampton Row, where she entered a shop at which the local post office was stationed. The woman who stood behind the counter appeared to recognize her, and immediately handed her a letter which was addressed simply to A.B.C., Post Office, Southampton Row, to be left till called for. Miss de Medina purchased a few articles of fancy stationery, evidently with the view to recompense the shopkeeper for the trouble of receiving her letters, and not because she required the things, and while the woman was occupied in making up the parcel, Esther proceeded to read the communication just placed in her hands. For this purpose she raised her veil and approached the light which burnt near the window. The letter was short, but its contents drew tears from the eyes of the beautiful Jewess. Scarcely had she terminated the perusal when she was startled by hearing a voice at the door distinctly exclaim, "There she is, by heaven!" Instinctively glancing in that direction, she beheld a very pale-faced lad of apparently 15 or 16, gazing intently upon her from the immediate vicinity of the threshold of the shop. And close behind him, with his eyes also fixed upon her, stood a very tall, thin, old man of most repulsive aspect. The instant Esther looked towards them, the old man laid his hand on the lad's shoulder and hurried him away. And Esther, somewhat alarmed by the incident, took up the little parcel of stationery, wished the woman a courteous good evening, and quitted the shop. When she again found herself in the street, she drew down her veil and hastened towards the nearest hackney coach stand. A vehicle speedily drew alongside of the curbstone for her accommodation, and as she was stepping into it, she distinctly beheld, through the folds of her veil, the tall old man and the pale lad entering another vehicle at a little distance. She could not be mistaken, for the shop sent forth a flood of light, which rendered the forms of those two persons plainly visible. The coachman had to repeat his inquiry whither he was to drive, ere Esther could recover her presence of mind sufficiently to reply. "To the nearest post office in Holborn," she at length said. "Why, Lord bless you, ma'am, there's one close by here, not 10 yards off," answered the jarvey, who was an honest fellow in his way. "Never mind," said Esther, "I wish to be taken to another." The man urged no farther objection, but mounted his box and drove away, quietly settling in his own mind that his fare was either mad or tipsy, he neither knew nor cared which. Miss de Medina could not shake off an oppressive suspicion which had forced itself upon her. She fancied that she was watched, and for the simple reason that she knew nothing of the old man and the lad, her uneasiness increased into actual alarm. This feeling was enhanced, too, when her quick ears caught the rumbling sound of another vehicle behind, and she began to blame herself for having ventured abroad at such an hour. Then she reasoned with herself that no harm could possibly happen to her in the midst of a densely populated city, and while people were walking about in all directions. But still, in spite of this attempt at self-assurance, the pale countenance of the lad and the sinister looks of the old man haunted her like spirits of evil. But in a few minutes the hackney coach entered Holborn, and the blaze of light, the bustle, the throng of vehicles, the crowd of foot passengers, and the animated appearance of the whole scene dispelled nearly all her alarms. The vehicle drew up nearly at the corner of Fetter Lane, and Esther alighted. Another hackney coach stopped simultaneously at a short distance, and her eyes were immediately directed towards it. "Here's the post office, ma'am," said the driver of the vehicle which she had hired. Miss de Medina started, recollected herself, and hastened to thrust into the letter-box the epistle which she had written ere she left home. The address on that epistle was T.R., No. 5, Brandon Street, Lock's Fields. This superscription was caught by the sharp eyes of the pale-faced boy, who had stolen, quick as thought, up to the shop window, and now stood by Esther's side as she dropped the letter into the box. When Esther turned hastily to regain the vehicle, she beheld the lad retreating with strange speed from the spot. "What can this mean?" she thought within herself. "Who is it that is thus watching my movements?" And seriously alarmed, she hurried back to the coach, giving orders to be driven direct to Great Ormond Street. Away went the vehicle again, and the noise of crowded Holborn prevented the Jewess from judging by sounds whether the other hackney coach was following, for that she was watched she had no longer any doubt. Suddenly a suspicion struck her like an icy chill. Could her father have employed spies to dog her, to mark her movements? Circumstances on the one hand suggested the probability of such an occurrence, while on the other the character of her parent was of a nature repugnant to such a proceeding. He was stern and severe, but strictly honourable, and Esther knew that he was not a man likely to adopt underhand measures. Then wherefore was she watched, and why had the lad crept close up to her as she put the letter into the box? The coach had turned up Gray's Inn Lane, which thoroughfare was more quiet than Holborn, and Esther could hear no sounds of a second vehicle. Our readers are probably aware that the generality of hackney coaches have, or rather had, for they are nearly extinct at the present day, a little window behind, covered with a sort of flap made of the same material as the lining. Esther turned round and raised the flap to assure herself that there was really no vehicle following the one in which she was. But at the same instant a face disappeared as if it had suddenly sunk into the earth, but not before the Jewess had recognized the pale features and dark eyes of the lad. A faint cry escaped her lips, and she fell back on the seat, a prey to vague but serious alarm. In a few moments she recovered her self-possession and again endeavoured to dispel her fears by arguing that no harm could possibly befall her, that if any outrage were intended, her screams would speedily bring hundreds to her rescue, and that after all no real cause for apprehension might exist. She arrived without accident in Great Ormond Street, and when she alighted at her own door, the lad who had terrified her was no longer to be seen. Her father had not yet returned, and she was therefore again left to the companionship of her own thoughts. But when she was seated by the cheerful fire in the drawing-room, and with the bright lamp burning on the table, she smiled at those alarms which had ere now oppressed her. The entire adventure now wore quite another aspect in her imagination. The old man and the boy were probably thieves, who prowled about to pursue their avocation where they could. She had most likely been mistaken in the idea that they had entered a hackney coach in Southampton Row simultaneously with herself. But they had followed her vehicle on foot, and when she stepped out to post her letter, the lad had taken that opportunity of creeping close up to her to pick her pocket. Having failed by the suddenness with which she had turned round, he had afterwards got up behind the coach to dog her to the end of her journey, with the hope of still succeeding in his predatory design. But when she had looked through the back window, he had disappeared. Such was the explanation which she now arranged in her mind for her own satisfaction. But then what could mean the words uttered at the door of the shop in Southampton Row, "There she is, by heaven"? Fancy again came to her aid to set this point at rest. She had most probably been watched by the old man and the lad before she was aware of the fact, and they had lost sight of her, but when they passed the shop, her presence there had elicited the ejaculation from the youth. Such was the manner in which Esther tranquillized herself relative to the little occurrence that had so much alarmed her. Whether her conjectures were well-founded or not, the reader may judge by what we are about to relate. No sooner had she posted her letter to Holborn than Jacob, who had managed to get sight of its superscription, darted back to the second hackney coach, which had stopped near the top of Fetter Lane, and leaping in, said to Old Death, who was inside, "The letter is addressed to T.R., No. 5, Brandon Street, Lock's Fields." "And that is Tom Rain's place," ejaculated Bones. "Well, do you follow her? Get up behind the coach and meet me at Bunce's presently." Away started Jacob, and when he was gone, Old Death alighted from the vehicle which he had hired in Southampton Row to follow Esther, dismissed it, and walked boldly into the shop where that young lady had posted her letter. A lad was in attendance behind the counter. "My boy," said Old Death, in as pleasant a tone as he could assume, "I just this minute dropped a letter into the box, and I remember that I've made a mistake in a particular circumstance mentioned in its contents." "You can't have it back again," replied the boy. "It's against the rules." "Well, I know it is," said Old Death coaxingly, "but it's of the greatest consequence to me to alter a particular part of it, and if you'll oblige me, here's half-a-crown for your trouble." Thus speaking, he displayed the proffered coin. Now half-a-crown was a great temptation to a lad who only earned 18 pence a week in addition to his food. Moreover, the master of the shop was absent at the moment, and not very likely to return in a hurry, for the boy knew he was with a party of friends at a neighbouring public-house, and thus Old Death's silver argument was effectual. "Well, I s'pose I must," said the youth, "but don't tell anybody about it, though. What's the address?" "Tr. No. 5 Brandon Street, Lock's The boy unlocked the letter box, selected the particular epistle, and handed it to Old Death, who threw the half-crown on the counter and marched off with the letter. He could not restrain his curiosity until he reached Seven Dials, or any other place which he was in the habit of frequenting, and accordingly turned into a public-house in the neighbourhood. There he ordered some refreshment, seated himself in a corner of the parlour, and carefully opened the letter in such a way that it might be resealed without exciting a suspicion of having ever been tampered with. He then read the contents, which ran as follow: I sit down in anguish of heart to pen a few lines to you whom I love so sincerely, but whom I must never see more. My father has just made me take a terrible oath to that effect, and so determined was his manner, so resolute was he, so stern, so severe, alas, that I should be compelled to say so, that I dared not refuse to obey his command. And yet you know that I am as devotedly attached to you as ever. All I have suffered, all I have undergone on your account, must convince you of my unchanged, unchangeable affection. Do not then think ill of me on account of the oath which my father tore from me. My God, how my heart palpitates as I write these lines! Oh, if you knew the state of my mind, you would pity me. I am wretched. Heaven send that you are more happy than I. Alas, cannot you take compassion upon me, your own tender Esther, and quit the path which you are pursuing? It is not too late to do so. It is never too late. All might yet be well. My father would forget the past, and we should be reunited. Think of this, ponder well upon it, and remember how much happiness will be wrecked forever if you persist in a course which I tremble to reflect upon. To be connected with a highwayman is dreadful. Pardon me, forgive me for speaking thus plainly, but you know how sincerely I love you, and if I write that terrible word highwayman, it is merely to fix your thoughts the more seriously on that point. What must be the end of this course of life? Public infamy, or perhaps the scaffold. Again I say, forgive me for writing thus. I scarcely know what I commit to paper. There are moments when my brain reels as I contemplate the subject of my letter. I can write no more. Perhaps I shall find a note from you at the post office in Southampton Row. I hope so, and I also hope that I may discover in it some cause of satisfaction to myself. Adieu, dearest, adieu. Esther. The contents of this letter sadly puzzled Old Death. They were quite different from what he had expected to find them, but without waiting to reflect upon their nature, he obtained a piece of sealing-wax from the waiter, and so cleverly closed the letter again that even a clerk in the General Post Office could not have told it had been opened. He then retraced his way to the shop in Holborn, where it was originally posted, and threw it back into the box. This being done, he bent his way towards Toby Bunce's house in Earl Street, 7 Dials. End of section 22.